Bib with that spray down.
Oh!
This will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines battle.
Handa na ba kayo sa isang bakbakan ng bardagulan ng apat na teams na natitira? Dito lamang yan sa regional finals ng Crossfire Philippines. But before that, it's nice to say and it's nice to introduce the Filipino Crossfire to our, international viewers out there. Welcome to Filipino Crossfire or Crossfire Philippines, and of course ni Hama Yanying Laidao Crossfire Fei Rubin. So if mali yung pronunciation ko doon, well, we have to deal with it kasi nandito tayo ngayon sa Crossfire Philippines, the best region out of them all. Kasama nyo kami dito sa aming panel desk. My name is Bipolar together with Sneaky Frog. Man, what a day to be alive. Natapos na tayo for like almost 4 events. Ngayon, this is the last week.
Ayun nga pare, last week, playoffs is finally here, and it's been multiple weeks of group stage, multiple weeks of upsets, ups and downs dito sa tournament natin, but, it's finally here, man, yung final frontier ng CFS Regionals.
I mean, the storylines write themselves. Mag-aakala na some teams will improve from off the season, tapos ngayon biglang nagbawian. Even nung nasa Impact Fall tayo, it was actually crazy. But right now, of course, unahin muna natin ating mga viewers dahil sa inyo, mag-e-extend or meron tayong Season 2 ng ating Stove PC Client Showcase event kung saan kailangan nyo lang naman mag-log in sa ating Stove PC Client Launcher at gawin ang daily requirements. Pero Sneaky, ano nga ba makukuha dyan at paano nila makukuha yung mga points?
Of course, you are gonna get some permanent weapons pare, especially that VIP, possibly Chetak, meron ring M4, actually AK-47 Opulent Beast. They actually switched it up this time, Bipolar, with with your Barret this time. Barret, very, very good sniper. Love it, love it, love it, especially pagdating sa mga wallbang maps. But how do you get it? You just play, man. You just play and, check in dito sa ating Stove website, and of course, you can claim the points there, man. And why not? It's free, Bipolar.
Yun yung gusto natin, no? Tsaka humaba pa ata lalo, or at least aabot po ng November 4 yung buong Stove PC Client launcher event natin. So why not get right into that action? Pero syempre, tournament format muna tayo dito, Sneaky, kung saan may kita natin dito kung ano nga ba ang pinaglalabanan ng ating mga teams and how they'll be doing it. Of course, it's starting off in the group stage, 8 teams that goes into one group of 8 single round robins. So, sobrang daming games, which is gonna be fun, which was fun. Tapos best of 3 series, and in the playoffs, which is happening right now, 4 teams left, single elimination, best of 5.
Ayun nga, best of 5s are gonna be so different, no? Kumpara nga sa nakita natin dito sa group stage. Bipolar, ayun nga, best of 5s, obviously, you're gonna have to have a bigger map pool going into this. As we take a look at the schedule natin, of course, and we are gonna know who is gonna be clashing as of when they're gonna clash, which is gonna be 11 and 12 para dito sa ating schedule. And on that 12th, or on the 11th, actually, malalaman na natin kung sino ang lilipad papuntang Chengdu dito, Bipolar.
Ako po, yan ang masaya na may kita natin dito kung sino talaga yung magre-representa ng Pilipinas. So doon hindi na tayo bias sa kanya-kanyang local teams, bias na tayo towards the Philippines. But of course, $20,000 ate prize pool natin kanina. So that is also a big setting stone papunta dito sa Chengdu. But of course, here is our players bracket now. Semi-final, Sneaky. Team Stallions versus MATTJESS. Tapos after that, ito yung medyo mainit-init. EVOS ARC versus EXECRATION.
Ayun nga, yung first series natin, of course, with Team Stallions, getting the luck of the draw para sa kanila dito, with them being the first seed. MATTJESS, obviously, time and time again, nandito na sila sa scenario na to na, yun nga, they're gonna have to go up against a very, very strong team. Papasok na dito sa ating semifinal. So, yun nga, hopefully, we do see something from that. But that EVOS ARC at EXECRATION, Bipolar, it's gonna be more interesting than people think kasi especially nung nakita natin dito sa group stage, EXECRATION obviously being one of the few teams that can kind of make Gods bleed dito sa tournament natin.
Yeah, very much so. There's some crazy things happening right now outside of Crossfire Philippines na medyo nagkakainita natin yung mga players din. Some players are also locked on, pero talking about these two teams, our today's matchup ngayon is gonna be these players all eyes on our first matchup kung saan Stallions versus MATTJESS is gonna be the name of the game. Kung nakikita nyo, may trending team din tayo dito na Golden versus Golden. Tapos meron tayong Blue Side versus Blue Side on the match number 2. So, ganun pa din naman yan. And feeling ko naman mga Visayan team. Ito pa may isa pa Visayas team versus Visayas. Or, tapos after that, Luzon versus Luzon yung make it natin. Or basically NCR versus NCR na rin.
Yeah. Ayun yan, kind of looking like BL versus GR yung today's matchup natin, not gonna lie. Pero yun nga, actually very telling kasi yun nga, both of those teams obviously very good on their respective sides na binention ko nga. But yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting day. Hopefully we do see something interesting, especially galing dito sa mga underdog teams natin. MATTJESS especially, man. MATTJESS has a hell of a road ahead of them sa kanila pare, obviously, you know, being the 4th seed coming in from Impact, the first Impact team na makaabot dito sa ating playoffs. So it's gonna be very interesting as we take a look at yung stats natin dito by Poli. Malalaman natin who is the best performers dito sa ating group stage, and we do see the top of the leaderboard stacked with EVOS at Stallions pare, with the exception of the H&K kasi alam naman natin kung sino yung nandun sa taas, man.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about KD muna. Cetra 1.62, susundod dyan si Kano, which is the trending battle din naman dito. Yobeb also traveling in that 3rd spot. Zach pati si Loy sumasama na rin naman. In a kill per round natin, Kano always perfect 1.00. That is insane. Kasasamahan pa dito ni Cetra pati ni Yobeb, Zach and Aiden actually putting up a lot of kill per round. So big shout out to Vanguard Gaming. And of course, headshot per kill, wala nang iba man. Si CBN to, 0.73. Tapos nandyan si Ared, Folex, Aldrin, NL. There's one thing to take away from the HK natin na the teams that didn't qualify for the top 4 teams, heavy hitters pa rin naman talaga sila.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Ared has always been a heavy hitter, no, para sa kanyang team, and especially when it comes to the empty frags, he is definitely a guy na is very, very hard to stop if he can't really stop the rest of the team. Pero may kita naman natin ang ating highest KT standings, and of course, it is going to be Zetra, Kano, and Yobeb. I mean, to be fair, right, if we were to have a player ranking, it would be floating around these 3 kung sino yung best player ngayon dito sa Pilipinas. And, you know, every single player has a just argument, pare.
Yeah, very much sure. Tsaka kung isipin mo, young guns palagi nagdodomina ng Crossfire Philippines right now. So you can see them that the Crossfire Philippines is providing the tasks that can go to the international level. Nandiyan naman talaga si Cetra, Kano, and Yobeb. But I wanna look at the 4 to 10 spot natin. Naghahalo-halo pero mostly man, nandito lahat ng Stallions. Loy, KLB, pati si JJ, Aiden as well also coming in from Pacific, Zach as well, which is actually interesting. Zach being in that 4th spot means that, you know, they might have some fight later on against these top players, especially kapag naramdaman ni Zach na he is in his prime time gaming mamaya sa labanan nila.
Yes, for sure. I really do hope na, especially pagdating dito sa playoffs, para kay Zach especially, that he would actually be performing at that exact same level na nakita nga natin ng group stage. No, I feel like it's been a pattern para sa matches na they do get into group stage as soon as we, you know, nakatungtong tayo sa LAN or maybe in this online playoffs. Ayun nga, they kind of start to taper off a bit. Pero, ayun nga, hopefully it's a bit different para dito kay Zach. I feel like he's the most consistent performer para dito sa matches, whether or not they have good games or bad games. So, ayun nga, he's one of the biggest reasons why MATTJESS is even here in the first place, pare.
Yeah, I mean, big shoutouts to Zach. No, later on we'll see him in his, you know, biggest form yet to be seen dito sa dito sa ating regional finals. Pero of course, unahin na natin dito our number 1 spot in terms of standings, still undefeated by the way, just won against EXECRATION, pero 2-1 pa rin naman yung nangyari doon. It's Team Stallions, ang ating boys in golden, ang ating rampaging stampede. Kitang-kita mo naman, tinuturo na tayo dito ni Kano, JJ, Dolph X, Loy, and KLB man. Ang daming star players dito sa team natin.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you can even include si Dolph, in all honesty, no? Pagdating dito sa Stallions, kasi honestly, every single player na kinuha nila in the off-season acquisition like 2023, 2022 was definitely the right decision, no? I mean, even back then sa Ubek Maniac, this team is one of the most solid pagdating sa macro. I feel like ayun nga, no, their consistency cannot be understated. There really is just times, especially when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to grand finals, that some of them do taper off a bit. Pero feeling ko kasi sa lahat ng experience ng Team Stallions na nakuha nila from EWC, from ACL, ayun nga, no, this might be the time
Yeah, it really might be the time. You know, looking at the stats as well, no, Sneaky, na wala kang makitang butas pagdating dito sa team na to, because they're one of the teams actually providing us with a positive KD, a great smoke per round. Not a lot of players can keep on giving us a 0.3 SR na kung nakikita nyo palagi may 0.2. I mean, everything in this stat line makes sense. Skill per round as well, headshots. Actually, 3 of them almost hitting that 0.5 mark, which means that, you know, papasok ka pa lang, you have to be ready, you have to be equipped kapag Team Stallions yun nakikita mo. Right now, let's look at the team data, kung ano nga ba ang journey, just a little bit of a throwback, kung ano nga ba ang dinatnan dito ng Team Stallions. Simulan ng EVOS ARC, a great matchup, pero 2-0, Vanguard Pacific Esports matches, NV Gaming, Gaon Gaming, tapos umabot tayo sa Execration, 2-1, but man, parang ano yung prediction natin na possibly one of the teams na magiging 2-0 every time, it's Team Stallions providing us with great performance.
Oh, for sure. I can really feel it nga, no? Not gonna lie, Polo, I can feel you smirking because of that one map win dahil nga dito sa Execration. But and at the same time, it's still wild to me na this team is actually together, no? I mean, getting the context as well sa lahat ng statistics, sa lahat ng panalo. The fact na Kano is the second highest KR sa buong game as an entry fragger, pare.
Yeah.
As an entry fragger, the guy who goes in first para sa kanyang team. So it's astounding what this kid can do. At the same time, yung support staff surrounding him is definitely insane. I mean, overall, Stallions did a good job on just building yung team from the ground up, pare, and you know, reaping the rewards now.
You know what? We're talking about these players. Why not let's talk about the man behind the scenes? It's Coach Tanks coming in from Team Stallions ang ating ma-interview natin today. And golden na golden ka pa din. Coach Tanks, kamusta tayo dyan?
Okay lang. Ready.
Ready. The game face is on, Sneaky. Parang locked in na locked in dito. Any questions?
Ayun nga, Coach Tanks, obviously, MATTJESS has been a, you know, matchup para sa'yo for the past few years, even when you were still in Pacific. What do you think is yung biggest difference ng MATTJESS from then to now? What's the difference of preparation, no, sa nakikita natin ngayon?
Preparation nila or namin?
O sa inyo?
Sa amin? We always treat everyone patas lang. So we really prepare for everyone. So even their VODs, we study, I study. And pinagandaan din namin talaga sila kasi medyo unpredictable sila gumalaw. So, yun. Unorthodox sila eh.
You know what, Coach Shanks? One more question before we throw you para makapag-ready kayo lalo, no? Against, in-expect nyo ba na MATTJESS yung mga kalaban nyo today? Because some teams actually nagre-ready sila towards you know, the 1v1 just like what happens in Master. Tapos ngayon baka nagulat kayo na MATTJESS pala mga kalaban nyo. It's Bisaya versus mga Bisaya versus Bisaya. Ready ba kayo na matanggal yung parang kapatid nyo in this kind of scenario?
Sinabi ko na rin kagabi, we're ready to face anyone.
Anyone so, talaga, no?
Wala naman kami like, hindi kami pwede mag-nitpick na sana yung nasa force, ganyan. Kasi everyone deserves to be here. And yung pinakamalakas lang talaga matitira. Ganun.
Yun. Feeling ko foreshadowing na ata yung Coach Tanks, no? Pero for now, Coach Tanks, it's time for you to give us a shoutout para sa mga nagpapasalamat, ay mga pasasalamatan nyo sa dami rang nanonood ngayon, Coach Tanks. So, the floor is yours.
Ayun, maraming salamat sa sa fans ng UM/Stallions, sa lahat na nakasuporta talaga sa amin mula day one. Ito na uli kami sabak, and we're praying na makuha namin tong championship na to. Alam namin it's not gonna be easy, pero gagawin namin lahat, and we've been really preparing for this. Shout out kay Boss Chris, kay Ma'am Lizelle, sa buong team ng Stallions, sa nanay ko, sa asawa ko, and yan sa inyo sa prod. Salamat sa magandang shows lagi.
Coach Tanks, I mean, it's bound to happen at the end of the day. So baka ito na yung season for you. Coach Tanks, good luck. Bigyan nyo kami ng magandang laban against MATTJESS.
Salamat.
There we go. More somber tone today, no? Para dito kay
very serious
para kay Tanks. I mean, I would describe the dude as the humble confidence coming in from him, pare, na granted, he still does respect yung mga teams dito sa tournament natin, but at the same time, ayun nga, no, hindi sila pwede matalo. So, I like it. I like the vibe na pinapresent ngayon ng Stallions. You know, they're locked in para makapasok ng playoffs to get that ticket to Chengdu, and yun nga, no, hopefully get that trophy.
Yeah, very much so. Hopefully, it's been a while. It's been very long na rin kasi kung isipin mo na these kids have gotten a Filipino championship. So hopefully this time, this is the starting point na. It's playoffs time. Nakita mo naman, talagang seryoso siya man. And I feel like nagtatranslate din yun sa mga players natin na hindi pa natin nakikita. Kahit ako, sneaky, kinabahan ako. Nag-fumble ako na maraming beses doon. Nakakusap ko si Coach Lance kasi nakita ko siya sa preview show. He was so jolly. Kasama niya pa si Aris. Pero ngayon, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a great, great time. Ngayon, why not let's talk about their opponents, the enemies on the other side. It's MATTJESS, the people who were basically hindi natin expect na abot sila dito. But of course, with Zach, Yaba, Rails, Ninkyu, Jason, and LQQQ, they are a force to be reckoned with, Sneaky.
Yeah, of course, especially with MATTJESS making history dito sa Filipino Crossfire, being the first impact team to make it all the way dito sa ating regional playoffs. And it's definitely astounding para dito sa MATTJESS considering yung expectations natin para sa team na to weren't really too high going into regionals. But something switched midway, Bipolar. Something switched midway through this season, and all of a sudden, Zach, star player, Ninkyu, star entry, everything makes sense para dito sa MATTJESS. Something switched and it worked out para sa kanila dito, and they made it. They made the run work, pare. 4-3.
Yeah, very much so. They were able to clinch it. There was a time na parang sinasabi natin baka makuha pa yung pwesto dito ng MATTJESS, but they were able to just keep on holding, and now we can see them in their top 4 spot. I also want to put some highlight on Rels. He has been a killer in the backline na hindi mo ina-expect that can find these angles, can find these skills out of nowhere. So this team, despite them being called the underdogs, MATTJESS man are Spartans that that can provide us with some multiple frags na a tie game even up against Stallions. Right now, let's look at their team data kung ano nga ba ang sitwasyon nila towards their journey or ano nga bang pinagdaanan nila. Sinabi nga ni Sneaky that it was a 4-3. May kita nyo ngayon, it was a rough start, Sneaky. Unang 3 matches, talo agad.
Yeah, I feel like yung loss up against Gaon really just removed a bit of confidence galing sa lahat sa atin dito sa broadcast, because obviously Gaon, perennial gatekeepers dito sa ating regionals, and I feel like if you can't beat this team, hindi ka makakaabot ng playoffs. But then, after that 2-0 win up against itong EXECRATION, their momentum just looked up every single time. Granted na yung Pacific NV Vanguard game isn't as clean as as it should be. Pero at the same time, it's still, MATTJESS dito sa playoffs. They still won at the end of the day. And that's off of the backs of, some really, really good players.
Yeah, very much so. It's just crazy that we are in the presence almost of some players here coming in from MATTJESS. From a team that no one really expected of doing very well. Binawi na rin, pinakita nila after those 3 matches na, Top Guns lang naman yan eh. Baka ngayon ipapakita nila sa atin na we're finally ready and we're finally equipped for something greater. You know what, Sneaky? We were talking about the maps as well. Up against a team na almost same lang naman yung map pool nila. What do you think is gonna be the scenario there later on?
It's gonna be very tough para sa MATTJESS, considering they're also prioritizing itong sub-base for their team. So that's gonna be very rough considering you're literally going up against the best sub-base team in the world, pare.
Yeah.
And ayun nga, I feel like the priorities are gonna shift differently para sa kanila dito. I wouldn't be surprised if MATTJESS actually bans itong sub-base and just plays it out maybe sa Eagle Eye or maybe dito sa Ankara. But at the same time, mapa din yun ng Stallion. So you're kind of in a pickle right now kung kaya yung MATTJESS. So I really feel like naka-Rels talaga yung responsibility na gumawa ng play or gumawa ng style that can kind of confuse itong Team Stallions, pare, kasi ayun nga, I feel like you cannot beat Stallions conventionally, pare. Let's just say.
I mean, it's gonna be a crazy standpoint. We were expecting Sneaky na I saw the previous show and feeling ko I set the same sentiment na possibly we might just go up to map number 4. May possibility naman na umabot tayo ng set number 5, but up against the team na marami nagbabank on na international level already, do you think na if MATTJESS wins this na 3-2, let's say, if MATTJESS ang manalo ng 3-2, are they equipped up against people pagdating sa international level? Kasi that just means na sila na agad mismo ang pwede nating mapadala on the other regions.
I feel like their first tournament's gonna be really good, if ever. Kasi ayun nga, I feel like yung international teams really don't know how to counter a team like MATTJESS na will just punch you in the face and run away, pare. So, ayun nga, I feel like they might do good sa international at the same time. Ayun nga, no, it's a different level, no? Pagdating sa international competition, man, the same plays are not gonna work sa nakikita natin dito sa Pilipinas. So, ayun nga, I feel like they could go very far, but not as far as some people would think. But they could provide a decent surprise kasi yun nga, this team, unpredictable, but very, very good, pare.
Yeah, very, very good. And plus, yung mga strats nila, nakikita nila natin most of the time, sila yung, they're one of the teams that can only that can execute a 5-man push every time without any lurks. Nakikita natin yun, sometimes coming from matches. It paved the way para makapasok sila dito sa ating top 4 ng regional finals. Let's see kung magawa nga nila yon in this matchup and even potential in the international stage. And why not, let's keep the question rolling, no, Sneaky? Do you think equipped na ang Stallions for that possibility ng Chengdu? Kung matches, we have some good predictions, no, na pag sila ngayon nanalo dito 3-2, they have may angas pa rin naman sila. How about Stallions? Nakita natin sila na in AWC they were able to get a little bit of breathing space, nakaangat sila ng konti. Kaso nga, they weren't able to get the top 3. Do you think there's a possibility of a podium finish?
I think so. Man, in all honesty, feeling ko nga sila yung pinaka-prepared na team going into playoffs other than EVOS dito, pare, with all the resources that they have. And obviously, yung other teams from other regions also taking interest dito sa Stallions when it comes to the scrimmages, pare. So I feel like, ayun nga, just, international level in general, pare, feeling ko MATTJESS definitely, or MATTJESS Stallions definitely could do a deep run, pare. But there's a lot of pitfalls para sa kanila going into internationals. There's a lot of teams that is already watching yung kanilang gameplay. So I really want to warn itong Stallions na ayun nga, the same play that happened nung ACL at EWC might not work dito sa 2025 kasi I'm starting to see yung mga Chinese teams starting to speed up as well. And ayun nga, the Chinese mechanics plus Filipino aggression, pare, that's a scary sight to see, pare.
Yeah, very parang horror movie kung iisipin mo. I really like what you said there na basically sila palagi pinapanood. They're one of the teams na pwede na sabihin na mostly watched by international or international teams, yung mga regions natin. They look their eyes upon Stallions, especially with how they performed in WC. So, alam mo yun, kung Coach Tangs, if you really are gunning for that number 1 spot natin dito, you have to put up some Pero ngayon, of course, it's gonna be matches, the ones that we're gonna be talking about. Of course, nandito rin naman si Zach, one of our top performers for the entire regional finals. Brother, kamusta tayo dyan?
Okay lang, boss. Okay lang kami.
Sneaky, any questions?
Ayun nga, boss, obviously, ayun nga, Team Stallions yung kalaban nyo, mga tropa. Pwede nga natin sabihin na meron ba tayong ginawang preparation or meron ba kayong alam na tungkol sa Stallions na hindi alam ng, kunyari, ng mga teams sa taga Manila, na meron ba kayong way na mabit itong team na to, boss Zach?
Meron po, meron.
Uy, meron.
Saktong preparation lang.
I
Okay.
mean, you know what, Zach? Feeling ko mas uplifted yung spirits nyo compared to paano namin in-interview si Coach Tangs. Gusto ko lang tanungin sa'yo, may tatargetin ka ba para masabi na ikaw ang pinakamalakas sa area nyo right now against Stallions?
Wala naman. Wala.
Si Kano, sabi mo si Kano. Kahit sino. Okay.
Kahit sino, si Pegaro. Pero yun nga. Zach, obviously, ayun nga, it's been quite the run para nga dito sa MATTJESS. Ayun nga, feeling nyo ba na nung natalo nyo yung EXECRATION, nung medyo umikot na rin yung landas nyo nung group stage na, feeling nyo na kaya nyo kumuha dito sa playoffs?
Oo, kaya.
Yun pala. Thank you, EXECRATION.
I mean, Zach, you know what? Feeling ko you guys are equipped. Alam naman namin na with your strategies, with your playstyle, kaya nyong makuha ng multiple rounds and possibly even multiple maps against Stallions. Any final words? Pasasalamatan ka ba? Kahit Bisaya, Zach, it's okay. It's your time to shine, brother.
Shout out kay Boss Matti. Mga kaibigan ko nanood. And good luck sa Team STS.
Yun. Okay, Zach. I mean, brother, it's time for you to get ready. Malapit ang labanan nyo. Good luck. Bigyan nyo kami ng magandang laban, Zach. And hopefully, magkita-kita tayo sa Chengdu, no?
Sana.
Yun.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you, Zach. Again, maraming salamat. Onting confidence booster lang kasi parang nararamdaman ko nanginginig pa si si Zach. But right now, let's move on. It's time for the head-to-head sneaky. Our key players to look out for later on sa matchup na ito.
Matik.
It's Kano versus Zach.
Of course, man. I mean, to be fair, no, Zach, obviously one of the best group stage performances we've ever seen dito sa ating regionals, dragging his team all the way into playoffs. But at the same time, pare, you are going up against the best attacker this country has ever possibly seen. I mean, 1KR first on the statistics, pare, 1.49 KD. Granted, Zach is more of a closer para sa kanyang team, no? Kano's statistics is not human, pare. Pwede natin sabihin.
Totoo man. I mean, looking at it, palagi siyang first in kill per round, second in KD, pero si Zach man, 1.26, 8.5. Not that far naman. Siguro sa HK lang naman nagkakalayo yung players na ito.
Yes,
So let's see kung ano nga ba ang gagawin nila later on. But right now, it's time to look at our map comparison. Or tama nga ba? Yeah, map comparison na makikita natin dito. And ito yung inaral natin, Sneaky. There's not a lot of things to talk about dito sa ating Stallions except for this Black Widow. Pero looking at it sa base, pantay na pantay almost, brother.
Yeah, very, very pantay. Actually, I think what I'm thinking here is magbaban yata yung matches. Most likely, maybe New Mexico, pero feeling ko willing din sila ilaro yung mapa na yun. But if I was matches here, I would really just ban yung mga strong maps dito ng Stallions. Try and see if they can, kind of remove that early, especially itong new compound, pare. I feel like may niluluto itong Stallion sa new compound, and if matches, baka ayaw nila mag-compound, they really don't want to deal with the hard corners, pare, maybe that could be out. Pero ayun nga, no, it's a big dilemma para dito sa kanila, bipolar, kasi nakita mo naman sa statistics, they play almost the exact same maps, pare.
Yeah, yun na nga talaga from the same kind of neighborhood kasi nangyari dito for Team Stallions and matches. Feeling ko din Ankara possibly Black Widow matanggal sa mapa natin dito. But why not? Let's see. Ngayon may kita naman natin ang ating keys to victory, Sneaky. For Stallions, wala daw makakapigil, STS on top.
Yeah, wala makakapigil sa Stallions. I mean, to be fair, that is true dito sa ating group stage, pare. Yun nga, Low and Kano being, one of the best front lines dito sa ating tournament. And I really feel like the most underrated thing para dito sa Stallions is really the uptick ng fragging dito ni KLB, especially ever since the HK 417 came in, pare. He's really a different person entirely.
Yeah, iba talaga. I mean, looking at these players, palagi kang may kitang like highlight or at least like a key power na ginagawa dito for the individual players coming from Stallions. Pero right now, looking at matches from underdogs to dominators, these players, it's really shining through. May kita natin na MATTJESS is the one to provide us with, yung plot twist na hindi natin inaasahan.
Yeah, as much as we do love to talk about itong si Zach at si Dintyo, pare, I really feel like the most underrated decision na ginawa ng MATTJESS going into this offseason is shifting itong si Rels towards yung IGL role. I really feel like Rels, despite him, at one point being top 3 sniper, dito sa liga natin, I really feel like, him on the IGL role, his veterancy is definitely helping itong MATTJESS, pare.
You know what, Sneaky? I think it's time to also bring in more people dito sa ating team natin with the cameras. It's time to introduce our casters for these semifinals. It's time to introduce Ramon and as well as si Dadom, si Papa Dudot. Welcome to the panel desk. Kamusta naman tayo dyan? Malapit na tayo mapbito. Pero any thoughts muna, Ramon and Dadom? Mabilisan lang.
Well, para lang masimula Excited ako talaga. This will be my first playoffs cast for me para sa CFS. Para CFS so far. And alam mo, sobrang excited ako kasi the storyline behind this is really the strongest of one team comes out on top. And malay mo naman, magulat tayo bigla, Pero I think in our minds, with the whole world watching, all the pressure is on both teams.
Dadom, any first thoughts pagdating sa labanan natin later?
Ako po, ang dami ko nang naisip dito, Bipolar, no? Of course, this is Stallions that sets the standards and MATTJESS that is the up-and-comers. And alam mo naman ako, I absolutely love MATTJESS. I hope they prove something to Stallions. But man, this is I can't wait.
Everybody can't wait, Dito. Feeling ko we all share the same kind of feeling right now. I think we are able to go into the map, Vito. Tama nga ba? In just a little while. Yes, we can.
Only
Kasi
two
dito na
bands.
may kita ang first two bands. It's gonna be first New Mexico band. Black Widow.
I knew it,
Ankara,
bro.
Subbase. Sino susunod? Eagle Eye 2.0 pinili ng Matches and Port
Wait.
for that fourth one, and new compound pa ang mahuhuli. Sneaky, I wanna hear your thoughts, man.
Guys, pa-timestamp na lang yung sinabi ko na ibaban nila yung Black Widow. Pero yun nga, yung Ankara definitely, expected para dito sa MATTJESS. They want to start off strong dito sa series natin. Obviously, when MATTJESS starts off strong, they really do carry momentum well going into this series. Subbase gonna be a bit iffy para sa kanila dito. Pero, ayun nga, if their PL side could be workable kung ano nila yung PL dito ng Stallions. If they could defend that would be fine. Rest of the maps actually look pretty much Stallions, pero hindi ko masasabi na walang chance dito yung MATTJESS eh.
It's a bit of a toss-up bipolar, I can actually see a world wherein MATTJESS could be comparable from the get-go, since considering that Ankara is one of the maps na masabi nating most pick nga para sa kanila so far. I mean, in a lot of the Ankara games that they've had, they've been up and down, pero it's Stallions din kasi yung pinag-uusapan din natin eh. They've kind of carried the mantle now from Pacific as being the team that has a very flexible map pool, but that's also to say na habang naglalaro din sila ng Eagle Eye and Subbase for the majority of the games that they played so far sa regional finals, it's too early to tell. So feeling ko this map Quito itself will be a huge challenge para sa ating players on MATTJESS, but that is to say na Stallions talaga is still on top dito.
Alam mo, this scares me. This scares me as MATTJESS. I would have put a prediction differently, but because Black Widow is banned out dito ng Stallions, I think this is gonna go one way and only one way. Bipolar. Black Widow kasi the only map that in my opinion has still that kind of weakness from Stallions, but they ban it out and they pick Subbase. Parang sinasabi nila dito, we take away Black Widow and we're gonna take you head on. Subbase, remember, is also the most powerful map dito ng MATTJESS, and Stallions not having any hesitation to pick that up against them is scary.
I mean, right now, it's a crazy map pool. Feeling ko pa lang from the first two maps, we know na it's gonna be a bloodbath for both teams. Pero simulan na natin ang predictions. Ang mga sinasabi natin dito is gonna be set in stone. So you guys better be careful. Sa akin dito, I'm gonna go 3-2 in favor of Stallions.
3-2 is crazy. I would go 3-1. I would go 3-1 Stallions dito. I really feel like MATTJESS can maybe slip by a map dito, pare. Not gonna lie, pero yun nga, Stallions are too good.
Yeah. I think it's a little too safe nga naman na masabi nga na may palag pa rin naman yung MATTJESS dito considering the form that they're in right now. I have to give it 3-1 din para sa Stallions ngayon. It's gonna be undisputed that they're gonna win this series, and MATTJESS just have to show their preparations ngayon.
I would agree with Sneaky, this is rough for MATTJESS, because of the fact that Black Widow is out. I think nawala ng alas dito ang MATTJESS and yes, I think they have a chance of taking Ankara, but the next three maps, it's Subbase, Eagle Eye, and Port. I think there's no chance that they can win against Stallions, so I think this is gonna be Stallions 3-1.
I mean, okay, thank you very much for your predictions. I'd like to agree with myself muna dito, everybody. Kasi 3-2 natin, I mean, it was very much, I feel ko din naman na with these two maps, yung first natin, Black Widow, Ankara and Subbase might be something that we will go for a very, very long time. So hopefully, mabawi, MATTJESS will prove us wrong here, but let's see. Team Stallions comfortably winning 3 rounds here is not gonna be, not gonna be impossible. Sila pa nga pwede makakuha ng 100% dito, possibly even a 3-0. But let's see kung ano nga bang mangyayari for these two teams. It's time to throw it to our casters. Kamusta naman dyan, Ramon and Daedom? Let's get right into the action.
That's right, Bipolar! At ayun, ngayon nga to, isang karangalan ang naihatid ng Crossfire para sa araw ng Sabado. Ang pinakahihintay na labanan ng pinakamalakas na bisdak para sa pagkakataong makarating sa Chengdu at ang pinakaunang pagkakataong matawag na kampiyon ang parehong teams na meron tayo dito ngayon. MATTJESS versus Team Stallions, Daedom and Ramon, and with the whole world watching, mukhang bagsakan na sa server ngayon, Matt.
bagsakan na talaga, no, particularly in the sets that we're gonna have yun sa mga mapang ito. No? It's gonna be absolutely exciting, particularly for our first match. I think, Ramon, dito sa angkara natin is where matches can set the tempo of how the story is gonna be like for this best of 5. No? Kapag naipanalo nila to, I think that's the only way they have a chance of even having standing against Team Stallions dito. Kasi sa base, it's gonna be an absolute battlefield for them. And I could definitely see the philosophy ni Coach Tanks dito. No? Sabi niya kanina, he will treat everyone the same way. And the way this map Bito is, I couldn't imagine it going any differently. Kunyari kung EP man yung kalaban dito ng Stallions or EVOS ARC sila, feeling ko kahit sinong katapat nila, they will pick the same maps. They will ban Black Widow, pick up sub-base, and go on from there on out. Nagkataon nga lang talaga na dito sa matches, they have a very similar set pool, map pool that is. Kaya madugo ang laban natin dito. I'm so excited.
Sobrang madugo nga naman no? Parang may sa mga utak nating lahat, parang set na tayo talaga na mananalo nga dito ang STS dito. Considering the experience that they've had and the amount of times na nirepresent nga tayo sa ibang bansa para lang malaman ng iba't ibang bansa ngayon na tayo nga talaga ay isang team or isang region na kailangan tutukan ng bawat bansa ngayon. No? Pero bigyan natin na spotlight ang MATTJESS sa kanilang journey all throughout this. For the first 3 weeks mismo ng regional finals, in the back of our heads, wala talaga nag-isip na makakaabot sila dito.
Sa ako meron.
Impact team.
Ako nag-isip ako.
Ikaw lang naman ikaw lang naman yung meron. Pero sa ating sa ibang mga players dito or mga tao dito sa broadcast talent lineup, walang chance sana ang MATTJESS papunta dito. Pero nakarating sila sa playoffs and there is a big reason for it. They are worthy to be called a playoffs contender. Pero up against the biggest challenge yet, it is gonna be against Team Stallions. So will MATTJESS prove that they are worthy of a challenge? We'll find out in the Ankara map, the map pick of MATTJESS. Starting on the GR side, we have Kano holding up that LA position, KLB Loy to provide support.
Ito, para sa akin, pinaka-importanting set ito para sa MATTJESS. They should strive to take this set with everything they've got. Stallions on the BL, sila munang aatake. And MATTJESS on the GR side, the team that Coach Tanks himself said is erratic, unpredictable. Pinaghandaan talaga nila to. Ito, one of the things that a lot of people might not know, magkakilala tong mga player na to. Magkakakapit bahay sila halos. We can almost consider them. And MATTJESS, they might have something up their sleeves na nakakagulat dito para sa Team Stallions. Kaya dahan-dahan lang approach ng Stallions dito. Couple of players, KLP, nakabang sa mid.
Absolutely passive approach for MATTJESS. No proactive pushes, not even a sniper peek. Doon pa lang sa may EA, nobody's having give themselves any sort of advantage para sa kanilang naging GR. So that gives STS yung layer nila doon sa may CA. Pwede na nakunan yung mid-side setup as well. Giving MATTJESS sort of a starved amount of info. Walang taong nakapush, walang taong nakapagbigay ng position sa kanilang side. STS gonna take hotel as quickly as possible. JJ nasa akyatan. Spotted pa si Ninkyu. Yun ang first blood para sa playoffs ng regional finals. Nakapasok na agad ang STS papunta sa may hotel. Getting ready na itong si Zach. Will the Miracle Kid hit his shot?
Zach. Oh, the quick scope not connecting onto JJ. Nakapasok na! But there's gonna be the quick scope. It's for the second time. Pero si Kano at si KLB na control na dito ang B-side. C4 getting planted. Yaba coming in from behind. And the 1v2 with 1 HP. He's already taken 2 kills. Pero si YBA mag-isa na lang dito. Magsiset up pa nga pa ng lineup. Or will he just buy the time? I think he will attempt it. YBA, one of the rising stars of MATTJESS, has brimming potential. Uy, KLP nabatuhan siya doon ng granada and YBA going down. Stallions with a quick take of B-site. Round 1 win.
Yun yung mahirap kapag you're playing on the passive position. MATTJESS giving all the space to Stallions. Nakakuha na agad ng space ng si JJ. Putting up in towards that Akatan position. With Sim in a position para ma-leverage nila yung position ng MATTJESS so far. The push in towards Hotel and all falling into place. Zach also punished as well dun sa first round natin. He will also get yung first blood niya papunta kay Loy. Kano, pushing through the smoke. Smoke criminal ang tawag sa kanya. He does get himself the first tap dito. JJ with another one. STS bring control back papunta dun sa may LA. Hinayaan na lang si Jason. Mag-control na lang dun sa may CA Rel. Spotted pero si JJ ang mapapatay gamit ng Arctic ng sniper. It's gonna be 3v2. Stallions Falling down to the KL brothers. How will they recover the objective so far with the aggressive stance that MATTJESS have put forward?
Ito na nga, no? When it comes to the duels, MATTJESS kaya na lang makisabay sa Stallions. In fact, they win most of those duels in this round. 2 versus 3 tayo dito. KLB and KLP. Unti-unti silang lumalapit dito sa vents towards A site. It's the duo KL brothers. Sniper ang hawak pa rin dito ni KLP. Si KLB, remember, with the revamp of weaponry dito, has been popping off in recent matches with that HK. Kaya hindi mo pwedeng i-discount itong 3v2 na ito for Team Stallions. They will get the bomb planted for now. And a good idea would be for KLB to position in exit at humanap ng kill. But look at how they're playing this. Magkahiwalay dito si KLB at si KLP.
Yeah. So knowing their objectives this time is to get the pick, tapos balik na lang sa mga passive roles. For now, MATTJESS, they put forward an even bigger disadvantage. KLP down on 1v3. KLB spotted at nahanap pa ni Ninkyu. One of the rising stars from MATTJESS has secured himself the first round for MATTJESS. 1-1 tayo sa laruan natin. And it's all thanks to a quick change of pace para sa MATTJESS, getting the aggressive pushes doon sa may midside.
And yun ang sinasabi ko kanina, no? Magkahiwalay yung posisyon ni KLB and ni KLP, which is why when one of them fell down, wala silang nakuha. Kahit isang kill. MATTJESS with a successful retake, and this time Ninkyu pushing up dito sa may akyatan and bridge. Loy! Takes him down na bato ng granada. At papasok na ng hotel dito ang Stallions, full force towards hotel. At yung boba hawak-hawak nila doon, the sniper shot does not connect, pero si Rels tinamaan ng ligaw na bala. Zach holding down TB. At babalik ang Team Stallions. This unpredictable defense is a signature move from Team Stallions.
Yeah, and it's also a good sign of their preparation coming up into this. They know that their team is somebody that they can never underestimate. MATTJESS fully covered and get themselves one. Ito dito kay Loy. 1-for-1 tayo dito ngayon. Pasok na agad dun sa may LA. Alam na agad nila. Napapasok pa rin ng STS papunta dun sa side na yun. But JJ, flap kill kay Rels. Yaba gets another opening shot. Papunta sa bungo ni JJ, 3v3. Jason, right place, right time.
Jason.
Spots at KLB. Hindi nakalabas ng bench ang buhay. KLB also.
Jason!
Look at Jason! The spray transfer all the way from the right side. We'll get the 3K. And that will put MATTJESS up to 2.
Jason with 3 and MATTJESS pick up the lead laban sa Stallions. Chris, they know how important ang Kara is in this matchup. Jason knows. And look at the scoreboard dito. Every single player of MATTJESS has positive KD. Well, Ninkyu has been providing that entry, kaya medyo lugi siya sa kills, pero okay lang, still providing that impact. And MATTJESS, they are making things hard para sa Team Stallions. Ramdam na ramdam ko, Chris, ang paghahanda na ginawa dito ng MATTJESS. They are sharp and they are unrelenting. Kailangan bumagal dito ng Stallions. They have to think of every single round.
Absolutely. Kung manunod ka sana yung preparation ng STS, considering that kahit sinong team, kahit EVOS man yan, kahit NV, talagang doble ang preparation para sa team na to. Pero, you can never discount MATTJESS. They know their opponent. They know what type of behemoth they're facing up in the server. So with this, they're gonna rotate back in towards LA yet again. A 5-man push. Wala nang tricks of their sleeve. Wala nang kahit ano pa. A 5-man execute para sa STS ngayon. Si Jason, si Yaba lang. Dalawang anchors para sa site ng MATTJESS. DJ gonna get ready with the flash and the smoke, and down Jason flashed away, so Yaba is isolated, killed up by JJ. Second frag comes through, KLB gets it. 3v5 tayo at mukhang si Kano lumalabas, nagiging guwardya para hindi makapasok si Rels from exit. 5v2, Ninkyu spotted by Kano as well, and Zach, the only man left alive, might not be for long with the plant coming down as well. And with a flash in his hand, mukhang tatakbo na lang siya pabalik sa kanyang spawn. And using all the time in the world para lang pag-usapan kung ano yung nangyari dito, it will be STS getting their second round.
Yes, ganda ng recovery nila doon. No immediate adjustment at lipat ng LA. Full commitment as well. And I have to say, the HE usage of Team Stallions have been perfect so far. Ang dami na lang nakuhang kill by going away from contact. Sheer grenade utility. Ang talino din ng approach dito ng Team Stallions. So alam nila na when it comes to the duels, nakakapalag ang MATTJESS. So let us fight them without giving them any contact. giving them the round. 2-2 ang labanan natin dito by Chris, and it will be Stallions making up another strategy. Unti-unti silang lumalapit sa akyatan dito. Nades pushing up again. Muntik na silang makahuli doon with Kana. Ooh, good counter nade mula sa MATTJESS dito. As we take a look at the upper right hand screen, ito na nga Stallions making a bit of presence sa hotel ulit. At nilipat na ng bypass. Actually, Zach, might that be the worst idea to push LA?
Oh. And if you could get the timing, baka mahanap niya ang kahit sino dito kay KLB. Even the bomb as well. JJ holding that down. Knows the possibility. But Team Stallions are prepared for this. Zach gonna peek in and does get himself ng si JJ. That will drop yung C4. That will put STS at a disadvantage. Zach, we know him to be the type of player that can come up with miracles just like this, and he gets his first opening shot.
Yes, sniper ngayon si Zach along with Rels. Double sniper setup mula sa MATTJESS. Yaba! Ooh, good challenge onto KLB. The IGL going down. Stallions, naku po, nahihirapan sila dito. Ninkyu pushing up the control of space. MATTJESS maximizing. At mag-isa na lang si Loy dito with the HK. Lalapitan si Rels. Uti-uting advance at si Rels. Okay, take down onto with a headshot. Loy stays alive for now. With 1 minute left on the clock, parang ang hirap na nito. Jason moving closer sa RS nila. At si Ninkyu lumalapit na rin sa kanya, no? So Loy about to get overwhelmed. I don't think there's any way Loy can get to the bomb in time and go to plant. Especially with his position, medyo nalalayo siya. And this is prime time for Stallions to create a new strategy na naman kasi napigilan ulit sila ng MATTJESS.
Yeah, and it's also thanks to somewhat of a combination of STS kind of challenging the passive positions. They are noting that for the past few rounds, MATTJESS has been getting the space. Medyo hindi nila alam kung saan mga galing yung first blood for them. So with the hesitation seeping forward, they're giving MATTJESS the time to breathe, actually get themselves the pushes. With Zach getting himself a lot of the kills so far, it's putting up a lot of stress sa kung saan manggagaling ang MATTJESS with their aggression on the GR side. 3-2 tayo. Ninkyu low on HP thanks to the spam all the way from wooden door so far. And yet again, you can see that MATTJESS respecting their opponents right now after a pacey couple of rounds ago. How will STS approach this now? For the past couple, medyo alam nila na may possibility na pwedeng sumabog sa labas ng sites ang MATTJESS.
Totoo. Unpredictability, one of the strengths na meron dito ang MATTJESS. Vents play coming through from Kano and Loy, two of the best riflers in the league. Pero si Yaba nasa taas. Naku po, this is a very powerful position. Laging gumagana itong position na ito ni YBA. Papasok, tatlo sa STS, papuntang A site. Nakakuha ng isa. Kano is down. YBA looking for more. Nasa itaas. Flashes coming through. At dumating na nga yung isang kasapi niya doon. YBA still holding. Hindi pa makapasok ang STS. Pero na, KLP takes down YBA. Jason to take down Loy. Rels is here pero wala pang smoke. KLB taking the fight to MATTJESS. KLP takes down Jason. At papasok na dito ng A site ang Stallions.
Walang magagawa si Rels at si Zach. Wala pa kasi si Ninkyu. They're all waiting for the perfect time to strike them on both sides. While STS are trying to get the space, KLP is holding the cross down and he's able to get the headshot on the way to Ninkyu.
KLB.
Another one onto Rels as well as the plant comes down. Zach in the 1v3. We've seen miracles happen from this kid alone. Will this be a 1v3 clutch para kay Zach? No util. And nothing but an Arctic, a pistol in hand. First contact will be KLB, kills the sniper. It's to be a 1v2 now, but KLB rises to the occasion, gets the round para sa Team Stallions, and with that, execute, puts them up in the tie, 3-3.
Love to see it. STS, medyo nag-iiba-iba na sila ng role dito. No? KLB yung nag-entry doon with Kano going down. Siya yung sumalo sa responsibilidad ng pag-entry, and KLB successful with it, along with phenomenal sniping. KLP, napakaganda na struktura talaga ng BL side dito ng Stallions. MATTJESS unable to cope in that round. 3-3 ang score natin dito. Ninkyu mula sa EB, peeks out. Nakakuha ng isa doon but Lloyd takes him down. Okay, hindi niya napigilan yung pagpasok ng Stallions sa B site. YBA takes down KLP and STS lugi ng isa in this retake. Make that 2 going down para sa Stallions. Si Rels umakyat sa taas. Lloyd trying to find vengeance for his teammate. Pero isa na sa RS, JJ. Naku po, kailangan mo makuha si Jason dito. Rel spotted and Jason taken down. Loy and JJ, what a recovery! And Loy with the double. 1v2 para kay YBA. Kaya ba itarim yung bomba dito, Chris?
The movement from Loy is packing a punch with a 5v2 that they were starting in. Ginawa pang ang dehado para kay Yaba. Will YBA clutch this out? The headshot machine has to be active. Pero so far, JJ and Loy have been on fire. Low on HP tong si JJ. Pero wala nang nades, wala nang kahit anong maibatong masasabog sa mukha nila. At si Loy pa nga ang susunod to get his headshot found kay Yaba. 4-3 tayo. Team Stallions, they brought it back from the brink.
Yep. And the only way they've been doing that is by sheer team play. Na-trade nila yung mga kills. Even with MATTJESS playing a lot of heavy contact, nasasagutan dito ng Stallions because of just how much more cohesive they are as a team. Leading by 1, Stallions. Pero parang hindi pa rin nila gamay ang laruan natin dito, MATTJESS. Sumasagot pa naman. At yung depensa dito ng MATTJESS, napakaganda.
Yeah. Fully expecting another full push from Stallions. Which honestly has given them yung mga decisive rounds na hinaharap nila so far. Where they didn't even need the 4v2s from the previous round that we've had. That's been the only thing that they got going for them na consistent. So if MATTJESS can fully channel back towards their aggressive routes later on, be a big thing. Pero Rel spotted yung ulo. Pero hindi masasaktan yung bungo ni JJ. Si KLP pa nga ang nadamay. Ginamitan ng isang bala para lang mapatay ang isa sa mga pinaka-importanting miyembro ng STS. 5v4 tayo. Double push up on LA. May presensya pa thanks to the nade, thanks to the flash that they got. Pero mukhang handa ang MATTJESS dito. Calling for the rotation, calling for the attention of Jason. Let's see if KLB can get the entry. Flash on in. Nade goes out, gets a little bit more of hesitation. No damage whatsoever from the KL brother so far as Loy will pick up the headshot. Jason down. And the anchors have to get activated. Rel spotted and it will be another for KLB. A second from the IGL. Ninkyu and Zach, the last two players para sa MATTJESS. Spotted pa nga si Yaba. And also gets taken care of. 4v2 tayo. MATTJESS have to play retake.
At dalawa na lang sila dito. Ang ganda pa ng granada ni Loy. Kano takes down Nino. And that's STS with a definitive lead. 5-3. Nako po, Stallions, they did the MATTJESS special dun. Chris, 4-man execute into that A site. Barely any utility. Wala ngang smoke para sa exit. Pero tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagpasok nila. And MATTJESS getting a taste of their own medicine. Hindi nila napigilan makapasok ang Stallions dahil dyan siguradong lamang ang Stallions going into the second half. And MATTJESS have to try and change up their strategy in this last round of their defensive GR side. Mas konserbatibo ang depensa nila dito, Chris.
Kaya nga, hindi na kasi sapat yung mga anchors pa lang eh. Parang na-overwhelm sila. Hindi na rami-raming STS players na pumapajak sa paloob ng site. Loy, first contact found. Yaba gets another. Pero si KLP tatalon at binagsakan pa nga si Yaba.
Uy!
Si Rels na
Rels!
ng quick one papunta kay Loy. We'll get another para dito sa Stallions. Kano gets one. KLB also gets another. Si Ninkyu na lang pulls out the pistol and takes care of KLB. But at the end of the day, it is Stallions that get themselves a 6-3. Sobrang aggressive ng Stallions sa pagpasok sa loob ng A-site.
And you could definitely see why they didn't use a lot of utility pushing to the site. Tinipid nila para sa post plant. Kaya nahirapan mag-retake doon ng matches. Tad-tad ng smoke at HE at flash yung exit. At wala silang madaanan doon dahil dyan 6-3 ang score natin dito as we go into the second half of Ankara. Team Stallions lead by 3 rounds.
And it's impressive then, the way that MATTJESS still have been performing with the rounds that they got. Despite this being a 3-6 for them, they have their own identity. Alam nilang kaya nilang may pagbakbakan in the duels and the aggressive fights. Pero STS kasi with the strat that they got and with the way that they adapt to the situation given to them by MATTJESS, it just puts them at a pedestal. Kitang-kita yung pressure from the moment that they get CA control, they're already locking out anybody na pwedeng mag-flank sa kanila. At kung may flank pa rin, titingnan pa rin yun ng STS. So, their homework has been covered, pero they can never stop the first blood from moving down. Zach gets the shot papunta kay Kano, and that's already the star player from STS gone, but they still have to deal with 4 other stars shining brightly on the server.
Napakaganda ng mga angulo lagi ni Zach dito, no? Even on the BL side, nakakahuli pa rin siya. And this time, it is cannot to fall down in RS, kaya pwedeng pumunta ng high mid dito ang mga player ng MATTJESS. Rels also has his TRG, pero si Loy, papasok ng CA, could be able to take down si YBA. At yung mga players ng MATTJESS nasa TB, papunta ng B-side, Chris.
So, spotted pa nga. He knows it, but Ninkyu already gets the entry on down. So JJ, the hotel player, is already out of commission. KLP, pistol out, gets himself one, gets himself two. KLP, the lone guard that they got on the site. Mukhang siya na lang ang kinailangan at siya pa nga ang tatapos. 3 kills for KLP, si YBA na lang. And with the bomb down, it's not gonna be possible. Almost with the flick shot. But it's Team Stallions. Thanks to Loy and KLP, they shut down the aggression from MATTJESS.
Yan, YBA with a valiant effort. Sinubukan niya talaga mag-flick to get the second player of Stallions, but it just wasn't enough. Mid-air, tinamaan na siya ng bala doon. And Stallions pulling the lead even further. 7-3 ang laban na natin dito, Ramon. And MATTJESS have to dig deep. Remember, we talked about this sa map dito. Ankara is the map where they have the biggest chance of taking the win. And so far, KLP rather, dwindling those chances near zero. Ninkyu is down.
Oh my goodness, man. Kung ganito ka, init pa lang si KLP. And I'm a little bit worried about MATTJESS. They've been sweating for that mid-control. And with Ninkyu, one of the players na medyo ina-expect mo pa sana mag-pop off para lang magkaroon ng advantage ang MATTJESS. Siya pa nga unang napaslang. So it becomes an even taller task para sa MATTJESS na makasecure ng map control. 4v5 tayo. Double setup over towards that A site, giving MATTJESS on mid. A lot of space to breathe, and Loy spots out YB8, takes him down with the spray down. KLP pa nga ang nabigyan ng trade-off to give it a 3v4 for MATTJESS. Jason with a lot of space on that mid side. At least give them an ample amount of space to breathe in, pero still, may 2-2 setup pa rin ang Stallions on both sides of the map, kaya medyo covered na ang bases para sa kanila on the 1 minute mark.
JJ and RS, nakita na ni Rels, and here we have it, MATTJESS. When it comes to the duels, they are a powerhouse. JJ is down, papasok na nga ba ng A dito? Mukhang nagsiset-up ng MATTJESS, Chris, and Roy is down.
Nako, ang ganda ng win con, pero may isa pa si KLB, spotted pa nga. Jason gets the double kill. Mukhang si Kano pa nga, the star player for STS, has to shine brightly on the server and already starts himself with one. Rels down, puts it in a 1v2. Zach and Jason sama-sama na spot pa nga ni Zach, does not hit the shot. Gives Kano another opportunity to clutch it down. 25 seconds. It's a may Ven spotted pa si Jason, and it's another headshot. It's a 1v1 and it's up against Zach. Pulls out the pistol, and Kano, the best Filipino player, shows everybody how it's done. A 3v1 clutch. Puts it up in 8 rounds para sa Team Stallions.
That has to be heartbreak para sa MATTJESS. Kano, what have you done? Inuubos niya na ang mga pangarap dito ng MATTJESS na makaakyat papunta sa China. 8-3 Kano, the Dream Crusher. Just securing every single round of this defense para sa Team Stallions. At hindi makalagpas ang MATTJESS kahit isa. Ay, Ramon. How does this feel for the players of MATTJESS in Ankara, the first set of the day? They are starting to crumble.
Not looking good, man. Their best shot so far on a first map win, dwindling by the minute. A 1v3 na na-isolate sana ni Kano would have given him the confidence. And all of that, dwindling so far. And with MATTJESS now, medyo na tagpa nga tong si Rels ng onte, spotting the Metacore jersey that we also have. Metacore is mentioned. Imagine mo. Last few days so far, but KLP has an idea, peeks it down almost like a lateral, but gets himself into anyway. Jason has to be careful about the second peak, so he does jump in towards the mid-side aggression. 4v5 tayo ngayon. STS noting the position so far up. MATTJESS, they know that one player is on tunnels. They know that KLP can actually get a little bit more aggressive with this. When will KLB strike? May isang tao doon sa position. Yaba spots him out. Pangalan itong si KLP. Si Zack mukhang na-activate pa nga and takes care of Loy as well. 4v3, STS a little bit too aggressive on their mark and Matches are punishing them by the second. KLB na lang. How will the leader step up? All of his troops, all of his soldiers are down for the count. Spotted pa nga ni Rels pero ang ganda ng flash na binato sa kanya. What will KLB do? 40 seconds after the bomb plant and Rels will take care of them. IGL to IGL. And with one perfect right hook, smack it to the face of KLB. 4-8 tayo ngayon.
And there you have it, Matches picking up the round. Stallions with a little bit of a mistake, na-push sila ng medyo malalim doon and Matches just punish them, individual players. Pero ito na, speaking of pushing, KLP, JJ, Kano, pick up one apiece. At yung Matches walang matakbuhan, deep into bypass and RS, mag-isa na lang si Yaba and he will go down to the hands of the superstar, Kano. Stallions, pick up set point.
Yan ang stampede na hinahanap natin from Team Stallions. From the get-go, you know that they're gonna be analyzing your every move. At kapag alam na nilang kaya ka nilang i-overpower, they will. Kano, fully pushing back on that mid side. From the tunnels we push, you know that he wants to get aggressive and he does so papunta kay Jason. It's JJ that also unlocks the second kill. MATTJESS fumbling from the pressure. Pero si Nintyu lalaban pa. Si Loy gumugusto pa. Lumalapit papunta kay Nintyu at sinampal pa nga sa muka. 4v2. Yaba and Zack. Last two bastions of hope, but Ankara is slowly fading from their fingers. Yaba just needing one shot and it's KLB to deliver. A 10-4 for Team Stallions, marking first blood on the BO5 special.
And look at the face of KLB. He knows he's done something special here in Ankara. Stallions take the win in set number 1. And a thunderous introduction sa playoffs dito, Ramon. 10-4 against Matches.
Yep, and it's something that we kind of expected din para sa kanila, Stallions. It wasn't perfect, pare. Pero the way that they synced themselves comfortably into the matchup, nakita mo na yun eh. From the moment that they had multiple flanks in a row and the times that they actually felt their retakes and the amount of times as well na nag-workout yung mga BL pushes nila dito, you could tell that it took only a couple of rounds para lang malaman natin that they are in playoffs form as we always expect them to be.
Yep. And you could see Stallions, they made a crucial mistake, but immediately in the round number 13, the round right after that, they switched it up. I mean, I called them out for a little bit of an individualistic mistake, but then they all pushed dito sa akyatan and got all the players of Matches. Talagang tinapos na nila dito, Ramon. They immediately cut out that mistake and reinforced it by sending all 4 players deep into enemy lines. And it absolutely worked. This is how a well-oiled machine works, and this is how Stallions always take the podium and get to that international stage, is because they learn from each and every mistake.
And that's the thing, right? It's not always about the best mechanics. It's always about how you prepare, how you adapt as a team talaga. And with this, I think it is safe to say the Team Stallions really have the best mental out of everybody in the playoff stage so far. And that in itself is a very, very big weapon. We'll be throwing it over to the panel kay Bipolar at saka kay Sneaky Frog. Ang first set papunta sa Team Stallions. Paano kaya makakabawi ang Matches dito, Bipolar?
I mean, maraming salamat mga casters. It's been a rough time for Matches. I don't know, Ramon, if they can bounce back after this kasi Sneaky, it was a good start for both teams pero parang nakawala bigla talaga yung Stallions natin dito. They just ran away with a 10-4 win.
I really feel like naramdaman natin lahat yung breakpoint ng laro na to.
Yeah.
I think the early wasn't too bad para dito sa Matches. In all honesty na pare, I feel like yung Stallions were playing a bit too passive. Yung first 4 rounds natin, I feel like they're trying to anticipate siguro yung aggression na gagawin na Matches dito sa start ng game. But then, ayun nga, it kinda became a bit of a back and forth. Pero nagkakaroon talaga ng moments where Stallions really just do have a good, one good mid-round call, pare, and their momentum is off the charts. And may kita naman natin yun with the score.
Yeah, very much so. Talagang dire-diretso naman after the first half. I was also gonna be highlighting our players na kung saan maganda yung GR side dito ng matches. They were able to get like 3 rounds in the entirety of their 4 points here. Just because na-force sila maging team players. Nung nasa BL side na sila man, naghiwa-hiwalay sila, which I think is a crucial factor on battling out Team Stallions. A player base kung saan everyone is hitting a headshot percentage with above 0.4, 0.64 on KLB, 0.62 as well on Lon.
Yeah, still pretty much props dito kay Yaba, no? I really feel like he's kind of one of the few people that kind of, you know, stayed in, or at least made matches stay in for contention, no? Dito sa ating angkara na map. But at the same time, man, I mean, it's the usual suspects na naman. Loy, Kano, KLB. At the same time, pare, playoffs KLP may have arrived dito sa tournament natin. This has happened time and time again every single year. KLP, yun nga, no, granted naging 50-50 yung kanyang playoff performances from last year. I feel like there is gonna be a different demon inside of him, pare. But of course, the set MVP, it is gonna be Loy, the former MATTJESS entry ngayon turned into Stallion support player, pare. Grabe. I mean, Loy, it's been a revelation para sa kanya ever since he joined itong Stallions, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he's a support player that is not entirely really set na support player ka lang, no. Loy is more than that. At dahil dyan, in a team wherein it's full of star players, Loy outshines them. Kapag nasa server na siya, kapag nasa mapa na siya, you know he will be providing these kind of angles, these kind of picks kung saan you're ultimately in a disadvantage, pero pag buhay pa rin si Loy, makakuha pa din kayo ng maraming wins and maraming gunfights that become in your favor. Nakita na natin dito, sometimes siya pa ang nauna in these kinds of pushes, but yeah, a great start nonetheless for Loy and his squad. 10-4, man, that is something that you should be looking forward to for our next 4 matches. Hopefully, umabot tayo sa best of 5 na pangmatagalan. But of course, first win in these sets goes to Stallions. Magbabalik po ang ating CFS PH Regional Finals for this set number 2.
Grabe with that spray down! Oh!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines battle.
You are watching the Filipino Crossfire of the regional finals, and dahil dyan, nasa set 2 na tayo, Sneaky Frog. I'm hearing a lot of noise na marami talaga nakatutok sa atin dito, especially that this is playoffs now already. Welcome to Philippine Crossfire Philippines ni Hauma, Juan Ying Laidao, Crossfire Fay Rubin. Pasok na pasok.
Yung nagawa mo na, nagawa mo.
Pwede na mag-chengdu, Sneaky.
Mr. Worldwide.
Pwede na.
Pwede na. Pwede na, but ayun nga, this map number 2 is gonna be very interesting, no, for yung international audience natin, because they do get to watch Stallions on sub-base, which is quite a rarity, no, pagdating dito sa international play, as it is always match stage and playoff games. So ayun nga, it's gonna be quite the treat. Both teams really good on their respective sides dito sa map na to, and I can't wait for us to start, pare.
I mean, in a neighborhood kung saan these players are gonna be shining through and through, it's time to give a sneak peek to everybody that's watching. It's Stallions versus Matches once again. It's time to throw it to our casters deck, Daedom and Ramon. What's going on there?
Yeah, I think everything's working, no? The mic's working, all the teams are playing at mukhang ayos na ayos tayo dito para sa second set natin of Sub-Base. Historically, one of the most known maps para sa ating parehong teams, lalo na para sa Stallions ngayon, pare. It's been a long time since a team has pressured them on this map, particularly nung PH Masters, nung kanalaban nila ang Pacific. Pero, it is not just we're also talking about ngayon, man.
Exactly. Alam mo, Chris, this matchup to me, parang ano to parang street fight. We're going back to basics, we're going back to sub-base between these two Cebuano teams, and man, I cannot wait how these two will bout it out. I mean, yes, Ankara, I already said it is the most important part of this series for matches, but I think now that with that pressure off, I think they can actually perform even better dito sa set number 2 natin, sub-base. I mean, granted, this is Stallions, we're talking about worldwide recognition ang naabot ng sub-base nila. Matches, it's time to prove their mettle against some of the world's best.
Yeah, I mean, you can already note down the amount of teams that they've also faced up on this map, already showing everybody that they all have the most notable sub-base that we've got dito sa ating liga overall as well. Pero, syempre, let's put a little bit of a spotlight para sa MATTJESS dito so far, no? Even in Impact Summer, this is also a map that they use as a weapon so much, no? So, parang aggressive when it comes to the MR pushes. And every time that they also have some coverage dun sa may second mid, it's almost like not any a lot of teams can actually get themselves the entry. Pero up against one of the best, if not the best sub-base team in the world.
Yes.
It is a huge challenge para sa MATTJESS kung makakaabot nga sila. Let's see if they can actually prove themselves worthy of being the sub-base killers dito sa mapa natin. It is STS now on BL. You can tell how comfortable they are on the map. Even with the smoke, they are pushing it a little bit too close. Kano with one, KLB with a second, and already they have control over CR.
Kano, KLB taking down those two defenders sa second mid, pero si Zach playing from missile. Looking at KLB, the nades are coming in, yung mga HE dito, kinakalog yung missile, but JJ takes down YBA. Lipat muna ng B-site, this mid-rounding from Stallions, signature and absolutely perfect.
Yeah, man, I mean, from the get-go, parang plug and play lang, even if it has been pretty much some time para lang makapasok dito ang STS, no? It took absolutely none para lang makaabot sila doon sa may second mid. Kills off one, pushes into a CR, and now MATTJESS forced into the retake from behind. JJ down from Jason, sprayed on. It's a 2v2, low in HP. Alam na nila yun, kaya with a flash shot, it will be KLP. Putting Jason down, 2 versus 1. It's up against Zach, but with 10 seconds on the clock, it's an impossible task, especially with a dropping KLB. 1-0 sa Team Stallions ngayon. It's brutal from the start. A little bit iffy on the finish.
Yeah, big props kay KLB doon, no? The on-the-fly decision-making of the Team Stallions IGL. Really next level, but Zach hits the shot. Going down early. Tinamaan pa nga si JJ doon, and Woods is now a death trap for Team Stallions. Smoke's gonna be used just to try and buy a little bit of space, pero si Loy papasok na dito sa luwag. Jason with a pistol doesn't hit the shots, but STS down to the last two players. Loy and KLB trying to get the bomb planted. KLB will be the last man standing as MATTJESS close in on this defense. At ito rin sinasabi natin dito, no home court advantage for Stallions. MATTJESS are just as comfortable here in subbase, and KLB goes down. MATTJESS is up.
Double sniper setup. And with the first shot ringing true, Zach with a 3K. Dito sa second round natin, is showing as he is comfortable now. He will be a big threat pag nagtagal yung matchup natin. Parang pinaulit lang ng STS yung naging aggressive push nila doon, pero hindi sila nakaabot sa second part ng execute nila dahil lang sa presence. On second mid, neto agad ng sniper nila ng MATTJESS. Nintyu gets the first opening with the spray down papunta dun sa smoke. Kills off KLB, pero he's the IGL. So okay lang, his contributions on the server will be how he communicates as the leader, using all of his truths to actually get themselves map control anywhere else.
KLB down. Ito yung mga round na nahihirapan dito ang Stallions, eh. But with KLB down, he has a better map control dito, no? Can look at the map, focus on the shot calling. Loy out as well. Naku po, this is where things get really challenging for Stallions. Again, they really have to try and avoid the contact play from MATTJESS, which had been oh so deadly on this GR side. And we start off sub-base the same way we started off!
What?
Ankara, Kano! How do you find a kill like that?
What the heck? Second mid, papunta doon sa may CR peak. All the way to Ninkyu's face. I believe he never even expected that. Preparations from STS showing on the server. Pero can clutch shot this 3 versus 4. Push on in the 1 minute mark. And Yaba gets overwhelmed by so many people on STS. Jason gets the trade off. 2v3. Jason pulls out the pistol. One shot. And JJ goes down. It's all going to be down to Kano. But he's done this before. Can he do it again? 1v1. And with a double kill to start. It almost becomes a fumble for Zach. But the pistol becomes the insurance policy. 2-1 para sa MATTJESS.
Na-headshot pa nga si Kano doon. Zach again proving that MATTJESS will take the fight to you and win the duels. KLP na bato ng Granada. At iiwanan muna niya ang MR for now. Passage play from KLP. Holding down MR. And remember, KLP down to half HP. Yung second mid natin, medyo maingay na rin from Stallions. At nakapuslet si Loy. Waiting for a setup dito sa may luwag. And again, it's a lot of bullets getting thrown onto Stallions' way, but Serrel's going down early. KLP somehow finds an angle. And ito, yung default ng Stallions, something that MATTJESS might not be prepared for.
Yeah. A team that will always innovate when it comes to this map alone. A team that even the top 1 team in CFS stars overall. Well, she crumbled recently sa Fire Legends, pero Ninkyu.
Uy!
Moving a little bit too far. Na-spot na nga itong si JJ. And even adjust onto Kano. Sobrang low on HP, pero buti na lang KLB's here to save the day. 4v3 tayo. Aggressive moves on MR. Puts MATTJESS on notice. They put tong si Yaba, the solo anchor on lockers. Kaya ba niyang i-force out yung mga players ng STS na mag-rotate? Mukhang hindi kinailangan ng presence niya. They are gonna rotate papunta doon sa may midside.
In place on Ninkyu could have been the turnaround for MATTJESS, but he wasn't able to find much off of it. Meaning we're still stuck with a 4 versus 3 in favor of Stallion. Si Loy manggagaling sa vents. And CR, Jason is trying to hold, but he's got too many angles to look at.
Too much to handle. Feel the pressure. Come on to Zach as well. It does. KLB 1 and Loy will also get another. It is just chesswork para sa STS. 2-2 tayo. Every single player coming up online to make it a tight game dito sa sub-base.
Yes, 2-2 Stallions. Wow, what a pounce in that last round against MATTJESS. KLP strikes onto Rels. Ninkyu nakahanap din ng isa doon as KLP does go down here in locker. Uy, Loy with a quick dip into passage. Lalayo muna STS. This dip and dive into the duck, actually looking really good, making the most out of the space created. Loy takes down Zach at papasok na ng B-side dito ang STS. Kano with the shot onto Ninkyu, and Jason won't be able to do anything in the face of the Stallions. IGL 3-2. Stallions pick up the lead.
It's a Loy classic for him. Push up in towards Forklift. Kitang-kita yung passage play, and once he got himself in that position, that is instant pressure sa GR side ng MATTJESS, forcing them to peek onto him. Already, the MVP from the first set, mainit sa ating second. At kapag online, ang mga kailangan mag-online dito sa STS, mahirap silang kalabanin, lalo na when they start on that BL side. 3-2 tayo. It's a 2-1-2 setup para sa players on MATTJESS on the GR side. So only Stallions just mixing it up. MR controlled by them. May tao na nakagitna lang dun sa may woods. All the options available para sa Stallions.
Still a lot of second mid presence. Kita mo talaga na wood is a point of focus para dito sa atake ng Team Stallions. Loy just waiting in vents. And it is a double sniper para dito kay Rels and Zach, who are holding at very different angles. Nakapuslet si KLB sa locker. Pupunta na ng 2F. And there is gonna be a triple stack. But Zach is going down. Kano with another nasty angle. And Kano trying to penetrate. Rel setting up with a flash, but he goes down to the hands of KLP. What a crunch from Stallions. Pinasok ang B-side from two different angles. 2v5 retake! And Jason goes down. Mag-isa na lang si Ninkyu. Chris, and I don't think he's gonna be able to do anything at all. Stallions pick up an even bigger lead.
That is just textbook para sa Stallions. They put all the attention papunta kay Kano on second mid. He shows us another wall bang. He calls everybody from MATTJESS to challenge him, pero nakalimutan nila na may lockers push na nangyayari para dito sa Stallions, taking care of the anchors and forcing them to actually play on their terms. Pero Zach and Rels, the double sniper setup, now coming up online where they need to the most. Kano now makes it a trade-off in time, pero si Jason papasok papunta kay Loy. 2v4 tayo. A-site on full lockdown. They're forcing STS to play a machine room, pero because STS are actually a unit in every single player that they have, confident sila na mag-separate in the 2 versus 4. Yan nga lang, si Ninkyu preparadong preparado. Nasa kanya pa yung C4. So si Kano na lang ang natitira. Si Kanoto at the end of the day, kayang-kaya kahit 1v5 pa, pero with the shot papunta kay Yaba, it's not gonna be enough for Kano. 4-3 tayo. MATTJESS finally fighting back dito.
Yep. MATTJESS 3-4. Keeping the set score close, and the snipers have been key dito. No? Rels and Zach, kailangan makahanap sila ng mas marami pang ganon. Rels running away from Loy, holding the grenade. Pero si Rels, naku po, mali ang hawak mo dyan. Should have been holding a gun. And Loy will pick him off. Rels down early. And JJ playing MR again, working MR. While Stallions, 5-man strong. Alam din ng Stallions na whoever gets the first pick has a massive advantage. And now they will take out Rels, one of the key snipers of MATTJESS.
Alam mo yung gusto ko talaga sa pinapanood ko dito sa Stallions, they already have their assigned positions by the get-go, and sobrang galing na lang i-control yun. For the past couple of rounds now, si Loy laging aggressive sa pagpunta sa passage. And hindi lang siya yung parang ganun eh. Sometimes si Kano makikita mo sa woods, sometimes it would be another player. Pero si Ninkyu, shutting down tong si KLP, not holding the TRG. It only needed one shot from the 417 para lang makuha niya yung nag-iisa na pupush on MR. But Kano also showing that he can push it a little bit too closely. Papunta sa bungo ni Ninkyu. Ginawa bang 4v3 to? Pero si Yaba, headshot machine din to. Kinopa yung pangalawa at mukhang sasakto pa si Loy on the rotation. 1v2 para kay Zach. Can he do another miracle yet again? Misses the first shot and Loy picks up the double. 5-3, Stallions under a lot of pressure. Show na kayang-kaya nila kahit ang daming nakapasok sa site.
Yeah, Ninkyu showing a little bit of disrespect doon. No, shouldn't have peeked again. Should have expected some reinforcement, but now he pays the price once more. KLP wins the duel this time. Sabi niya, sinswerte ka na masyado, Ninkyu. Oh, eto, TRG and KLB to take down Zach from second mid as well. It's an absolute massacre as Stallions wipe floor with MATTJESS 6-3 in the first half.
Back-to-back 6-3 tayo sa first halves natin. Even on sub bases has been the same story time and time again. Pero ang napapansin ko sa MATTJESS ngayon, hindi sila masyadong aggressive no? Parang naglalaro sila sa pace and tempo ng Stallions. Binibigay nila yung passage, binibigay nila yung woods. Paulit-ulit ang naging first bloods ng Stallions dahil lang sa nakuha nilang space sa mapa. So far, MATTJESS now trying to set the tempo. This time, Rels has the shot kay KLP. It will be the superstar sniper down. Pero remember, JJ also has his capabilities. Rels pushing up one passage, trying to get himself another open line. Rels with a shot. Papunta kay Kano. But with one headshot, Loy just shuts down Rels just like that. But in the end, MATTJESS already secured yung papuntang shotter. Si JJ at si KLB papunta na lang on the way. KLB gets one, possibly get the second. Pero yun nga lang, Yaba at the right place at the right time will secure the first round of the second half para sa MATTJESS.
And MATTJESS with their signature brute force, dire-diretso sila doon sa DR. But unfortunately, it will not. Will it be enough to actually score? Currently, a little bit still close. So, Stallions have to watch out for the brute force approach na palaging nalalabas dito ng MATTJESS whenever pressure comes to them. Pero yung Stallions, their positions, very reactionary. No, Loy jumping, gaining information. Wala pa siyang nakikita so far. Habang si Kano tumitingin-tingin lang. Where's the sniper of KLP? Deep into that B site. Nabangan niya lang na may mag-push ng locker. And if you take a look at the positions ng Stallions dito, Chris, very conservative.
Yeah. The only times that they're respecting yung opponents nila on MATTJESS. Granted no? Hindi sila masyadong aggressive at this point given in time. Just knowing the capabilities of what both of these teams can do on the server. Scoreboard itself just show kung sino yung pinakamainit on the line right now, and coincidentally, two of them already holding up yung second mid na yan. So if Jason pushes a little bit too far, siya na nga ang una magiging patay dito. How will MATTJESS secure this BL side so far? Every single count has been accounted for para sa Stallions on GR.
Yep. They're ready. Ready to punish any player from MATTJESS na susubukang kumuha ng kill. Pero mukhang nalapit na sila ng A-site dito, Chris. A lot of people in the wag.
KLB has to be careful. It will be the first shot. Zach and Rels, the double sniper. Precise sa pagkuha nila ng space on the wag. How will they peek this out? As it will be a 4v3 this time. Stallions trying to fight back with blood, but Zach's gonna jump on them. Ninkyu also gets another. Si Loy na lang ang natitira. Sobrang init ni Loy all throughout. But can he pull off a 1v4 clutch? Yaba challenges him. Wallbang pamunta kay Loy. Inabot hanggang 5-6. MATTJESS showing everybody na kayang-kaya ang sub-base laban sa Stallions.
And this is that home court we're talking about. There is no advantage for Stallions whatsoever because MATTJESS, ito rin ang paborito nila. Especially on that BL side, MATTJESS can be explosive pero si Stallions making his way to the backlines. Naku po, wala siyang nakita pero kinig niya na naghahagis ng granada dito ang mga player ng MATTJESS. Napuslitan niya na agad si Zach at dito sa likod ng bomba, papasok si Loy but Jason says no, Loy is down and a great start for MATTJESS pero may isa pang manggagaling sa likod si KLB.
KLB noted on his position. Siya yung isa sa mga dapat magka-cover para kay Loy. Pero since napatay si Loy, si KLB spotted at mukhang napatay pa nga niya si Yaba. Sobrang low on HP ni Rels kaya kailangan tumama ang TRG na dito. Nakabalik si KLB papunta doon sa may lockers. Punting an ample amount of defense back on Stallions despite Loy giving himself up.
4 versus 4. Rels is 1 but still holding on to the sniper. This is still a very hard defense to penetrate from Stallions, no? Because JJ still up. Actually, si JJ yung naka-sniper ngayon. Ang KLB on the HK. And JJ playing from missile. This is an off angle. Baka hindi expect dito ni Zach. And Jason pushing it up with the flash. JJ still picks a kill even when flash. JJ gets a double. At MATTJESS makakapasok na sila to get the bomb planted.
My God, they even call up tong si Rels. So mas lalo may hanapan dito si Zach as Kano pushes his buttons. Gets the 7-5 and that's all thanks to JJ. Despite the flashes, despite the amount of people na nag-push sa kanya all the way towards that A site, talagang alam niya kung paano laruin to. Flashed on now, pushes on in, and even takes care of them before he dies. Makes it an even challenge para sa Stallions on that defense.
7-5 Stallions. Hindi nila hayaan na lumagpas yung dalawa or kumulang ng dalawa yung lamang nila dito sa matches. But you could see just how much MATTJESS are thinking about this attack. Taking as much time as possible and waiting at least at the 1 minute mark. Ito yung result eh. STS, nagbabato sila ng utility that doesn't nearly translate to anything for MATTJESS, but its resources dwindling. Starting to fall off for Stallions because KLP may angulo. Nakita yung balikat ni Rels. And that's one of the snipers of MATTJESS down.
My God, man. I mean, in the conversation of the greatest snipers dito sa Pilipinas, KLP should not be forgotten that conversation, pare. He is willing to take those early fights pa rin talaga. Knows the pure angles. Pero si Zac pwede din sumagot dito sa ating laban na 4v4. Push on in from Lockers. JJ prepared. Pero si Zac mukhang kaya pa. Winasak ang depensa. TRG at pistol sapat na. 1v3. Kano na lang natitira. 14 kills on his name after mapatay si Zac. 1 minute mark, 1v2, C4 down as well doon sa may MR. Kailangang i-challenge.
Naku po.
Agad din Ninkyu at saka
Si
ni
Kano.
Yabato. Pero si Kano lumalapit. Si Kano mismo ang lumalapit. Pero si Ninkyu nalaman kung saan manggagaling ng isang mga pinakamalakas dito sa Pilipinas.
Wow.
6-7 ang laruan. MATTJESS fully showing their true colors.
Exactly, the brute force MATTJESS. How did they win the 4v5 entry? I don't know, Chris. And Kano starts it off strong. Hindi niya nahahayaan na makapasok ng
Naku
MR si
po.
Jason at si Rels. That is again Rels going down early at si Ninkyu sasagot. Pero si JJ may sagot din. Ninkyu Zac hindi makalabas ng RS. Pinupuntir yan na ni Kano. And the boy is on the hunt. Kano on the board 4 times in this round. And STS push to 8.
Grabe, men. Kung slow game kanina nung first set natin, ngayon he is showing kung bakit siya ngayon ang pinag-uusapan ng lahat ng broadcast talents, kung bakit siya ang dapat pinapanood, kung bakit siya ang dapat tinitingnan ng kalaban niya. Kano with an absolute banger of a second set. 18 kills to his name. Puts STS back up to 8-6. Puts it up in towards their GR side. All their trust in towards that Lockers hold. Mukhang bibigyan na lang ito kay KLP para lang makita yung angle. Habang ang MATTJESS slowly creeping up on towards that second mid and woods position.
Lots of noise and contact from Kano to win the fight dito laban kay Rels. MATTJESS, I give them commendations. Ang tapang nila mag-push sa smoke pero si Kano kasi yung katapat nyo. You can't do that. At si KLB nalapit sa may luwag dito. Poking and prodding, just seeing if he can get a kill. But that's hefty damage already. Rels again. Siya yung laging nakuha dito ni Kano at ng early contact from Stallions.
Kaya nga talagang prepared sila on the possibility of that second mid push. Just fully knowing that MATTJESS is on their last legs of this BL side. They are willing to try anything. Pero STS with the setup that they have, halos imposible na pwede silang makamarka on the way towards that second mid. Now with the 50-second mark, they still have the C4. They still have all the pressure in the world. Finally, with the wall bang and into the spray down, Jason secures himself itong si Kano. 4 versus 4, 40 seconds. Kailangan nilang gumawa ng desisyon. Saan sila papasok? The C4 making its way possibly in towards that passage push. Priming up on what could be a split up papunta doon sa may B site. But they have to be careful about Loy and his position. Zac takes care of it. Siya may hawak na rifle ngayon. Pero si KLP, pistol out, gets the double kill. Si Yabo na lang natitira. TRG ang hawak, nakabingwit na ng isa. Pero si JJ, Pures with the double kill. Set point para sa Team Stallions on their way to a 2-0.
Ito na nga. 1 round away from picking up their signature map, that is sub-base at si Kano. What is that angle? Decapitates YBA. At lilipat naman ng second mid. Kano looking for the next. This is Kano on the sniper, by the way. And he's looking for contact. Ninkyu, ito yung hinahanap mo. A duel with Kano. O sige, palagan mo.
Sobrang bet na yung sitwasyon para dito kay Kano no? He started with that TRG, he's low on HP, but it is still the best weapon for him. Not the weapon that you expect out of him, but KLB pang sa Jason, a bit of info and a bit of damage done. Fully noting the Vents player has to be careful about the first peak, pero bantay na bantay sarado. Second mid down, that's JJ with another one as STS are on their way to making it that 2-0, and it started with another one. STS dominating yung first two sets natin. And MATTJESS, man, I mean, there's nothing that you can do. Every player coming up online, and in the semifinals, kamuntikan na, eto na ata ang magiging set para sa Stallions.
Yeah, and you can feel Kano warming up. You can feel him warming up to the competition. Medyo mabagal din ang simula ng Stallions dito, much like in Ankara. But then in the second half, when Kano started to feel like he could control this game, ginawa niya na nga yun. With the sniper, with the rifle, Kano felt like he was all over the place in a good way. Very, very impactful. Of course, is Kano, as he always been. Yung matches hindi na naka-recover ever since then. I mean, again, MATTJESS, I give them commendations for being still the fearless team that they are. But at this point, you cannot risk it anymore, especially dahil 2-0 na ang set score natin, Gramon.
Yeah, man. 2-0, man. Ito yung parang na-expect natin out of this roster alone. This is a team that will always adapt, will always provide something new to the table. Pero it was the good old sub-base for them at the end of the day. Oo, home court advantage ng pareho nating teams. Pero this is built on multiple layers kasi para dito sa Team Stallions. Masyado na malalim ang strat book, masyado na nagulat dahil doon sa TRG pickup na meron kay Kano. Actually ended it with 20 plus kills sa buong set natin dito. So, I mean, what else can you say? The Wonder Kid is online on the server.
Ridiculous performance yet again. And I feel like Stallions, they are heating up even more for our set number 3. And well, it is going to be Eagle Eye 2.0, a map that MATTJESS picked up, but this is another one of those signature Stallions maps eh.
Totoo. Kahit sub-base man yan, kahit Eagle Eye pa, STS will be comfortable wherever you go. But where will MATTJESS go dahil dito? Bipolar and Sneaky Frog, sagutin niyo nga yung tanong ko.
I mean, it's up to them, Ramon. It's down to 2-0 now, and breaking news, just 1 point away from getting this series for Stallions. And they are now, just again, 1 set away from Chengdu bound or finals bound as well. Sneaky, what a game. Ito na yung ito na yung sub-base na alam natin for Stallions. Just full-on domination. Yes, again, the first half is going back and forth dito for MATTJESS and Stallions. Kaso nga lang man, nung nag-activate na si Kano, nung nakita natin siya na dire-diretso kumukuha ng mga wall banks na hindi naman niya nakikita yung kalaban, dun mo na nalaman, STS, easy na to para sa kanila from this point on.
Yeah, this is probably yung map na actually was probably had the most eyes on it, no? Yung mga international teams natin nag-prepare para sa specific na map na to. Pero para naman dito sa Stallions, I really feel like it was pretty natural para sa kanila yung laruan overall. I mean, yung PL side pa lang nakita na natin na, they're already dominating yung depensa dito na MATTJESS. And of course, with MATTJESS not having that much momentum sa nakita natin ng map number 1, and kagaya nga ng point na sinabi ko kanina, Bipolar. MATTJESS needs that map number 1 win para makakuha sila ng momentum, and going into sub-base is not really helping with their confidence. Pero granted, I'll still compliment itong MATTJESS because they did better than some international teams dito sa sub-base ng Stallions, pare.
Yeah, looking at it, 10 to 6, 16 rounds. 6 go into the hands of MATTJESS. Ninkyu, 1.07, 1.18 naman kay Zach. These two players have been carrying the team right now. Samahan mo pa dito ng forces ni Yaba. Good headshots, by the way, on Ninkyu. 0.87. And that is actually insane. Some of the squads dito medyo lackluster pa siguro. Yun nga talaga eh. The first map natin dito took a toll on them, and it's relaying onto sub-base. Pero for Stallions, 2.5, 2-0 on Kano. And this is what you want to see from Stallions. Tama nga ba, Sneaky?
Oh, for sure. Ayun, I still want to compliment itong si Ninkyu and si Zach for keeping the team in, dito sa laruan natin. I feel like those two are the reasons why they even got all the way up to 6. And ayun nga, I did expect this coming in for the Stallions, especially para kay Kano. I love the gun choices, man. Para sa Stallions especially. Like,
Yeah.
3 EBRs, isang HK, second mid is about to be full of bullet holes, pare, kasi yung mga pintuan talaga hindi nila papabayaan lang ng basta-basta. Pero KLB ang magiging set MVP natin, the captain, El Capitan na naman with another one. And ayun nga, no, one of yung players dito na Stallions. Granted, he is the IGL, pare, but his output is just like in any other rifler, pare.
Yeah, iba ang ginawa dito ng KLB. The sheer pushes as well, yung pagiging agresibo ito ni KLB, we'll be seeing in the highlights as well, na dire-diretso lang. This man is fearless pagdating dito sa labanan na to. Nakikita nga natin siya, he always puts himself kapag GR side, nasa dito siya towards the missile, pero ngayon, man, he is all around the map. He is going crazy. Nakikita mo dito, leading the charge as well with the HK M14, kahit anong baril ang gamitin dito ni KLB. He is on fire nonetheless, and still Stallions now looking pretty good. Loy as your first MVP, tapos susunod mo dito si KLB. Yung star players natin na inaabangan ng mga international teams like KLP and Kano, not really up there yet kasi parang again, natural lang talaga ang laruan dito ng Stallions, and you love to see that these players shining all throughout. Everybody, that is our second set of the day. Sub-base na po yun. Magbabalik po ang CFS PH Regional Finals with our set number 3. We'll be right back.
Gotista lang yun! At si KSA tapos KSA gets the okay! KNP! Yo, Beb with that spray down! Oh! For KSA!
Crossfire Philippines ba?
And we're back. Mabilisan lang po ang break natin dito kasi tuloy-tuloy pa din ang labanan ng dalawang teams na ito. Of course, it's Stallions versus MATTJESS. Sneaky, it's been a rough time for MATTJESS 2-0. Pero Stallions, man, it's talagang sabi mo, natural lang to sa kanila. This is just another day of Stallions domination.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, sub-base, that is home court para sa kanila dito. It's familiar territory, no. And I did really expect na ayun nga Kano and obviously itong si KLB to perform in this map, and I mean any rifler to perform, no. Para nga dito sa Stallions when it comes to itong sub-base, and it probably will be the same dito sa map number 3. I think para dito sa map number 3 especially, we're probably gonna see a bigger spotlight para dito kay KLP, considering he's a very important piece dito sa A defense ng Eagle Eye para sa Stallions. So hopefully we do see him. Pero MATTJESS, man, really hope na makabawi sila kasi Zack and NQ, they're starting to heat up.
Yeah, they have to be ready as well kasi ito na yung one of the maps na talagang pinursige na i-practice at i-perfect ng Stallions. So, you know what it is? We've seen a lot of matches here in Eagle Eye for Stallions and MATTJESS. It's just bound to happen kung sino nga ba ang, or ano nga ba ang storya natin dito. Abot nga ba 3-0 or ipapahabain pa ng MATTJESS ang labanan nila against one of the top dogs dito sa Crossfire Philippines. It's time to go back into our casters deck. Mochi, Daedum and Ramon muna tayo for now. Kamusta kayo dyan?
Okay naman, Bipolar. Mukhang miss na miss mo na nga to si Mochi back on the casting deck, no? Kaya medyo nagparamdam nga ulit. Pero okay lang, pare. All good and fun dahil babalik tayo dito sa ating set number 3. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Daedum para sa set 3 ng semifinals laban ng MATTJESS versus Stallions. So far, it's been a 2-0 start para sa kanila. At mukhang building up into Eagle Eye, pare. Ang sinasabi nating backup map kapag wala ang sub-base para sa Stallions, it's almost like a done deal.
Yeah, the nightmare continues for MATTJESS dito, no. Parang hindi na nila masolusyonan dito yung problema nila. That is of course Team Stallions. Eagle Eye again shaping up to be another one of those signature maps of Team Stallions over the last year or so. Pinaperpekto nila tong mapang ito, no. Even picking it kasi nga laging nababan yung sub-base nila in international play. So we've been seeing more and more of this map from them. Now, there have been some innovation from them, a lot of mid setups na sila yung unang gumagawa dito sa Pilipinas. And I wouldn't expect them to change that anytime soon. So, I'm pretty scared for MATTJESS because this is one map na sure, they have performed before in the group stage, but not at the caliber that Team Stallions perform.
Absolutely, pare. I mean, this is an Eagle Eye na praktisado kahit sa mga international teams. So, Team Stallions have a bit of a chip on the shoulder ngayon if you compare it to MATTJESS who have a 50% win rate so far. Sa 4 times na naglalaro sila on this Eagle Eye, it will be a coin flip. Pero a championship winning team does not win on coin flips, pare. This has to be precise and up against a team that has perfected, as you mentioned, yung mantle ng mapang ito. Stallions have a big advantage coming up into this. So we'll see kung magiging malaki yung pressure on their shoulders as looking at it, it will be blacklist side para sa MATTJESS to start with on this map in particular. So that could play into a factor para sa kanilang confidence. They're the ones who can set the tempo, pero sa amount of times nga naman na mahilig sa pressure game ang players natin on Team Stallions, baka walan ata ng bisa ito. Pagdating natin dito sa Eagle Eye, we're setting up on what could be a 3-0 for Team Stallions. Pero pwede pang makabawi ang MATTJESS if they're confident enough. So let's see if they're able to bounce back dito as set number 3 starts and JJ will get yung first blood.
Ninkyo, nahuli kagad doon. Again, the angles down in mid. Ito yung kailangan panoorin ng MATTJESS. And Loy, napuslitan si Rels. The smoke not helping. Actually being the detriment of Rels doon. And KLB with an angle by himself. Naku po, this is gonna be so deadly. Zack playing around LA sa may garahe. Pero parang alam ni Kano. Alam niya kung nasaan si Zack, who will walk away barely limping. Si Jason, lalapitan niya dito, Zack. Ay, nakyatan pa nga ni Kano. What movement is this, Ramon? Stallions flexing just how comfortable they are in Eagle Eye. Off the get-go si YBA. Mag-isa na lamang dito with the EBR. At lalapitan siya ni KLB. Tatalon pataas with the USP. But it is JJ to take him down. Stallions they feel good about that round 1.
Feeling comfortable, feeling like they always play this map every day, pare. Talagang praktisado na yung angulo ni JJ on that mid side, setting up on a very aggressive push for Stallions. They figure out that one player down for the count could be another angle that's not being watched, giving Kano all the confidence para lang mahabol yung ibang mga players even in their garage position, pare. Just the Stallions formula for you at the end of the day. And now serving up a double TRG setup for KLB and KLP. Kano, challenge on that hotel position. 2 players coming up onto him. Dahil lalapit na siya bangang kumuha ng 2 bungo. Grabe ka, Kano. Nakakita pa dito kay Rels as well. Hinahabol ni Loy. Tinitingnan kung kukuha pa ng isa pa para sa Stallions. Punishing yung pagkuha ng C4. And at the end of it, it's a 5v2 para dito sa MATTJESS. Rels nakabangon! Nakakuha ng 2. Pero si Loy papasok to get himself the double kill. It's down to YBA. He's gonna come up into the LA position to try to get a resurgence. Pero walang tao, walang bahid ng Stallions ang makikita niya dito sa A site dahil wala sa kanya yung C4, pare.
Ito nga yung kinatatakutan ko dito, Ramon, no? Stallions feeling comfortable enough to take space. At sila na yung nagpupush dito sa GR side defense nila. Dire-diretso lang. At MATTJESS, wala silang maisagot sa ngayon. YBA coming in from doors mid at si KLB with a beautiful angle. Hindi man lang maaamoy ni YBA. Stallions a commanding 2-0.
Just like that, man. Just Stallions on a map that they know truly love. If Subbase is not around, Eagle Eye is their next best thing. A comfortable GR side where everybody just hitting heads just like that. Kano, the one to actually start things off kanina, and KLB siya naman yung kukuha ng unang papas lang dito kay Zach. 4 versus 5 tayo. Ninkyu, you're trying to get that first kill para sa MATTJESS. So far, si Kano bumawit. Si Kano pa nga kumuha ng isa pa kay Ninkyu. Si KLP sumunod. Every single player on STS punishing the mistake of MATTJESS. Every hesitation, every second na hindi sila kumukuha ng map control, kinukuha at kinukuha ng STS. Ang bawat segundo na pwedeng kunin ng MATTJESS ngayon as Loy will pick up the double, and it's a 3-0 so far for Stallions.
Tira mo naman yung kill feed natin dito, no? Loy 5 kills, Kano 4. And it is just Stallions running over this Eagle Eye map. Triple TRG. Si JJ nag-sniper na rin. At si Zach, papalag nga ba? There's 2 snipers dito. Zach, pag lumapit ka, naku po! Si JJ makakahanap dito kay Rels. And reposition. Akyat muna. Si Ninkyu, delikado ka rin dyan, boss. Zach, nakatingin sa taas si KLP. Doon manggagaling beautiful flash from Kano. And it will be Kano going down. Actually, Zach with a nice timing. Pero si KLP manggaling pa doon sa taas. JJ with a reposition yet again. Nakita niya yung ulo doon ni Ninkyu. Oh my goodness, JJ! Inhuman reflex. At si KLB nalapit na rin dito sa double doors. And Jason will be taking him down. Sasagot din si YBA. And KLP nakakuha ng isa. Loy, nahuli ni YBA. This is actually 1v2. Stallions a little bit too deep.
A little bit too aggressive. And the only time that they've been punished because of the pushes. Pero si KLP may info pa nga. Narinig na yung jump push. Ang ginawa nitong si YBA. Uulitin na yung peak na ginawa ni Kano kanina. Almost with the tap. Pero si YBA makakatakbo pa rin. Mapapatay ka ni KLP with one shot. He does. Pero Jason,
nice.
Mabilis ang sagot. Mabilis ang backup. Ang rest back ng MATTJESS para gawin tong 1-3.
Yun na nga, MATTJESS makakahinga sila ng malalim. Pagkatapos yun, parang nabunutan ng tinek. Pero hindi pa rin titigil ang MATTJESS. Mo nasa bridge na kagad dito ang STS. Hindi pa rin nila titigilan ang kanilang kalaban. And it is Loy that is playing around bridge into that hotel area. Wala pang nakakita sa kanya doon. Pero lalapit pa rin siya dito, Loy.
Dalawa ang nakatingin sa direction ni Loy ngayon as he realizes na baka nakatingin nga doon ang MATTJESS. Playing on the tall box ngayon. Baka kailangan ng konting oras pang MATTJESS bago maging comfortable. Ninkyu holding that cross. May 2 tao na naka-hold up lang doon sa may mid setup. Fully knowing the capability of STS, they could push them a little too far. JJ. Sniper shot will be enough. Pero si Zach ang makakuha. Sobrang disciplined ng naging angle dito ni Zach.
Ganda.
5v4 tayo. STS adjusting to the pace. Loy still hunting for the kill papunta kay Ninkyu. Malapit pa nga at baka si Ninkyu na-expect pa nga niya, and that's a headshot found papunta sa bungo ni Loy. 5v3. Double push up onto KLP, gets the sniper shot kay Rels. That's one of the sniper's gun, pero may pambawi pa. Zack can hit the shot, gets the flick and gets himself KLP. That's one of the anchors down, pero kailangan patayin si Kano. Gonna get pushed on by YBA. Spotted pa kasi Ninkyu, takes care of him. Then it looks like that flag's not gonna work out. MATTJESS fully securing the LA defense. That's the second round for them.
Nasty shots mula dito sa mga MATTJESS players natin, no? Stallions, medyo masyado na silang nagiging komportable dito, Ramon. Getting too aggressive almost. And they have to learn. Jason will be challenging mid dito up against Kano and JJ. Pero hindi siya kapapalag masyado doon. Jason down to half HP. What a hold from Kano actually. And yun na nga, immediate adjustment, no? Stallions, tinan mo, hindi naman lang pumasok ng hotel ang mga miyembro ng Stallions. They are done playing reckless. And Stallions, they're gonna let MATTJESS a little bit of map control.
Yeah. Goes back to the conversation we've had with Tanks all those weeks ago where they know that STS is a team that has a target on their back. So talagang kumukuha sila ng mga bagong lessons sa kada team na nakakalaban nila dito. So they fully realize na dapat hindi laging maging aggressive sa mga rounds na kailangan nila. Nalalaman na MATTJESS yung mga galawan, kaya tamang palitan muna tayo. Hindi na nagpapush si Loy a little bit too far from that hotel position. They have a triple stack. Arguably, dalawang nakatingin dun sa mid, may isa dun sa may LA. Possibly something that STS can fully realize as Loy picks up the kill dito kay Ninkyu. Hinayaan na si Ninkyu ang gumawa ng mistake para sa kanya. Si Zaka picks up TRG. He swaps it up in towards the mid-side push. Loy hunting for the kill, hunting for that kill. Hits the headshot kay Jason, the rifler. Down for the count, pulls out the pistol, but Zack's able to pick it off. 4 versus 2 Rels, shut down by KLP. That's a double for him. Si Zack na lang ang natitira, pero gagawa ba siya ng isa pang miraglo dito sa server natin? Hindi. Si KLP gets the trick, the 3K. A 4-2 para sa STS. And so far, this GRSI is looking devastating.
Yeah, and Ramon, I apologize for laughing, pero si Loy kasi, it seems like he's on a mission, a personal mission to get as many kills as possible. Typically kasi pag nakaisa ka na, babalik ka na into the normal defense. Pero si Loy, nag-dip back, nag-push pa nga, naka-double, pero si Ninkyu, hindi niya hayaan si KLP makahanap ng kahit ano. Where is Loy? I'm looking at the map. Loy is again in hotel. At ngayon, kasama niya pa nga si KLB. Tinan mo, hahanap ulit ng kill yan si Loy.
Kaya nga eh. Kala mo nag-aalok lang lagi, no? Lapit ka dito sa may LB, pare. I got you, pero ginugulat lang lagi ni Loy eh. Tamang timing lamang, tamang hanap ng aggression. Only one time kung saan si Ninkyu nakakuha ng tagumpay laban dito kay Loy, kaya parang naging win con na nga nila. Yung LB pressure ginagawa nila, si Loy spotted, si JJ mapapatay lang. Tamang patience lang para kay Zack at mukhang susunod pa si YBA. Noted with the double push that they got on LB. At mukhang tama lang ang rotation ni KLB dito kung hahanapin pa ni Ninkyu ang isa pa. That's the second for him. That's Kano in a 1v4. Starts off well papunta kay Zack at alam nila na bukas ang B-site dahil dito. So now, Kano has done this before. Can he do it again? Jason, tamang timing lang at mukhang saktong-sakto ang pick niya papunta kay Kano. 3-4 tayo sa scoreline natin. MATTJESS fully realizing na hindi kinailangan ang fast-paced push para labanan ng Stallions.
And finally, MATTJESS, no, they realized that Loy has been overextending dito sa hotel. They just challenge him and overwhelm that position. So MATTJESS able to take the round by taking down that LB control na paulit-ulit kinukuha dito ng Team Stallions. Yun na nga, the 2v1 versus Loy, and then the punishment onto KLB. Stallions, this is getting a little bit messy. At kapag nagawa ulit to ng MATTJESS, the punishment, no, equal na yung score natin. So I say Stallions, enough with the shenanigans. It's time to clean up the act. Pero si Zack, huhulihin niya si KLP doon, and MATTJESS off to a great start dito, Ramon.
Kaya nga eh. Killing off the sniper, but they still have one in the bank if Kano decides to pick it up this point in time. Loy, mukhang paulit-ulit lang yung aggression na dito. Spots at Rels at mukhang mahabol pa nga niya dito si Rels. Kano on top of truck and it looks like it's gonna be enough for them. That's 3 in a blink of an eye. Akala natin magandang round na to para sa MATTJESS pero iba't ibang player popping off at the right moment. JJ with another one. Si Jason na lang. Hinahabol pa ng bawat isang player ng Stallions. Kano down means the 1v3 pero it will be KLB to shut him down in his tracks. Hindi na binigyan ng oras, panahon para makahinga ang MATTJESS. 5-3 for Stallions. It's a very confident push for Loy at the end of the day.
Exactly, kahit lugi sa ng isa doon, KLP this time. A thunderous shot from the TRG, kinig sa buong mapa at nalaglag dito si Zach. Rels hoping to avenge. Double sniper from MATTJESS yet again. Si Ninkyu at si Rels ngayon ang nakasniper at nahanap nila si Loy. Okay, that lurk from Loy neutralized. Pero si Ninkyu na takedown din. Ito na naman tayo sa utility dump ng Stallions. Saktong-sakto papunta kay Ninkyu. YBA nahuli ni JJ. That lurk will be taken down. At dahil dyan, MATTJESS hindi na nilam saang direksyon ang pupuntahan nila. Pero Ramon, may oras pa naman. 1 minute 43 on the clock.
Rels, siya naman ang magsasabihin natin siya ang Loy para sa LB push natin as he already takes care of Kano on the rotation. Has full idea kung nasan yung isa, so it's just gonna be that 50-50 chance kung makakuha sila ng A site. You do on that B site rotation. Land coming down as well from the C4 that will force itong si JJ at si KLP na magsama-sama na lang mag-retake. 35 seconds. Bomb plant down. 2 versus 2. Shot through the smoke KLP. It's a little too wide. Tamang tao lang doon sa may cable car. Malayo pa si Rels trying to hold down that flank. Watch as it will be Jason killing off JJ. 1v1 tayo. 15 seconds.
KLP.
Pulls out the USP and KLP, the hero of STS. It will be 3 times in a row where they get a 6-3 scoreline.
Yes.
And STS from their sniper, they make the run possible because of the retake scenario.
And you can see the smiles on the Stallions' faces. Alam nila yung ginawa nila dito. A definitive half for all 3 sets. At yung Stallions naman ngayon ang aatake. At nanguna na nga si KLP. Rels is down. May isa pang target on. Pero sabi ni KLP, tama na yon. Lipat posisyon. At si Zach naman, huhulihin si KLB. That's IGL down. Yaba holding hotel. At mahuli siya doon ni Kano. Uy, Jason, nakakawat ng timing dito and that is going to be the bomb right in his palm. Harap niya rin si KLP dito pero Jason with the flash and the timing, double kill for Jason. And the bomb is too far away from Loy. 1 versus 3. Okay, makes his known presence, takes control of the site, taking down Ninkyu. Pero lipat muna ng exit dito si Zach. Loy knowing his position but will be taken down either way. MATTJESS, nakuha nila yung unang GR side nila.
Kaya nga just really punishing that hotel push so far. YBA actually putting up more of the numbers than you kind of expected from him sa considering the caliber of pushes or the caliber of talent na nag-push nga dun sa may hotel. He was more than lucky to actually get a little bit more time bot para lang magkaroon ng chance tong si Jason na mag-hold doon sa may bridge after the first kill. Definitely a stronghold para dito sa MATTJESS so far on hotel no? Even though the LB presence could have been the biggest counter. Huddled up their numbers doon sa papuntang bridge. So STS still having their flaws on their BL on this Eagle Eye map, but it is still that first round. The second set, Loy pushes up a little bit too closely. Papunta dun sa may LA, spotted si Zach and it does not hit with the TRG. Ninkyu will also get knocked down by KLP pero at least may trade off kay Loy. Pero si KLB gagawin pa nga 4v2. Si KLB bumagsak papunta kay Rels as well. YBA na lang, a huge elbow drop papunta sa MATTJESS na nangyayari sa A site. And how will Yaba come up into this? Ang laki ng odds, ang laki ng kalaban niya at si KLB pa kumuha ng 3K para lang makuha ng MATTJESS ang isa pang talo sa round na ito.
Ito ba yung round na yun, Ramon? 3 kills, 4 headshots for KLB. Ridiculous aim with this HK and KLB. Another HK in the rank here joins the fray. 4 na HK yung hawak dito ng Stallions. At yun na nga, NQ will be taking down KLP. Zach, umisa din, pero si KLP papasok na. Ito na nga, Loy, asserting presence. And that A site is swarmed by the horses of Team Stallions. Yung Bombay, tatanim na nila, holding down exit. This is gonna be particularly a bad position for Rels to be in. At alam ni Loy yun, nakita niya na yung barrel, and Roy takes him down. KLB with the plant. 40 seconds on the bomb timer. Ooh, Jason. Nice catch onto KLB. This is a good start for MATTJESS retake.
At least, now it's some firepower left in them. At least may pambawi pa laban kay Loy, kay JJ. 2v2. Line coming down from Yaba as well. Spotted pa nga tong si JJ. So from the flash, it will delay some time. Pero kailangan magsama-sama lang ang parehong players on MATTJESS. Yaba pulls out the USP, and with the headshot, it will be down for JJ. 1v2 now for Loy. Spots out one, gets another one, and it could possibly be the clutch, Loy! Grabe naman ang attacker ng STS! Gets the double, gets the 8th round. At what could have possibly been a really good front for MATTJESS becomes a star-studded moment para kay Loy sa STS.
Ramon, it feels like deja vu. Ito na naman tayo, Stallions. Umaarangkada at napag-iiwan na ng MATTJESS. Si Rels, manggagaling sa likod ni KLB. Kita niya yung ulo niya doon. But the discipline, the trigger discipline.
Naku.
Baka maubos ang Stallions dito. Si Loy malapit na. The smoke is perfect. And Rels bunny hopping, cutting noise. Naku po, nagkapanggana ka. And Rels takes down one. And that's the second. Kano manggagaling sa likod. And now the jig is up. KLP, nakita niya sa harap si Yaba. And Rels is down. Kano with the recovery. At dahil dyan, na-minimize nila yung damage. 3v3, Ramon.
How many times do STS get away with the numbers down pero nakakahabol pa rin sila, nakakabawi pa rin sila?
Ayun na nga.
The overpushes from MATTJESS, the overpeaks from Rels, giving an opportunity papunta dito kay KLP. Always the shining moment for them, and now Kano has an opportunity. Spotted pa nga si Zach at mukhang mapapatay lang siya. 3v2, hindi ba alam na nasa taas lang si Jason? Si Ninkyo nagro-rotate pa lang at mukhang tatagos lang siya. Agad ni KLB. 1v3, Jason spotted and even gets the double. At si KLB na lang. The leader versus the other. And Jason gets knocked down by KLB. 9-4. Series point for Stallions.
At si KLB may pabaon pa nga doon kay Jason. KLB, he can smell the victory. Another set point here in Eagle Eye naman. This time around, STS 1 round away at diretso na sila ng A-site dito, Ramon. Hindi naman lang nga magsasmoke. Hahayaan na lang nila si Rels na mag-peek at uubusin na lang ni Kano yung buhay niya. Jason will find one, pero binatuhan na nga siya ng granada ni KLB. There's one, there's the second, and KLB to hold it down. Ninkyu, one and all alone. Wala na siyang magagawa. It's the KL brothers to end it off. A 3-0 semi-final win for Team Stallions.
Just another day at the office. Another day at the bootcamp para sa Team Stallions ngayon. An expected result pero a dominant one para sa Team Stallions, 3-0. And in their Eagle Eye map, talagang it was almost like destiny para makapasok sa Grand Finals, pare. It was almost a do or die situation for MATTJESS. At the end of the day, they already knew that they were dealt a bad hand nung pinili na mismo ang Eagle Eye, which honestly, they were the ones who picked it. Oo, komportable nga sila dito. Pero considering the history that this team, Team Stallions, have had on this map where this becomes one of their pocket picks kapag nawawala yung sub-base, it was almost like a death trap coming into this third set, pre.
And I'd like to reinforce your argument doon, no, Ramon. Yes, they're comfortable, but obviously comfort is not everything. Not even close. Parang gano'n na nga rin, no, yung tema natin when it comes to the first half. Nakakasabay ang MATTJESS, but then Stallions, parang dina-download nila eh. Dina-download nila yung playstyle dito ng MATTJESS, and every single time we go to that second half, it's always the same story. A one-sided affair kung saan Stallions ang uubos sa MATTJESS. And again, there's always that break point, as Sneaky Frog said, that once we get to that point, Loy takes over, Kano takes over. This time, KLB takes the spotlight and Stallions win again.
Man, it's just another comfortable lead para dito sa STS just to put them over the finish line. And that also means na makikita natin sila sa Chengdu para ma-represent ulit ang Pilipinas sa upcoming CFS finals natin over towards China, pare. So congratulations nga naman para sa STS. That also just brings a lot more conversation into the state that they are in ngayon. It's almost like they didn't really pull out that much innovation ngayon eh. They played the game that they are known to play, and it just shows that they are up into their playoff form. So congratulations ulit sa Team Stallions that knocks out MATTJESS into a 3-0 line. At ibabato na namin to sa aming panel ng si Sneaky Frog at saka si Bipolar. Mga pare, this game was intense.
Not just intense, it was crazy, it was bloody for both of these teams. Pero Sneaky, welcome to our first ever representative papunta sa Chengdu. Nako po, international teams, get ready for the forces of Stallions, and they are now also finals bound here on the regional finals. Sneaky Frog, man, what a fight for both teams.
Well, a fight for both teams indeed, no pare. I mean, by the tail end na rin, medyo lumalaban pa naman dito yung matches, which I really do appreciate. Stallions though, this, yun nga, no, kagaya na sinabi ng casters natin, this felt like destiny na this was bound to happen. I feel like Stallions not being on the international stage would be, you know, weird para sa atin, that's for sure. So, ayun nga, Stallions, another ticket punched papunta nga dito sa Chengdu. I'm actually looking forward dito sa kanilang international run kasi it seems like they're starting to figure out their own identity, especially pagdating dun sa international stage. It doesn't have to be, 24/7 fighting, map control. There's other ways to play para the Stallions. They've showed it dito sa ating Quiet Legends Cup, and hopefully may kita nga natin dito sa CFS Chengdu, pare.
Yeah, hopefully makita natin yung mga ganong strategies and the adjustments as well na medyo napakita rin dito ng matches that they do still have some weaknesses in the mix. But I just want to highlight muna the losers in this set. It's gonna be matches na I like the gun choices as well. M4A1 on one of our plays, I think it was Ninkyu at one point. So you have that firepower that enables them to get these kills. Kaso nga lang, 10 to 4, 14 rounds straight. 14 rounds for this set. And may kita mo naman Jason being the one to enable his team towards the betterment of this matchup. 1.30 and a headshot percentage of 54. Itong si Yaba, 75, man. May shooters talaga tayo sa matches, but all aim is not gonna be the winning factor para makakuha ng isang finals and that ticket to Chengdu. It's Team Stallions though with a comfortable 3-0 sweep, Sneaky.
Yeah, for sure. Ayun nga, unfortunately, we didn't see the exact same explosive performances galing dito kay Zach, with the exception of yung map number 2 natin. Ayun nga, I feel like MATTJESS, they're still a good team at the end of the day. And ayun nga, this is probably too high of a level para sa kanila dito going into the semifinals. No? Kagaya nga ng sinasabi ko time and time again, there is levels to this. And of course, yung set MVP natin, just like how I called it, no? Kanina Bipolar, KLP will get the bigger spotlight pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye, especially that top A position, and he defended really, really well, pare.
I love it, man. KLP, every time he is in A, man, lalo na GR side, he is the one to make the difference. 2.0 in the KD, a 1.14 headshot percentage is actually pretty big for a sniper. 0.43 in SR and AP of 12. We'll be seeing his highlights, and man, he is unstoppable. This is a form of KLP that we know, and he just keeps on giving from multiple angles to aggressive pushes to solo pushes. KLP does the job.
Yeah, for sure. And it's another opportunity to prove himself, no? Itong si KLP, especially when it comes to that best sniper conversation. Kasi, ayun nga, no, from what I recall, yung mga best sniper conversations natin, we do have KLP floating around 2 and 3. And feeling ko, him possibly performing really, really well dito sa ating Grand Finals would definitely help the rankings para sa kanya dito. And ayun nga, Team Stallions, super, super keen para sa kanila dito. I think yung sub-base nila had a bit of mistakes, but at the same time, feeling ko locality lang yan with MATTJESS probably knowing, some of the strats na ginagawa nila dito, especially the aggressive ones. Pero overall, it didn't feel like Stallions lost control ng series natin.
Yeah, they still had nasa kanila pa rin yung manibela. The wheel was still in the hands of Stallions. A total of 30 rounds goes to the hands of Stallions and just mere 14 for MATTJESS. So hindi talaga pinaabot ng kalahati dito, man. It's just a crazy state for Stallions. Pero hindi pa naman tapos ang laban dito for MATTJESS. Tomorrow, they'll be battling in the battle for third. So hopefully, they'll get that dub whoever they will fight. Pero man, tapos na po ang ating matchup number 1. Team Stallions take it by a storm. Hindi pinaabot ng port. Hindi pinaabot ng new compound. At sino nga ba ang dahilan kung bakit naging sobrang dominating dito? It's gonna be KLP, the IGL. First time niya ata nakapunta dito sa match MVP natin, Sticky.
Yeah, for sure. No, El Capitan always, has numbers all over the place. Pare, being the IGL, you're not required to frag consistently, pare. Pero KLB takes that as a suggestion and he frags anyways. And ayun nga, no, this is why Stallions is one of the best teams coming out of PH, especially when it comes to the international stage. Kasi pagdating naman dito sa usapan ng China, bipolar, I mean, even the IGL is fragging. Let's say, yung mga great IGLs natin, let's say like si N9, XJ, tapos si Du, who was IGL nung EWC when they had that winning run, pare. So I feel like having an IGL na ganito kalakas yung kanyang offensive output, ganito kalakas ang kanyang pagkabaril, ayun nga, it's a big benefit para dito sa Stallions.
I mean, possible GOATs mentioned, no? Tapos ngayon, a possibility of the Filipino, Filipino powerhouse to be in that contention as well. KLB providing us with a beautiful eagle eye as well. I love it kapag naka TRG din siya dito. It provides them, the extra gun advantage and the extra firepower na hinahanap for Stallions in these kinds of open maps, and KLB is the one to make it happen. Sneaky. That is our first matchup of the day, and dahil dyan, kailangan natin makausap dito one of our top players. It's the IGL of Stallions, KLB. Pumasok ka na dito, oras na para kausapin ka namin, brother. Kamusta ka naman dyan?
Okay lang kayo, kamusta kayo?
Yun, okay lang naman kami.
Ayun nga, pare. Grabe. Another China trip para sa atin, Ken. Ayun nga, magkikita-kita na naman tayo going into Chengdu, pare. Kamusta yung pakiramdam? Isa na namang lipad para sa inyo, pare.
Masaya. Maganda lang ng mga jacket kasi sobrang lamig doon.
Oh, may isang talamig. Oh, God. Alam na ni KLB yan yung experience namin nung Hangzhou. Grabe talaga yung lamig, especially at this time of year. Pero ikaw, Bipolar, you have a question?
KLB, man. It's actually crazy na ikaw ang match MVP namin dito. Usually kasi nakikita namin si Kano, syempre si Lloyd minsan, tapos si KLB. KLB, how does it feel na, what do you call this, na provided papunta na kayo sa Chengdu, from the get-go ba yung mindset natin dito, pa-China na, hindi na Philippines lang?
Talaga namin goal talaga namin maka-China.
One more question, CK. I want one more.
Ayun nga. Pagdating naman dito sa China, Boss Ken, ano yung goal natin para sa Stallions? All the way?
Goal namin mag-champion sa Chengdu.
Yun.
Yun ang gusto ko marinig, pare. Yun ang gusto ko. We love that motivation, man.
Yeah, from the IGL himself, no? I mean, KLB, it's time for you to, oras na para magpasalamat, brother, sa mga supporters nyo, sa numerous people that are watching you right now, from international regions as well, kahit Bisaya, KLB, it's time for you to shine.
Salamat sa mga nisuporta naman. Shoutout day kay Sir Thomas George of Smart Gaming Abog sa Show Me sa Tisa, especially pahapog Jason. Og sa akong UF I love you. Shoutout din kay Chris Gomez at saka Teresela, Coach Tam. Salamat sa inyo.
Of course.
KLB, maraming salamat, brother. Oras na para maghanda-handa tayo tomorrow on your finals and as well as your trip on to Chengdu. KLB, congratulations, brother. Palakpakan tayo para sa Stallions.
Ayun nga, pare. Ay, grabe. What a run para dito sa Stallions, so pare, going into yung grand finals natin with only a map loss. That is statistically unreal para sa kanila dito, pare. And I really do look forward to what Stallions can offer, no? Especially pagdating sa international stage, man. Isa na namang lipad para sa mga Cebuanos, pare.
Feeling ko, it doesn't feel right kapag wala dyan yung Stallions, and it just feels better na they'll be one of the representatives pagdating dito sa international stage natin. Pero syempre, kung may in-offer ang Stallions, may in-offer din naman sa inyo si Crossfire, si Stove, pati si Smilegate. Meron kaming CF community event for you guys. It's a Stove PC Clients Showcase event kung saan pwede kayo makakuha ng 4 permanent guns. You just need to log in your CF by using Stove PC Client Launcher. And of course, madali lang ang requirements dito. Sabi nga ni Sneaky, you just have to play. Use the Stove PC Client, tapos go on na lang, laro lang kayo up until November 4, starting kahapon yung ating yung event na to. So you have these guns na apat, you have I think the M4A1 pa nga na revamp, na ibang skin naman, hindi na Zilong. You have the Opulent Beast na AK-47, you have the Beast Champion 2, and the Bumblebee na Colt na sobrang solid. So why not get into that mix? You can go into the website of www.cfph.onstove.com/12clientofficial. At dahil dyan, Sneaky, any final words bago tayo mag-break para maghanda sa ating match number 2?
Next series is about to be lit, pare.
Woo! Nako po. Tama ka dyan, Sneaky. No, you know what? We need to just end it right now para makapag-rend ang ating mga casters, the panel desk, the prod, and everybody that's watching, because it is gonna be Execration versus EVOS ARC in just a little while. Magbabalik po ang regional finals ng CFS PH. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm a Red Attacker in NB Gaming.
Hello, I'm KJ Attacker from NB Gaming.
Hi, I'm NL Attacker NB Gaming.
Hi, I'm Devil, Sniper from Team NV Gaming.
Hi, I'm Heg, Sniper from NV Gaming. Manalo matalo yung goal namin, keep forward, tatanggapin kung ano yung mangyari sa game. Lalaro pa rin sa sa next year, walang iwanan, tas magpa-practice ng maigi para matalo talaga yung mga top teams.
Hello, I'm Jason, Attacker ng Team MATTJESS.
Hello po, I am MCLQQ, 6-man ng MATTJESS.
Ako po si MJRels, Attacker and Sniper sa MATTJESS.
I am YBA, Attacker from MATTJESS.
Hi, I'm MG Zack, Sniper from Team MATTJESS.
Isa lang po talaga goal namin lahat. Yun po ay manalo at maka-experience din kung paano kalaban ng lalakas na team ngayong regionals. Handa kami ibigay lahat para sa aming team, sa supporters.
Hello po, ako po si Ellison, ang IGL po ng Gaon Gaming.
Hello po, ako po si Jackban, Attacker ng Gaon Gaming.
Hello po, ako po si Sed, Attacker from Gaon Gaming.
Laro po talaga namin ng maayos at na-execute namin ang mga pinag-ensayuhan namin. May mga times naman na failed yung execution pero na-adjust po namin agad para manalo po. Kailangan namin na mas paganahin lahat ang mga pinag-praktisan namin. Dapat kalmado lang. Tsaka gagamitin talaga utak para makalamang sa mas malakas na team.
Hi guys, Ted to IGL ng Team Vanguard.
I'm SDRN, Attacker from Vanguard.
Hi, I'm Lucifer, Attacker from Vanguard. Hi, my name is Boku, the coach for Team Vanguard.
Hi, I'm Moose, Sniper from Vanguard.
So, ang naging highlight kasi ng performance namin last, nag-mesh kami ng different styles between Manila and... Pero there were downsides na nagkaroon ng con. Now na parang mas track roster na, nagiging linear na yung structure niya, isa na sinusundan naming IGL. And mas nagkakasundo kahit papaano. Although, fresh yung roster ngayon, it needs time to develop. But hopefully, we can get there on time.
Hi, I'm Seven, Attacker from Execration.
Hi, I'm Syke, Attacker from Team Execration.
Hello, I'm A7G, Attacker from Team Execration.
Pero yung biggest difference in yung competition last time, yung Masters pati itong regionals is maraming mas gusto manalo rito sa regional dahil dun sa CFS na Grand Finals. Mas gusto nilang makapunta dun. So feeling ko mas pinaghahandaan nila to yung ng ibang team. Siyempre kami rin kasi gusto rin namin patunayan na kaya rin namin makapunta sa top 4 and manalo.
Hello, I'm Revenge, Sniper of Team Pacific Esports.
Hello, I'm Justin, Attacker of Pacific Esports.
Hi, I'm Aiden, Attacker of Pacific Esports.
Hi, I'm MVA, Attacker of Esports.
Hi, I'm Aldrin, Support of Pacific Esports. Lahat siguro ng team na respetuhin namin kasi lahat naman ng pasok sa Masters Top 8 deserve ng respeto kasi pinaghirapan namin lahat din nung makapasok dito sa Top 8.
Hi, I'm KLB. I'm the captain from Team Stallions.
Hi, I'm Loy, attacker ng Team Stallion.
Hi po, I'm JJ, attacker ng Team Stallions. Hello, I'm KLP, sniper ng Team Stallions.
Hello, I am No, attacker from Team Stallions. Pagkatalo namin sa Masters last season, gasolina lang namin yun. Ngayon, gigil kami bumawi sa ngayong regionals. Kita nyo na rin naman sa IWC, paano yung performance namin.
Hello guys, I'm KSA, entry flagger from EVOS Esports.
Hello guys, I'm Elvin from Team EVOS Crossfire.
Hi guys, I'm KLR, the IGL of EVOS Esports.
Hi guys, I'm Yobib, I'm backup from EVOS Esports.
Hello everyone, I'm Cetra, the sniper of Team EVOS Esports.
Siguro po, ano yung tungkol sa pressure po. Para po sa amin kasi wala nang pressure tong regionals po sa amin. Kasi po, lahat naman na yung team na yun is tinalo na namin. Tsaka, kat sila yung ma-pressure sa amin kasi kami yung champion ngayon.
sa bida ang namumuno. Hindi pre, ang gutis lang yun. At si KSA, tapos KSA gets the 4K. KNP, Yobeb with that spray down. Oh, here comes KSA.
This will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Are you ready for the Battle of the Ages? It's time for the second and the last matchup of the second to the last day of Regional Finals. Ang daming numbers, no? Kasi yan ang aabangan natin sa Best of 5 series ng Execration and as well as ng EVOS ARC. Kami pa rin ang mga kasama niyo dito sa panel desk. Sneaky Frog and Bipolar Sneaky. Are you ready, man? Ikaw, tatanungin pa lang kita, ikaw ba handa ka ba sa laban na ito?
I am super ready, pare. I've been looking forward to this series ever since yesterday pa. Ayun nga, no, bilang na bilang dito yung minuto bago magsimula ang ating series, and I can't wait to get started, man. This is just talent on display para dito sa Pilipinas, pare.
It's gonna be a crazy night. I just want to give a shout out to Minro for helping with this for helping with the VODs kasi pinag-aralan talaga lahat ng casters dito and even ng prod kung paano nga ba ang mga matches for the top 4 teams. And isa to sa matchup na medyo mabigat talaga. It's EVOS ARC and Execration. EVOS ARC number 1 team right now in terms of Filipino Crossfire dahil nanalo sila last time no Masters and they've been providing us with international level of gameplay. Pero Execration, man, we have to talk about them as well. Yung off-season has been really good for Execration.
Yeah, off-season has been very good para dito sa Execration, pare. I feel like yung pickups na ginawa nila, granted, medyo kinwestiyon ko yung pagka-pickup dito kay D, considering na he does have the lack of experience, especially when it comes to Tier 1 Crossfire, pero he has proved himself na he can perform on this big of a stage, especially, ayun nga, he has already scored multiple MVPs, and ayun nga, I feel like Execration, granted, ayun nga, it's been a rough season para sa kanila for 2023 and 2024. I feel like this might be the time for them to break through, pare.
Yeah, very much so. Pero let's talk about the people that have already broken through barriers, have broken through walls, and have been the kings of Filipino Crossfire so far. The man, the myth, the legend, the people behind the Tigers. It's EVOS ARC, Cetra, Elvin, Kel Aryobib, and KSA, the unrelentless, and the people that will give you fire burning in their hearts. Man, any thoughts about EVOS ARC? We all know that them to be a powerhouse and a kakaibang team eh. Together with Coach Shane, anong thoughts natin about EVOS?
Yun yan, one half of one of the best rivalries this country has ever seen, pare. Yes. EVOS, granted, sige, i-flame yung international results nila, pare, but you still have to talk facts. They have won every single local tournament ever since they picked up a trophy dito sa ating last year's tournament. And I feel like EVOS, the locality ng matchup natin, I really feel like it does benefit them at the end of the day. Pero since Pilipinas yung usapan nga natin dito, EVOS of course one of the best macro teams pagdating dito sa ating liga. I mean, yung strategies, their mid-rounding, it's just oh so good, and sabayan mo pa ng talent stacking na ginawa nga nila last year. I mean, especially with the revelation na Zetra could possibly be the next, great sniper dito sa Pilipinas, pare. I mean, EVOS, they have it all para sa local.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo ko, if I could describe EVOS, sila yung team na punong-puno ng prodigies. Sila yung, you have Yobib kasi you have Cetra. This combination itself, 1.37 kay Yobib, the Cetra 1.62. They are crazy. They're called hackers sometimes just because of how they play. Because that's how good they are. At makikita natin ngayon, yung rundown or yung journey dito sa regional finals ng ating EVOS ARC. It started off with a loss, pero after that, Sneaky, it was just like, ang nakatalo lang naman sa kanila for one round was Execration and Pacific Esports, pero almost a flawless run as well.
Yeah, I also want to magnify yung series na yan with Execration actually, considering that's the matchup today. Ayun nga, I feel like realistically, it still could be a close series, right? Because of that, I always wanted to see what the best of 5 looks like between the dalawang teams natin. Pero in the grander scheme of things, para dito sa EVOS, ayun nga, consistent, solid team, might have dropped a map or two dito sa baka ibang lower table teams natin. Pero, I mean, tignan mo naman yung usapan ng lower table teams na yun. Yung Execration, they're in playoffs. Pacific, obviously, yun nga, Dynasty. Those are the only 2 teams na nakatalo nga dito sa EVOS. And granted, I really do like Execration, man. ayun nga, this is gonna be a very, very tough fight para sa kanila dito. It's not gonna be easy.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy, but it's EVOS ARC, of course, ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. So you know them to be unbeatable in a sense. And now in Filipino Crossfire, why not? Let's get the man in the action here in the interview desk. Let's welcome on Coach 02. It's Coach Shane, everybody. Kamusta tayo dyan, Coach 02?
Ito, handang-handa, excited sa laban namin. Yeah, handang-handa yun sa likod, no?
Yun nga, bro, got a bit of Maltesers itong si Keller pare right before the game. Pero yun nga, 0-2, obviously, it is Execration. Yung mga kalaban dito, yun nga, very well-respected team names across the board para sa kanila dito. What's the mindset ng EVOS going into yung series na to?
Well, napansin namin kasi sa XM para naging medyo carbon copy ng STS. So para silang, to me, parang more on pag like yung parang malalas mo pa rin parehas sa team. Meron silang headshot master na sinasabi nyo, sino yun? Headshot master niya, CPN. Polex. So, I feel like itong Execration, analyst kayo, di ba? I feel like they're relying too much on their duels. So, that's what I'm saying. Pugstar sila. I don't think Pugstar can win us. No way that they can win us.
Yun lang, men. 0-2 trying to take my job already bilang panelist. Pero, ayun nga, Bipolar, meron ka bang tanong here for 0-2?
I mean, you're talking about Headshot Master 02. Pagdating naman sa EVOS ARC, palagi sinasabi ni Sneaky na macro kings din kayo because you have that bigger outlook sa ating mga mapa, no? And as well as in terms of gunfights. I wanna ask you, Coach 02, feeling ko din naman, ganito yung mga iniisip ng players mo. China na already mga nasa isa pang plano nyo, right? I wanna know kung ano nga ba ang plano for this para ma-secure nyo yung labanan na, ma-secure yung last spot natin for Chengdu, and ano nga bang message nyo as well for the international orgs?
Well, so ngayon, we're all focused on this match. Sana namin isipin kung bukas mag-finals kami, sana namin isipin yung finals and then so on and so on. Pero ngayon, dito lahat, Execration muna. Kasi sinasabi namin, we know how to play Execration, pero syempre iba pa rin yung real time eh. Hindi mo alam ano mapapago, paano kami mag-adapt. So all of our energy, all focus on this one map alone or one match alone against Execration. Saka mo na ako tanongin pagka nanalo na kami.
Okay. Magkikita pa naman tayo about Coach 02 bukas, no? So wag ka magala. Pero right now, oras na para ikaw naman na magpasalamat. Hindi na muna sila kay LR, sila kay SA, no? It's time for you to shine. Oras na para magpasalamat sa mga supporters, pati na rin sa mga bashers natin dyan.
Alright, okay, shoutout sa mga boys ko. Thank you for being a good soldier. So ito na yung pagkakataon nating ilabas lahat ng mga pinag-aralan natin, pinagdaan natin, mga binago natin. At shoutout din pala sa mga nagbibigay ng replay sa amin. Shoutout sa inyo. At malaking tulong sa amin yun, yung mga pagbibigay nyo sa amin ng mga replays. Kaya namin nakaka-countershot yung mga alam nyo na. Yan. And shoutout din sa EVOS ARC, EVOS Fam, sa aking asawa Tanak, at sa mga asawa ng mga to, supportive. Thank you, Undang. Thank you, Melanie, for being so supportive. At I forget, Babe. Kasi, Jenny Babe. My Babe kasi kaya yung mas di ba, yun po sabi, Jenny Babe. And of course, yung secret na ni B-Boy. Yan.
Hala. Naging team secret pa nga.
Secret. And shoutout din sa, I appreciate you guys, Bipolar and Sneaky Frog, for being a good analyst as usual. Yan si Sneaky Frog. And shoutout sa Salvatore. Thanks, I know you're being a fan, but I'm not mad at you. Alam mo yan. Pero and ano pa? Sa Execration, guys, good luck to you guys. At sana handa na kayong makatanggap ng abala namin. I know that you guys are thinking that we got M-Force, but magbabago isip nyo pag tinatamada namin kayo. Sana tama yung...
I mean, Coach 02, maraming salamat. Good luck sa laban nyo with Execration as well as sa buong team. Maraming salamat po. Good luck.
There we go. And there we go. 0-2. As confident as always. A lot more respectful this time dito sa Execration. I feel like he has had his history with etong mga ibang mga players dito, and I feel like overall it is gonna be a fun time. But at the same time, you could still see yung confidence dito ng EVOS that they're thinking already, oh yeah, we could probably fly to Chengdu, no problem. We just have to go over this hump. Pero ayun nga, this isn't gonna be easy para sa kanila dito. My point nga dito si 0-2 that there is a bit of reliance with their fragging para nga dito sa Execration. but opportunity to dissuade it, pare, mangyayari possibly this series.
Yeah, possibly. Ito na nga talaga yung litmus test for both teams kung sila nga ba talaga ay international contenders. Pero right now, let's talk about the other team on the board. It's gonna be Execration, the Exeshot, the Exefam. Nandyan si A-Even, si Folex, si D, si CBN, si ZYK, and si A7J. You know what? I think we have a lot of things to talk about Execration. Kung gaano karami ang pwede na pag-usapan for EVOS ARC, I think it's the same for the Exefam. Kasi iba man, with the addition of D, this young star has been shining so bright.
Ayun nga, shout out to A7J's barber, pare, for saving that long hair. He's looking really, really good, pare. Pero yun nga, Execration, obviously, Bipolar's favorite team. And for good reason, pare. I feel like Execration is really easy to cheer on, especially considering yung names, no, na naandito sa roster. I mean, you have A7J, long time powerhouse dito sa Cebu. I mean, D, you know, obviously his brother Fall X, and CBN, mga nagagaling dito sa Impact, the product of yung improvement, no, na nagagaling nga dito sa Impact going into regionals. And of course, bro, do we even need words to describe si ZYK at this point, pare?
I mean, ZYK, the picture speaks itself. No? It provides us with multiple emotions. At yun ang mismong binibigay ni ZYK. Looking at the stat line though, headshot percentage is also off the board. 68 dito kay Folex and as well kay CBN. And with D providing these kinds of numbers, man, as a young star, as a young kid, Execration is a force to be reckoned with, together with the addition of A7J. Pero ngayon may kita naman natin ang kanilang team data compared to what EVOS ARC has done. Sila medyo mas madugo, almost close towards MATTJESS, but different level pa rin naman ng Execration dito. Nilabanan nila Pacific, Gaon, EVOS. They lost to that MATTJESS as well. Vanguard, Envy, and Team Stallions, doon naman sila natalo. Any thoughts with this, Sig?
Yeah, I mean, tingnan mo naman, no, despite the losses, these are still maps taken off of really, really good teams dito, pare. Ayun nga, you still have a map taken off of itong ARC at itong Stallion. So, the level is still there para dito sa Execration. No? It really is about who is gonna show up for today, kung magiging consistent ba sila pagdating dito sa series. Kasi yun nga, you really have to be consistent pagkalaban mo yung EVOS. And if you are not, then you are gonna drown, that's for sure. I think definitely one of the biggest issues ng Execration dito is probably gonna try and deal with the sniper role, pero titignan natin.
Titignan talaga natin yan, no? And why not? Let's hear the words from one of the players themselves. Ang isa sa favorite players natin so far from the Masters and up until here in the regional finals. Welcome, Folex, to the interview desk. Brother, kamusta ka dyan? Ang pogi mo pa din.
Okay lang naman po.
Nakita ko siya. Sneaky, any questions?
Ayun nga, Paul, it's been a long journey, no? Para sa'yo specifically, pare. Yun nga, Impact MVP going into regionals, 5th place obviously. Yun nga, as a Vanguard fan, that one hurt as well. Pero ngayon, you are one series away from flying to Chengdu, pare. Ano yung pakiramdam para sa'yo ngayon?
Excited. Mainit.
Uy. Okay. Feeling ko, Folex, you're already, and nakikita ko naman kasing saya nyo right now, si Aljan towards getting this victory, no? Folex, you know what? Kung alam mo yung tinanong ni Shaquille O'Neal kay Kobe nung last game niya, I wanna ask this towards you. Folex, kaya ba natin mag 30 kills sa isang set natin against EVOS ARC?
Kayang-kaya. Bakit hindi?
Yan! Yan confidence, no? I mean, Folex, it's been a crazy time, no? We also saw your adjustment and as well as improvement mula nung Masters off-season. Ngayong regions, parang naging ka din, no? Parang, what they call this? Mas naging team player ka in terms of Execration.
Oh, yes. Actually, yes. Yeah.
Sneaky, last question.
Ayun nga, Paul, going into this series, obviously, I think you already know yung head-to-head matchup po going into this one, pare. It is most likely gonna be etong si Yobib. Ayun nga, any messages towards him or ayun nga, towards yung EVOS team?
Good luck sa atin. Yun lang naman. Galingan natin. Both teams.
You know?
Short and sweet. You know what, Folex? It's time for you to shine. Oras na para magpasalamat ka sa buong supporters ng Execration and sa mga shoutouts mo na rin.
Shoutout sa teammates ko. Galingan natin. And sa buong Execration family, sa mga boss namin dyan. And sa family ko, kay mama, sa lola ko, pagaling ka. And sa girlfriend ko. I love you.
Yun.
Shoutout kay Boss Bipolar tsaka kay Kuya Sneaky.
Ayan.
Kuya Ramon, pati kay Salvatore.
Maraming salamat, Folex. It's time for you to get ready sa labanan nyo na ito. Hopefully, we'll see you on the bigger stage. Maraming salamat, Folex.
Ayun nga. Vibes are good dito sa ating execration bootcamp, pare. I really feel like everybody's ready and roaring to go para sa kanila dito. Ayun nga, I feel like all of these players, especially itong si Folex and si CBN, are due for a international tournament, pare. So, ayun nga, this is gonna be, the best chance that they're gonna get.
Yeah. You know what? Let's look at the key head-to-head players muna dito, no, before we move on to the game. Sino nga ba ito? It's Cetra versus Folex. A crazy matchup indeed, no? Sneaky, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely fitting, no? Para dito sa series natin. I think especially para kay Cetra. Cetra obviously kind of best sniper in the entire region right now, pare, and it's kind of hard to take that title away from them. And para dito sa execration, no, they really don't have, paano natin sabihin, like a through and through sniper, kasi obviously A7J, he was, a rifler at one point and then became the sniper and the rifler. Pagdating dito kasi kay Cetra, bipolar, dire-diretso yung pagka-sniper role niya. He hasn't really got off of the weapon at all, with the exception of that one season na dun sa Impact with Sunday Shrooms. Pero para naman dito kay Folex, no? Folex, we already know how talented the kid is. One of the highest headshots per kill dito sa tournament natin. And it's just a matter of time that we might see a pop-off game para sa kanya dito, especially with a game that is as important as itong semis.
Yeah, very much so. You know what? Looking at the map comparison din dito ng dalawang teams, if you compare it against EVOS ARC, you know that EVOS ARC provides us with multiple map expertise from Ankara, Black Widow, even Eagle Eye. Kahit mas mataas dito for execration, they have that upper power pagdating dito sa pagiging expert in terms of these maps. New Mexico, we haven't seen it yet, but we already know na EVOS has something in their bag, has something in their sleeves na mabubuga pa din tayo when we, if ever man, maabot tayo dyan. Pero sa base, one of the most comfortable maps as well for EVOS ARC. Kasi kung naalala nyo, in Masters, I think this was one of the maps na talagang pinerfect nila in terms of battling against one of the top dogs. And in Port, dito talaga nagiging deadly ang buong EVOS ARC. You have Yobib and you have a KSA combination B, tapos nandiyan naman si Cetra in multiple angles. But Execration really does have a fight, a tough fight here. And with that said, our key points or our, keys to victory pagdating dito sa matchup na ito, EVOS ARC, walang kasing lakas. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like people really look over yung overall game talaga ng EVOS. Yun nga, no? The hater lens is very strong, Mr. Bipolar. Pero ayun nga, I feel like Keller, very, very smart IGL even from back in the day when he had to take the reins galing nga dito kay Tino to try and see how far they can get dito sa mga international tournaments natin. Obviously has had, other effects sa international. Pero pagdating naman dito sa local, no, Bipolar, I mean, ayun nga, you can see the macro genius, the splits, the fakes, every single time na EVOS, we see them innovating, no, pagdating sa mga mapa natin. And it's gonna be very exciting. At the same time, gonna be very tough para dito sa Execration to try and crack open that GR side, pare, especially kasi alam mo naman, EVOS, I mean, their logo is literally blue, pare, so I think they're pretty good on that side.
Yeah, very much so. The manifestation is gonna be very much in their favor. Pero for Execration naman, once the Wild Dogs, now the Disciplined Hounds, we're saying this quite clearly simula pa lang ng finals, just because with the addition of A7J, nakita natin ibang pasabog talagang ginagawa niya dito from offense to defense. With Folex being well-rounded na rin dito, sinabi niya na nga rin na yes, naging team player na siya. And with Coach Shane providing us some information na parang pub star type of gameplay pa rin dito Execration, you have these kinds of unique na strategy 4-1 defense pagdating ng GR kung saan si ZYK doon naman siya nagsashine. But everybody, that is our keys to victory kung saan sa ating points of the matchup. EVOS ARC and Execration mukhang magre-ready na tayo dito. I'd just like to give thanks to the production team right now para inayaan tayo towards getting a lot more seconds with these two teams. Pero right now, it's time to introduce our casters once again. It's Ramon and Daedum on the casters desk. Halika na, pag-usapan natin dito ngayon ang ating labanan, EVOS ARC and Execration. Ramon, any thoughts?
Man, I mean, sa totoo lang, ito yung hinahanap kong matchup sa buong nating semifinals kasi tutuusin, kahit sabihin natin kayang-kaya to ng EVOS ARC kasi defending champions nga for a reason. Execration have it in them. So, I believe this potential can be realized pero kailangan gawin nila to para lang makaabot sila doon sa Grand Finals.
Daidong?
I think this is gonna be closer than what a lot of people realize. No, I remember the group stage. Execration was the only team to hand a loss to STS. No, the of course number 1 as it stands sa group stage. And of course, binigyan kinuhanan din nila ng isang mapa dito ang EVOS back in the group stage. And Execration, yes, they do rely sometimes on their firepower, but I think they're way more complicated than that.
Yeah, you know what? With all of these things said, it's time to check the map, Vito. Kung saan nga ba maglalaban-laban dito, magsisimula ang very much our storyline. This is the intro. New Mexico will be banned by EVOS. Port will be banned by Execration. Black Widow, the first map. Eagle Eye, second. The third will be Ankara. Fourth will be New Compound. At magtatapos yan sa sub-base. Sneaky Frog, any thoughts?
I mean, Black Widow is definitely one of the most interesting picks dito ng EVOS. Granted na, ayun nga, no, it has been boding well para sa kanila dito. Pero dahil nga sa napag-usapan natin kanina with Coach 02, I feel like the puppy kind of style is actually gonna benefit itong Execration. And when it comes to Black Widow, there's a lot more space to take, a lot less, flanks to worry about dito sa mapa na to. So I feel like this is gonna be more of a head-to-head gun versus gun battle. Pero for the rest of the series, pare, I'm not gonna lie, feel ko yung magiging pinaka-interesting na mapa dito is gonna be that map number 4.
Yeah, map number 4 is gonna be something to, dito kasi talaga nagkakaalaman yung mga teams kung sino kaya ng matagalan na laban. Pero Ramon, any thoughts?
Man, I mean, you can tell that the preparation is clear for both teams. No? The one thing that stood out to me sa buong map dito ito is yung ban nila dito sa port map. To me, synonymous yung EVOS ARC support map na to na para bang Stallions on the sub-base map as well. No? So, the fact that they banned that out is already, sabihin natin mga 30% of what EVOS ARC can actually pull out dito sa ating pa rin natin makita. But since this is a BO5, they have a lot of opportunity para lang may pakita no? From the Black Widow and Ankara map picks, it is showing me that they're challenging Execration on what they know best dito. So before they can even go towards New Compound, they need to give off what they can doon pa lang sa 2 maps na yun.
Yeah, I want to double down dito, Polar, no, on sa argument ni Sneaky. EVOS Arcelia picking Black Widow is surprising. It's surprising to say the least. As he's mentioned, yun nga, the puggy play style, I think, will benefit them sa mapang ito. And Black Widow, a bit of a 50-50 considering we've seen both teams once in this map. Grand total, isang beses lang nag-Black Widow, parehong EVOS at saka Execration. And they both won that map. So if it was up to me, I would put this more of a 50-50 kasi nga it's Black Widow. Everyone loves this. EVOS and Execration included, which makes it a bit of a risky start for this best of 5 para sa EVOS.
You know what? It's gonna be a frag-heavy set of maps pagdating dito sa best of 5 natin between these two teams. Let's look at our predictions now. Sisimulan ko to. I'll stick with my guns nung sinabi ni Vil na mag-prediction daw ako dito. Despite me picking Execration here, I hope that EVOS do prove us wrong. 3-1 in favor of Execration.
Ooh. I love that. I love that from Polar, man. Sticking to his guns. And I'm gonna stick to my guns as well pagdating dito sa predictions. Despite seeing yung veto natin, I still think it is gonna be a 3-2 EVOS win. I love Execration to death, man. Pero, ayun nga, having a long series against itong EVOS is definitely gonna be difficult para sa kanila dito.
Okay. Endurance game para dito kay Sneaky Frog. No? For me, I do believe that it's a question of if the young guns can step up. Para sa Execration, the biggest challenge for that, at kapag ka nakuha nga nila yun, there's a chance for them dito sa series na to. Pero so far, a safe bet would be a 3-2 para sa EVOS ARC ngayon. And I'm gonna be sticking with that.
This is a hard prediction. I mean, sure, both teams very, very talented in Execration. Look on form, not gonna lie, today. And the 4th map Compound it's going to be interesting, but I think it's gonna be hard to get there for Execration. But may Black Widow kasi sa panimula dito, so I think Execration are gonna make it hard for EVOS as well. 3-2 EVOS ang prediction ko.
Ito na nga, no? Tapos na po ang ating prediction with all of the casters and as well as the panel having mixed thoughts and also some similarities. Pero one thing is gonna be set in stone. One of the teams here will go to Chengdu and get into the finals. And ang isa naman ay mapupunta sa ating battle for third. Sino nga bang mananalo dito? EVOS ARC versus Execration. Ramon and Daedom, take it away.
Thank you so much, Bipolar. At eto na nga, Dave Domeno, ang pinakahihintayin natin at ang Pilipinas, ang kwento ng isang batang Maynila na makarating sa ibang bansa, lalabanan ang pinakamalaking harang ng execration, ang defending champions na EVOS ARC on the way to a three-peat. So ang tanong na lang ngayon, will this be another international appearance for EVOS or will we see the dream come true para sa execration?
I mean, you know, it's hard not to root for EXECRATION, no? The talent that's been budding in this roster and the amount of potential that they have. I think they will flourish in that stage, but of course they have to get past the biggest opponents yet. The defending champs looking for the three-peat. EVOS Arcilia, napakaganda ng storya natin dito, Ramon. And EXECRATION, sabi nga ni Sneaky, this is the best chance they've got at going into China, albeit the only chance this year to get to that point. And all of the players looking prime and ready. Ito na, we're going straight into Black Widow. EXECRATION on the BL side, EVOS on GR.
They have to hit a shot and etc. already challenged LA push. A possible chance para sa EVOS, and so far it's not looking good for EXECRATION. Taking out si ZYK, the veteran down means they will be pressured, pero may ES push pa sila. So now, Fall X, entry on down, Cetra, challenged in, pero the headshot will be found for Fall X. That will be the 1-for-1. Pero si A7J, alam na may magpa-flank papunta doon sa may short position. EVOS in a 3v4 this time. It's not looking good for the defense, pare.
At mag-isa lang dito, si Elvin, na nalalapit sa under. Makikita niya, marinig niya yung rotation dito ng EXECRATION KSA just behind doors. At papasok na nga siya. Actually, lalabas siya dito, pero yung kaliwa niya, chicken leer niya pa rin. A7J is down. The headshot from KSA makes this a 3v3.
A possible scenario. Pero doable pa nga ba to para sa EXECRATION? They just need to hold on what they have. KSA with the low HP that he has, the best chance that he's got is to flank all the way from LA ngayon. Na mukhang hinahawakan nga ni CBN, patulad na din doon sa may rotation. But what the flick for Fall X. CBN with another one. It's all down to Yobib. He is holding the TRG, pero Fall X will make it a 3K. They know that they need to make their best first impression. And in the first set that they got, they push it towards EVOS 1-0.
Yan nga, dire-diretso, quite literally pushing it into that A site. And didn't waste any time. 1 minute 36 seconds left. Nakapag-plant na agad sila ng bomba doon, no? Which means that EXECRATION are not taking the time at all. They are taking the fight to EVOS. And Zetra, 2 rounds in a row, has been taken down early.
By Fall X, nonetheless, man. Second time in a row that this head-to-head is coming to shape. Zetra. Aggressive angle doon sa may ES, ano? Parang gusto niya sanang i-pick off yung isang tao doon sa may balcony. Pero bago pa man siya nagkaroon ng chance na mag-peek, napatay siya agad ng napaka-disiplinadong Fall X.
And the shot's hitting. Every kill dito ni Fall X on that opener. Always pina-headshot, pero magpapasok na dito ng granada ang EXECRATION. D will be taken down by KSA. At wala na siyang matakbuhan dito mula sa kabaong. KLR papasok na rin. But what a nice anticipation play from EXECRATION to take down KLR. Yobib will be the last man standing. At pinuntirya ng ni ZYK with the pistol. 2-0 start para sa EXECRATION.
Possible time for EVOS to actually feel out the rotation, feel out kung anong tipong EXECRATION ang makukuha nila dito. And they got a fiery hot Fall X right out of the gate. One tap papunta dito kay Cetra to set things up. At napakabilis lang din ng desisyon na kunin yung kanilang House B push dito. No? So, pretty a well-oiled start para sa kanilang BL side. And now, with a change of pace, EXECRATION, we're gonna be making a lot of moves, a lot of bit of pressure para dito sa EVOS with just some start info.
Getting more careful dito ang EVOS Arcilia. Not even putting Zetra in aggressive position. Nakantabay lang sa stairs si Zetra dito, anticipating the tear play. Akyat dito sa ramp. At si A7J, alam niya. Andun yung posisyon, nakita niyo yung ulo, and Zetra with a flick headshot. This time around, Zetra finds the first. EVOS have an advantage.
Robotic para dito kay Zetra. Setting up what could be something that they need to build upon. A7J, nag-peek siya doon sa may terra. Tinignan niya agad. Pero si ZYK, a sniper that you can never underestimate either. He was one of the highly rated players na meron tayo coming from EXECRATION. Pero si Yobib, Gets one, not on the rifle, on the sniper right now. D goes down. Napating na rin si CBN. Sinabayan pa atang si KLR. A headshot from the on-tap legend. 54 seconds, they need to plant the C4 down, pero medyo nakakagulo sila kung saan manggagaling yung EVOS players. One player from window, excuse me. All X. That's the C4 down, so it will be that retake scenario para sa EVOS ARC. What can they do with the rotation this time around?
KSA kailangan makahanap ng kill dito. Siya lang yung nasa loob ng window. Tatawagin niya na nga si Elvin, and this is gonna be a hard retake. Flash coming in. Pero si CBN, very off yung angle niya. Madali niyang madadodge yung flash kung batuhin man siya ng malayo ni Elvin doon. Pero dilingon siya sa likod. Flash coming through. KSA already going down. Elvin, andun pa nga. At uubusin ni CBN with the triple. And execration 3-0.
Grabe naman. Ang bebe buff ni CBN online and activated. That's 6 kills for him. Shoutout nga pala kay Jake all the way from Cuerdas Esports na nakakaarting ng Grand Finals nun sa Impact Fall. And really, that buff just sings into CBN how aggressive he was on pushing down ES and how he's able to actually man yung mga nagro-rotate pa lang all the way from under at saka yung mga taong papasok pa lang sana ng window. That is just crisp precision from CBN, and definitely a title of a one-tap legend that we see out of him so far has been proven and tested.
And EVOS starting to crumble dito kahit 4v5 yun kanina. Zetra, remember, nakakuha ng unang kill but still unable to recover. Even with the man advantage, so execration. This time si Polex yung mangunguna. And this house B push is everything to them. Naiwan lang si ZYK sa kabila, who is the only one with the sniper. Everyone else setting up sa house B.
Yep. Now maging prepared to si KLR. KSA also with the flash coming down. That's a lot of nade damage kay D at mukhang susunod pa siya kay KSA. Ang hari ng B-site mukhang magpapakitang gilas na. Polex to try to get himself the trade up, pero mukhang pressure na sa KSA. Gets the triple kill. Mukhang EVOS ARC are back into the game so far. 4 kills in the round si ZYK na lang. Siyang mahilig mag-solo flank, pero markado ni Yobib. Ang entry niya from Midwoods. 3-1 tayo, EVOS now back on the board.
Yeah, beautiful B-site hold para doon sa EVOS. Hindi nila pinalagpas ng house ang mga players ng Execration. Deadly setup. And Execration, immediately titigilan nila yung B-site. Pero si Zetra na naman ang mahuhuli dito ng Exe. ZYK takes him down. And you love to see the attackers performing for Execration. CBN, Polex, both 6 kills on the board.
Yep. Parang 3 beses na atang na first blood agad tong si Zetra no?
Yup,
Kung hindi si Polex ngayon, ZYK. But the thing about EVOS ngayon no? Parang you can never predict kung sino talaga kung anong baril ang mahahawak ng kahit sino dito no? Not often you see Yobib be holding yung TRG. Magugulat ka na lang may naka M4 sa kanila. They are one of the only teams na nag-hold pa rin ng M4 dito despite the nerfs, despite the changes in the meta. It's still a solid gun when it comes to the duels. But you can see so far that the Execration identity is still in place. Medyo may tamang timpla lang ng discipline ngayon sa BL side nila, men.
Right. Tapos ang galing din nila humanap ng opening pick dito. Kanina si Polex yung nakakita. Ngayon si ZYK naman to take down Zetra. Uy, diretso S. A-site is clear. Yung isang tao lang dito is gonna be Yobib from Ter. Granted, does have a TRG, so pwede siya maglaro ng long angle, pero may mga smoke naman dito. Ang Execration, they can choke Yobib out. At si KLR manggagaling wala sa ilalim. KLR with the wallbang, takes down Polex. ZYK naglalaro pa nga dito sa kabilang banda. And Elvin takes him down. Yobib finally strikes at naubos ang Execration dito sa B-site. Si A-site mag-isa na lang si D. And he will be trying to retrieve the bomb. Straight into the bullets of Elvin. EVOS. Good adjustment, takes the round.
And honestly, na-note nga natin, walang tao masyado doon sa may A-side kasi they never needed to have one. They have one player holding yung under at si Kel Arion no? With the M4 that he has so much wallbang damage. He can still see kung sino at ilan yung mga papasok doon. And as long as he has that damage, mape-pressure ang Execration kumuha ng site as well. They never needed Yobib doon sa may third position. So the fact that they're able to actually eliminate yung bomb na nag-hold pa lang doon sa may under sana, that's already the round for you para sa EVOS right now.
Yep.
3-2. Zetra knocked out as well agad. That's just gonna be another situation where Cetra has been on the other end of a first blood from any player from Execration ngayon, pre. That's not a good thing to do.
I think that's the first time it's ever happened. Zetra losing constantly to the battles na binibigay sa kanya ng Execration. That alone is impressive. From what many tout is the best player in the country right now, Zetra neutralized effectively, only getting 2 kills out of the 5 rounds na meron tayo. At yung Execration rejoicing, already pushing S with ZYK na naka-sniper pa rin. This is interesting ZYK nangunguna dito ng naka-sniper. Pero again, nasa under. Remember, nahirapan dito ang Execration because of KLR playing under. And again, that's the exact same position para kay KLR.
Yeah. It's not like they can smoke off his position either. Talagang tiplado lang yung may aggression ni KLR dito. Spotted pa nga si Diet. Mukhang isa pang wallbang shot kay KLR. Pero mukhang hinahabol na siya ni Folex. Taken down kay KSA. Grabe naman! One tap spray down at ginawang 3K pa! Grabe ang hari ng EVOS. Ginawa pang 3. Ang bungo na papasok sa A-site. Si ZYK na lang. And with this, it will be that 6 kill for him. USP up. And it's up to Yobib. TRG versus TRG laban sa loob ng B-site lagi. And this time at Yobib, rotating all the way towards RS, giving an opportunity to ZYK na mahanap ang posisyon na gusto niyang kunat mukha sa B-side sila magtatapos.
Problema lang ZYK might not expect na si Yobib manggagaling sa BLRS. Flash going out. ZYK throwing a little bit of utility pero ngayon ubos na. Si Yobib kompleto pa. HE flash, smoke. Pwede niya gamitin lahat up against ZYK who is also holding with a sniper. Ang problema, any angle pwede i-take dito ni ZYK. 20 seconds left on the clock. Yobib has to hurry. I think nakita niya na HE thrown out. Pero full HP pa naman si ZYK dito. Taken down to half because of the nade. The pistol shot! Isang bala lang si ZYK kay Yobib. At dahil dyan, EVOS takes the round.
Now that is just clear cut for Yobib. Setup dahil dito kay KSA na nakahawak kanina lang sa stage. At mukhang nagpakitang gilas mga sa server natin. That was 3 kills by just 1 player na agad-agad bawat sektor ng pag-entry nila doon sa A-site. May isang tao doon sa window, may isang taong babagsak pa lang sana. Agad-agad nag-readjust papunta sana kay KSA pero mabilisan lang ang reaction time ni KSA doon. Grabe ang 3-3 natin. Mukhang delivered na delivered yung performance ng pareho nating teams.
Dikit na dikit pati. But for the most part, kaya nakakascore ng madami ang Execration dahil nahuhuli nila si Zetra. What happens when Zetra gets a better angle? What happens when they don't take down Zetra? Let's see. Si Zetra na yung pinosisyon nila, nakatingin sa under. KLR is in a different spot entirely, holding B. And I think EVOS are anticipating na mag-B site push ang Execration with half the players going through mid. Kaya yon yung position dito ni Zetra. And if Execration does not get the read right, they are in for a 4-man hold in B.
Yeah. One of the best things about yung rise ng Execration ngayon
sila,
is yung discipline na meron sila as a team. Pero because of the passive positions that they have, hindi nila alam that they're walking into the stack of EVOS.
Death trap.
Si Elvin at saka si KSA. Nakatao lang dito. 1 minute on the clock for the execute. 1 on the box at mukhang si KSA pa ang isa-set up nila for the bait and switch. Here comes the push, here comes the flash. D entering, goes down to Elvin. Fall X, susunod pa nga ba dito? With the pressure from KSA, mukhang mahihirapan sila lalo. Perfect flash, hindi makapasok. At si Elvin mawawasak lang ng nade ni ZYK. 4v4 execute. Execution, they want the site, they want it badly.
At makapagtining nga ba sila ng bomba dito? Si Yobib lalapit na mula sa kabila pero EVOS gonna go for the full retake. 40 seconds as the bomb gets planted and KLR coming in from window. This is actually a hard site to retake, Ramon.
Absolutely pare. Kasi all the T angles that they need to watch out for are either crossfires or a possible flank watch. A7J.
Naku po.
Has to be the hero kasi si KSA ang hari. Kailangan gumawa ng enkwentro pero si A7J ang unang kakuha ng patay sa post-plant natin. 4v3. Fall X. Lalapit na pinatay ba nga si KSA? Si CBN yon. Si Cetra susunod pa. Si Yobim nag-iisa na lang. At sa ginahawak niya, mawasak lang sa mukha nito. Grabe ang execration when it comes to the execute and the post plant. Malinis ang naging approach nila dito.
And the reason why EVOS hindi nakapasok sa site is hindi nila in-expect na lalabanan sila ng execration. And we go back to that argument na execration, do they still rely to their firepower? The answer, yes! But it is to gain the advantage. At kitang-kita mo naman, Ramon, nagulat ng EVOS. Walang ni isa sa kanilang nanalo ng duel doon. And EVOS need to be more respectful of the way execration likes challenging angles. Kasi kanina hindi nila in-expect. And now, execration ahead by 1. This is a guessing game for EVOS. And Zetra needs to find impact.
Absolutely, pre. Now imagine yung Black Widow map pa nga yung ginawang challenge ng EVOS. Nakita nila kung gaano kaiba yung form ng execration nung kinalaban nila ang Stallion sa mapang ito sa pinakahuling week ng group stage. Binigyan ng challenge. Binigyan nga na sana kaya mo bang iulit yung naging gawa nyo sa Stallions dito laban sa amin. So for execration have been answering that. The past couple of rounds now, 4-3 tayo. 1-2-2 setup on the BL side for execration. They're expecting that where Cetra has to be kasi the win con has been i-counter siya sa mga first blood engagements niya dito kaya na-condition siya maging passive. Double sniper setup yet again for EVOS as they're letting the clock run down. Execration have to make a move.
54 seconds. Pwede pa nga silang lumipat ng B-side kung gusto nila, no? Zetra holding S. At mukhang magmimid na nga dito ang execration. Where will they go? They will go to S. Naku po, this might be the perfect position for Zetra.
Tama. He has to hit the shot this time. So far, he's been knocked out by either Fall X or ZYK. 35 seconds. Push has to come in. And siya pa yung magiging entry para sa kanila. Will it be a headshot? Will it be a TRG shot? It will be Cetra. It will be KSA. Nahanap yung solo flank.
Cetra!
Patay pa nga ni Cetra. What a no-scope. Papunta kay D. A7J na lang ang Elito. Anong gagawin mo? Nasa yung C4. Gets the one shot. Gets the second. Pero si Elvin babawi para sa EVOS 4-4. Tied game tayo. Laban sa set execration.
Ito na nga yung sinasabi natin. Zetra, once he is enabled, execration immediately falters. Hindi man lang sila nakapasok ng S doon dahil kay Zetra. Even with the flash, ang ganda nga ng setup doon ng execration. And they flush down the site with a couple of flashes. Pero ang ganda ng angulo lalo ni Zetra doon. Execration, they need to look for Zetra yet again or just entirely avoid him. KSA naghahanap ng impormasyon dito sa House B. Wala pa siyang nakikita pero si D lalapit na. At yung execration mukhang didiretso lang sa B side. It has worked a couple of times before. Why not try it again just to get the lead dito sa BL side nila? Mukhang yun ang gagawin nila, Ramon.
Mukhang ang difference lang sa setup ng EVOS ngayon is medyo mas active si KSA para makakuha ng info. Pero medyo risky na yung position niya as it will be that one shot kay D. Pero maayos ang naging trade-off ni CBN. 4v4 KLR. Maganda ang naging rotation. Nahanap pa nga nito si Fall X. CBN to get the double. 3v3 tayo. Cetra now on the side. Wow! Gets the headshot kay ZYK. Grabe naman yung angle. This is A7J. CBN na lang dapat. Kailangan nilang i-clutch ito kasi ang ganda na naging depensa ng EVOS ngayon.
Zetra, ikaw na naman, boss, ang naggawa ng diferensya para sa EVOS, the miracle worker. And I know execration are still in this fight, pero mukhang imposible na. It feels hopeless this round because Zetra is still alive. Andun pa rin si Yobib, andyan pa rin si KLR, and the pressure is mounting. Time ticking down, the flash coming in, KLR about to peak, at si A7J ang mahuhuli niya. It's all part of the plan for EVOS, who are now primed to take the lead. CBN papasok pero tatlo yan, boss. Sino ang uhulihin mo? Keller's down, but CBN goes down quickly after that. EVOS stick with the lead, 5-4.
And this time, it's not just a two-man show doon sa may B site. At least now, they have support from KLR. Now, they have somebody on that door position who's a little bit more intense when it comes to the pushes from execration. Hindi natatakot itong si KLR na maging active kapag ka nakapasok nga dito ang execration. He is still somebody that they're demanding attention from the attackers. Kaya nung lumalapit pa lang yung nagpo-push from execration, he knows na mapapunish nila yung mga mapapasok dun pa lang from woods. Grabe yung naging game plan ni KLR And even on the shot on A7J2, pare, that was just solid flank watch from EVOS right now. Parang hindi nga nila kailangan yung flank ni Yobib dito no? They just had a very solid hold from that B-site defense.
Exactly. KELR as well, fearless sa paglalaro dun sa smoke sa doors, no? Finding impact, finding at least one player from Execration is crucial. In Execration, they have dealt with Zetra in the first 3 rounds. But in the next 3, hindi na. How do they address the best sniper in town? I don't know. Pero ito, Execration will move over to the GR side. Double sniper para sa kanila, A7J and ZYK. 2 most experienced players in the roster. At papasok na nga sa ng EVOS dito sa S. It's KSA leading the charge, pero nakita nila si Folex doon, will be backing off. Not taking down anyone yet, so EVOS have a minute to rotate.
They have a lot of experience when it comes to this right. They see one player on ES. They know that it's a stacked A site para dito sa kanilang GR. Cetra just trying to man. Interposition natin, walang magpipik sa kanya. A7J is more focused doon sa may ES. Is now with the low HP. Cetra. What dito, man? Flash. Olex peeks in into the shot of Cetra. A7J at least mag-get the 1-for-1 para KELR. Kahit sa taas pa siya ng ES na wallbang pa rin niya. Grabe naman. This guy's on a roll and it will be EVOS taking this A site by storm. CBN na lang natitira at mukhang susunugin na lang siya ni KELR into a double kill. That will be the 6th round for EVOS at the end of it.
Grabe tong si KELR. Sabi niya kay D, this is how you push S. Kailangan mo i-spam yung ilalim para walang tao sa under, which is precisely where KELR was constantly positioned na nasa GR side sila. No? Tinry gawin ni D yung ginagawa ni KELR. Ang sagot ni KELR is spam lang kita dyan. Huwag ka dyan, boss. That's my spot and it works exactly as EVOS has planned. They take down D, they take control of that A site and they take a 2-round lead. This is the biggest lead na napundar ng EVOS so far dito sa unang set natin, and they're showing us why they pick Black Widow.
And it's kind of crazy then to consider then na we're at a time where we're saying that it's gonna be a close contest between EVOS at saka Execration. At one point, this team barely has picked up yung playoffs talaga. And honestly, if you compare that to their PH Masters form, parang far cry nga siya sa kung parang nakikita natin from how they are right now in the regional finals. So sure, you can see ZYK picking up a lot of the frags right now. You can see na sobrang aggressive na nga ni D dahil sobrang confident niya. Pick up the role from A even as well, being a little bit more flexible in this right, but we can kind of see that there's potential in him na pwede siyang maging ma-outfrag nga yung katulad nga din itong si A even, no? Which honestly, that duo synergy that he has with A7J is a good foundation na meron sila so far on Execration. I like the strat that they've been doing kung saan napapatay nila agad tong si Cetra. Kaya mas napapadali yung mga executes nila when it comes to LA, when it comes to pushing down yung House B for example, diba? Mas confident sila na walang sniper na tingin sa kung saan sila magpupush. Pero yung problema lang din dito kasi hindi lang kasi Cetra yung kailangan nilang tingnan dito. Maayos mag-anchor tong si KSA at maganda din yung decision making ni KELR. That's why malakas siya mag-IGL. What can you do when you know that one star player is not just the only win condition na meron ka dito sa EVOS ARC?
Not to mention, hindi na nila nahuhuli si Zetra. No, so the first part of what you said, Ramon, hindi na nila nagagawa dito. So this is an issue that is starting to cascade for Execration. Granted, this time they are the GR side. So medyo mas may chance silang makahuli ng isa at least. But you've seen the execute dito na ginagawa ng parehong teams natin just to avoid those snipers. Push down mid, take control of S, and clear out towards that A site. And so far, nakita naman natin na mas malinis. At least it's just one execute ng EVOS that's been cleaner than Execrations over towards that S position. And it's kind of working out. I can see it working out consistently dito, no? And so Execration, I think they are the ones that are pressured to try and do something else. Maybe dun sila mag-double sniper, reinforce that mid position and deny EVOS of that mid control para lang ma-force sila na puntahan kung nasaan man si ZYK with that sniper, or maybe kung nasaan man si A7J with that sniper as well. So let's see how they're going to address that. Maybe a contact play from Paul X or D.
It's just gonna be a matter of if they're able to solve yung ES problem na meron sila kasi kahit on the GR Naka-counter pa rin sila ni KLR eh. So, hopefully this is gonna be enough of an adjustment so far with the dead round that they've had. 6-4 tayo sa laban ng EVOS at Execration. As we now have 3-man stack para sa EVOS ngayon to see if they're gonna get themselves yung LA position. There's also the world we're in. Pwede na lang i-iwan si Cetra doon sa may tier and possibly to play somewhere else. Pero because of the presence of the C4, mukhang A-site push sila dito ngayon.
Ito na nga, they're sending Fall X to try and catch one of the players. Preferably si Zetra. Problema lang, si Zetra nasa kabilang part ng mapa in LA. Wala dyan, Fall X. So Execration, for the most part, they haven't found one. Si KSA pa nga yung nakahanap na isa, pero KSA going down to the hands of Fall X. Zetra finds a second, but so does Fall X. This is the headshot machine we're talking about. Fall X picking up a couple, and EVOS napigilan na nga ba yung bomba. Lumalapit na sa site. CBN finds KLR's Yobib will be taking down CYK, the bomb in under. At medyo napalayo si Elvin doon. Good smoke from Execration to deny Elvin of the bomb retrieval. Kaso lang, si CBN na timing. That smoke not working out in CBN's favor, and Volhex has done a lot of work, but work is not done. Elvin is close. Yobib is even closer. And Elvin will be waiting, playing for time. Playing around the box, Volhex backs off for now. Hayaan niya lang na makuha yung bomba.
Sobrang annoying talaga naging problema tong si Elvin ngayon. He's been so disciplined with how he approaches itong 1v1 niya laban kay Fall X. Doesn't need to pick up the fight. So he just waits for Yobib to join the fray. Drops in, gives the info at nakita pa si Fall X. Mais yung spray down, pero si Yobib at the right place to get himself the 1v1 win. 7-4 para sa EVOS ARC, and that was just from pure decisiveness out from Elvin and the rest of the squad.
Yes. This is rough. I mean, Execration, they've done what they can to try and get the early pick. Kaya ngayon, iti-triple nila yung effort na yon. Pero malalaglag isa-isa. Si Paul X, si D at si A7J all going down without a fight. CBN lalapit sa house kay KLR and will take him down. Pero 2v4 na to, Ramon. Makakabawi pa ba si ZYK at CBN?
Talagang noted pa nga ng EVOS ARC that their LA push is something that they haven't tried as decisively as this. Tried kanina, but it was just a sniper push from Cetra. And a quick change was the amount of people that they invest dito. Laban sa LA setup as Cetra, quick discipline. Second shot, range 2, papunta kay CBN, si ZYK na lang. And it's 1, papunta kay Cetra, has to do it again. May magpipick pa ba for EVOS? It's possible. A 1v3 for ZYK. Dumoble ang fragging input ni ZYK ngayon kumpara sa Masters. Pero dapat saktong-sakto lang yung mga shots na dito as siya naman yung lalapit. Siya naman yung papatay kay Yobib. 1v2 now, low on HP. Elvin humahabol at sa M4 niya sumagot siya kay ZYK. Babagsak ang mga veterano ng Execration. At mukhang pinaalam pa nga ni Elvin kung ano yung nangyayari. 8-4 EVOS.
May pabaon pa si Elvin doon. EVOS starting to run away with this Black Widow. Set number 1, it feels like Execration have lost control. Sabi ni CBN, teka lang KLR, sumasobra ka na. Pero si KSA nag-ala Spider-Man sa LA. A7J will be at the trade. At yung EVOS 4v4 dito. Yobib still up with the sniper, Zetra as well. At naibon si Zetra sa ter. Naku po, si D kapag lumapit siya sa LA, Zetra will be lying in wait.
Alam na to, kaya hindi siya magpipick ng kahit sino, kahit ano pa. So coming down for Cetra as well to provide that additional pressure. Pero dahil sa position ni CBN, alam nila na beat lang to para sa kanila. Goes 1, pero yun nga lang si KSA matatrade na mabilisan. Elvin so reliable pagdating dito sa pag-entry ng EVOS. Lagi siya ang pangalawa na pwedeng makapag-trade off para sa kanila. 3v3, Yobib humahanap ng isa pang pick. At kanina pa nga itong si Fall X dun sa may ES position no? So, there's a choice of either him try to find a pick yet again na hindi niya kailangan gawin, or ang EVOS mismo ang lalapit sa kanila. Pero mukhang sa 1 minute na meron sila sa clock na to, alam nila na hindi nila kailangan magmadali.
Yun na nga eh. Still plenty of time to rotate to either side actually yung 1 minute na to. Folex, he has to find something. Deep in mid. Hindi pa siya nakikita. And Yobib finds ZYK. Ayun na nga. EVOS, they are the ones to find impact. Ang problema pa dito kay Folex, kahit mag-push siya, baka siya pang mapuntira dito ni Yobib.
30 seconds.
Dito sa akyatan, nakita na nga. Pero hindi nagpahuli si Yobib. This is gonna be perfect for EVOS if they take down Folex, making it a 1 versus 3. And Yobib will spot a timing, spots a pixel, and Folex going down means si D na lang ang lalaban sa tatlong natitira mula sa EVOS Arcilia. Zetra will be the first contact. Elfin goes down. D, the young rookie, finds a couple, but it's all he gets. EVOS set point.
What is this discipline for EVOS? Preparations are showing sa kung paano sila naging disiplinado sa start nila dito on this BL. Waiting for the adjustment, waiting for the mistake right after yung naging LA peak na ginawa nga agad ng sniper nila. In-expect ng Execration na baka mag-slow peak sila dito, so they peek off one by one, giving themselves up to Yobib on the sniper. And this time, it's been surgical para sa EVOS ARC. They've been building up the amount of tension. Kaya mismong Execration nung lumalapit, mismong ang Execration ang bibigay sa kanila laban sa kalaban nila ngayon. 9-4 tayo, set point so far for EVOS ARC on their map pick of Black Widow. This challenge that they set up against Execration, it's about to come to a halt.
Isang round na lang, Ramon. Tapos ng kwento ng Black Widow, Execration, they've tried everything. Pinadala nila si Folex paharap. Si Aljon with a new angle on ZYK. None of it has worked. Folex pushing again. Yung mga granada papunta na dito sa mid, and KELR has found out where two of the players of Execration are. At hindi pa nababawasan dito ang mga miyembro ng EVOS. Still finding contact with KELR, calling the shots as well. You can see in his face. Pinapalipat niya na mga miyembro dito ng EVOS. They're cooking up a plan. And Execration are running amok. Saan pupuntang Exe? Ang sagot, Ramon, wala pa. They have to calm down.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of health bars for both sides dito. KELR, half HP, ZYK opportunity, and it will be a flick shot papunta kay KELR. The IGL down, si KSA susunod pa, 1-for-1 trade-off. D with the headshot. We needed him to go online, pero yun nga lang, pinatumba agad ni Zetra to. 3v3 tayo, and another shot for Zetra. That is one heck of an angle, pero si ZYK nagpakitang gilas. Si Aljon Alde, ang super rookie, nag-step up sa loob ng A-site. 2 versus 1 tayo, si Yobib na lang ang natitira. Will the Dark Prince show himself? Pinakita ko nang saan siya. ES push from him, pero si CBN lying in wait. Backstab of a century. 9-5 tayo. Execration still fighting back.
And Execration, they needed that from someone. ZYK will be that one to step up today to give them a fighting chance. Pero kailangan nilang ulitin yun, Ramon. 4 rounds in a row just to stay afloat in Black Widow. Mukhang lalabanan na nila dito ang LA. Folex coming in close through the smoke. Pero hindi sila papasok. It's too big of a risk for Execration, and they're gonna back off.
They realize that EVOS want the fight. They want na lumapit mismo ang Execration. So many times na from this LA spot, they makapag-peak naman lang yung itong Execration fam. Prepared na sa angulo ang kahit sino dito. Lalo na ang dalawang snipers na meron sila ngayon for EVOS. Kaya balik na lang agad sila sa mga default positions dito at double stack doon pa lang sa may ES. Make sure that the EVOS ARC execute does not work out at least as pristinely as they want it to be. Smoke coming down as well on ZYK's face. He has an opportunity kung magpipeak nga siya doon sa balcony players. Pagka-fade to, may support pa sila from Folex and D. That's one shot from ZYK, pero mabilis ang naging sagot ni KELR dito. Folex gets one, pero isa lang ang mapapatay ng Execration. Si D, may headshot by Elvin, makes it a 3v2. Sa GR nila, sobrang active, and with the C4 down, this puts a lot more pressure for EVOS to make a move on either sides of the map.
Pero naka-sniper dito yung natira para sa EVOS. Yobib and Zetra trying to move towards the bomb. Pero may isang manggagaling sa water. Si CBN yon. Mukhang makikita na nga ni CBN. Takes down one. Zetra is up next. And CBN good for both headshots. Execration staying afloat.
Back-to-back rounds. At kinailangan ito para lang karoon ng life ang buhay at ang kampo ng Execration. ZYK sobrang active at mukhang lalabanan pa si Yobib. Does not hit the shot pero noted na yung position niya. At mukhang from the movement of Kalaar, nire-respeto niya si Aljon pare. Alam niya kung ano yung capabilities ng batang si ZYK. Smoked off doon pa lang sa may short position. And it looks like they're just gonna play for time yet again pare.
I mean, there is plenty. Almost 2 minutes to work around this house B position. 4 players na naman ng Execration, ng EVOS rather, ang nandoon. Ng Execration, this time they're only gonna send 1 man forward. Again, that's Fall X sa Ter. But there's nobody from EVOS even close to Fall X. Execration, I think they're gonna have to give the site away. Kasi, feeling ko pag challenge pa nila tong B-execute ng EVOS, magkukulang lang sila sa retake eh.
Yan nga eh. Oh, maganda yung firepower pero what if the strat does not work out? The solo hold for CBN sa loob ng house. At least now may support from A7J. So will this 2-man stack lead to what could be a defense na hindi mapepenetrate ng EVOS? Cetra first contact. Spotted pa nga and ZYK gets flicked on by the kid himself. D. Tamang spray down lang papunta kay KLR but it's just gonna be Execration with the defense that they have. Tinanong ko kung okay ba ang dalawa, mukhang sasagot pa si Yobib na baka kulang pa. Gets himself to 3v3, sobrang low on HP ang pang mga miyembro ng EVOS. Di sila makapasok, alam nila yung possibility of a crossfire. 45 seconds, hindi sila makapag-penetrate. Alam nila na may palag pa ang Execration when it comes to the setup.
Good hold from CBN. Stays alive si Zetra. Nahuli niya pa nga. There you go. Execration. They need this. And then Zetra will be going down. Nakita na si Yobib. Nahuli din ni Polex. Polex, pwede mo nang tapusin to. Itong round na ito sa ngayon in favor of Execration. As Elvin, mag-isa na lang siya with 19 seconds of play left dito sa round na ito. Naka-wallbang pa nga siya ng isa kay Polex. Instant rotate towards his P site. And Elvin, the bait and switch, babalik ng mid. But might not be the best idea dahil nakita na siya dito ni D&D to close the door on them. Execration 7-9, barely swinging by.
And honestly, from the rotation itself, you could tell that EVOS still had enough time para makapagpunta ng ES, but the fact that they have one player posted doon sa may mid doors already halted the round entirely para sa kanila despite the trade-off. Execration willing to give the fight up to them. And the identity of Execration still rings true. They are still a frag-heavy team. Pero, sobrang minsan lang natin sila makita lumabas ng site. Talagang laban ng mismo ng mga anchors ang nakikita nating aggression from them. And it has been working out so far. That's 2 times na pumunta sa B na hindi nakapasok. Pero Elvin, good shot kay ZYKD, nakahabol ng sagot. 1-for-1 trade-off si CBN. Challenge pa nga. Ang ganda ng flash. Ang ganda ng ginawa ni KSA. Tumalon with the USP and shuts down CBN. TV3 tayo. Sobrang low na ni D at saka ni A7J. The brothers have to do a lot of work para lang makapasok sa site. Pero, look at Folex, look at the position. Nangarap ng flank papunta kay KSA. Mukhang may panlaban pa. Si A7J sumunod pa. 2v3 tayo. Si A7J napatay si Cetra. It's all gonna be down to Yobib. What can the Dark Prince do? That's 1 KD. 1v2. A7J has to be the first contact. Pero si Folex ang susunod. Si Folex ang papatay. 9-8. Ang Black Widow. May isa pang chapter sa laban na ito.
At si Folex ang tatapos ng round na yon para sa Execration. Again, Folex comes in to save the day for Execration. A big flank. Remember, that was a risky play from Folex dahil siya lang yung full HP. 1 HP left noon yung magkapatid ni A7J at D. And Folex had to come up with something and he did. All 3 players taken down by him and Execration have a chance to push this into OT, Ramon. 8-9, one more and we will go to OT.
What is this comeback for Execration? Ang masabi na sana nating, kaya pa ba nila habulin ito si Eagle Eye? Nasa utak ko na eh. Pero agad-agad nakita natin yung B-side setup, yung mga pushes on towards that mid-side. And the flanks coming forward para kay Folex and A7J, the strat book
Yes.
gets even deeper para sa Execration. And despite good openings for EVOS, medyo nag-hesitate na when it comes to
Exactly.
sinking in that last bullet.
Exactly. Tinan mo yung execration, Ramon. Di na sila takot lumaban. Forward position for both ZYK and D. Actually, no, not D. Fall X pala. And then A7J, malalim din. Ito na, ZYK has to hit the shots. Flash coming out, TRG pistol to take down KSA. And nabato siya ng granada doon. Yobi, medyo nabulol pa nga ako dahil sumasagot na ang EVOS. But D finds an opening, gets a double kill, and Execration thin the herd. EVOS down to the last two players. Cetra, baka hindi niya expect na nasa water na si D. Babalik muna. That's the bomb in plain sight. And D has to win it to get the chance, but he does not. Zetra drops him. 2v1 for A7J.
So much time as well for EVOS. They have the bomb, pero there's still a decision kung papasok pa ba sila ng B-side. Cetra ends it with just one bullet. Sumabog ang chances ng Execration sa Black Widow. 10-8 before mag-OT pa. EVOS ARC sinabi, saraduin na natin ang first set dito.
And all it took was one shot for Zetra to end it all off. Makakabawi na sana ang Execration, makakapag-overtime na sana. But EVOS says otherwise. 10-8 in the first set and Black Widow will be won by the champs. What a way. What a valiant effort from Execration. Kamuntik na silang makabawi.
Sobra, man. I mean, the two youngsters from either sides as well, yung nag-step up pa sa round kanina where we have D on entry duty. Nakaulit-ulit pa sana on that PL, siya sana ang kailangan maging sakripisyo. Ang alay papunta dito kay Cetra every time. At siya pa nga yung nag-flank in the last round para lang makuha niya yung double kill. Okay na yun sana para ma-lock in na ng Execration yun. Pero si Cetra naman ang nagpakita na kaya din niyang makahabol. He pulls out that USP knowing na baka malapit masyado si D para makapag-hit ng flick shot tong si Cetra. And once he took care of him, kahit nag-whip pa nga tong si D, no, talagang Cetra from that 1v1 shot, he really had a lot of trust sa angle na hinohold na dito. Just from the time alone, you could know that EVOS Esports, they had all the time para lang makapag-rotate. Hawak ni Cetra yung bomb na yon. Pwede siya mag-rotate sana. Pero he fully trusted himself knowing na baka may mag-peek pa from Execration at tama siya.
Exactly.
Grabe yung decision making from EVOS. Their macro is just on another level, man.
Yeah, and I want to give props to Zetra dito. Napuruhan siya nung first I would say 4 or 5 rounds. Lagi siyang nahuhuli dito ng Execration. But still, when it was time to perform, he does not disappoint. Hindi siya natitilt and hindi siya mabilis madala dito sa kalaban nila, no? Paving the way for that comeback eventually dito ng EVOS to get the lead. A massive lead at that, and secure the game eventually. So there you have it, Black Widow, man. And KelR as well. I mean, those were some nasty setups dito sa A site, no? KelR able to both find success on the defense in GR and then as well on the BL. Kapag tinatry siyang kopyahin ng kalaban dito, he just deals with them just as if he knows exactly what he's doing sa mapang ito. And there you have it. They show us why EVOS have picked Black Widow. I mean, a lot of us doubted. Me in particular, I doubted this first map pick of EVOS Arcilia, but they show us why, and it was fantastic.
I mean, it's unmatched to see the firepower actually bring through kapag may confidence ang EVOS, and they deliver that sa buong mga rounds na napanalo nila dito, no? From denying OT to getting yung first set, EVOS ARC have shown that this is a team that everybody should not sleep on. So now EVOS securing yung first set natin means on the way into Eagle Eye, they have a comparable spot ngayon in the BO5. As we throw it on over sa panel nating si Sneaky Frog at saka si Bipolar as we talk about yung first set win ng EVOS ARC ngayon.
What a first set, Sneaky. You know what? After watching that series, man, dikit yung laban, nakawala ng onte pero nakahabol ng saglit. It was a crazy matchup na almost had an overtime, Sneaky. What a play for both teams.
Yun nga, low-key, I was wishing in the back of my head na sana mag-OT to, sana mag-OT, man. This game is so good.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to keep going. Pero yun nga, no, by the tail end ng laruan natin, ended up on a 2v2 and obviously EVOS, no. When it comes to yung mga situations na ganun, like the 3v3, like the 2v2, you really do barely see any of the players panic, no. Granted, there is gonna be some frustration, pero there is no panic pagdating sa kanilang galawan. They really are so sure pagdating sa kanilang mga executes, and it really is telling kung yun nga, no, gaano kadalas nila pinapractice, how much reps that they do have when it comes to training, no, yung mapa na to. And especially with a map like Black Widow, we did say na, you know, the pubby playstyle will benefit itong Execration more, and it did nung first half. But unfortunately, no, I feel like a lot of people also look over yung BL side dito ng EVOS. Granted, it is slower than what you're used to dito sa Filipino Crossfire, but at the same time, if it's baiting in itong Execration to make mistakes, I mean, why not do it every single time, pare?
Yeah, very much so. You know what? The BL side is intense for EVOS. I just want to highlight as well, Yobib actually using the DRG, the sniper, for majority of these rounds. I gotta say, he was a better sniper than Zetra in this Black Widow. Just in my thought. Just because he was so powerful, the flank ups, the solo pushes, this guy is insane. Entirety of EVOS, even with KLR just below of short, dun sa taas, nasa ilalim siya sa may underla, nakakuha pa din siya ng kill. I think he got 3 kills of the first half just from that, and that is why they were able to clinch some rounds in the first half, pero ultimately sila ang nagdikta ng laban at that last stretch in the second half. Yes, nakahabol ng 4 ng points dito Execration, but not enough for them to go into overtime. 1.64 on CBN and 1.15 on Fall X. These guys, the fraggers, really did provide us with some great action. Pero dito sa EVOS ARC, man, look at Cetra, Elvin, and Yobib.
Ayun nga, no, the big three. Para nga dito sa EVOS in terms of yung set summary natin, Yobib, obviously, we are gonna expect a performance from him every single time na papasok tayo dito sa server. Same goes para dito kay Zetra. Elvin, though, ayun nga, no, had a hell of a game dito, pare. The flanks were annoying para nga dito sa Execration na squad. Granted, he literally has 0 HK, pero ayun nga, no, pag nakatalikod yung kalaban, they even need to shoot him in the head. Pero set MVP natin, of course, it is gonna be Mr. Sniper himself. Zetra, 1.42 KD, 0.94 KR. The closer para dito sa ating EVOS na squad has done it again, pare.
Yeah, it was a rough start nung umpisa. ZYK was on his ass at the beginning of those first half. Pero nakikita mo naman, nakabawi siya, man. On the BL side, you know he's gonna be comfortable. And in these dire situations, naramdaman na ni Zetra kung paano nga ba talaga gumalaw, kung paano nga ba pumunta. Just like this was one of the rounds kung saan he got a no-scope out of nowhere, the instant flicks and the shots na kung saan you were expecting that he was gonna hit, and yes, he did. Yan ang binibigay sa atin ni Zetra, just multiple frags all around, and when he is online, you know that Zetra is gonna give extra amounts of pressure, lalo na't EVOS ang Execration ng kalabas nila, man. Zetra providing us with a wonderful display in a first set that is gonna be setting a toll on Execration in the next halves dito.
Sure.
Pero you know what? A big shoutout muna sa ating mga YouTube frags din out there. So maraming salamat for supporting Crossfire Philippines. Sneaky Frag, magbabalik po tayo on our set number 2. Eagle Eye naman, Sneaky. So stay right there. We'll be back after this short break.
Yobe with that spray down. Oh! Here comes KSA.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines battle.
You know what it is. This is the CFS PH Regional Finals. What a day to be alive, Sneaky. Ang ganda ng pinakita ng dalawang teams natin dito. EVOS ARC going out with a 10-8 bang. Any thoughts after that, Sneaky?
Ayun nga, it's still a very, very close game. Pero pagdating naman dito sa ating map number 2, I think it's gonna be very, very different, no? It's a map where, ayun nga, you can't bring the exact same style, the exact same fire na nakita ka natin dun sa Black Widow. It's gonna be a lot more methodical. Pero Execration, they do have that fair share of experience in that map. Pero EVOS pa rin nasa usapan, pare.
Yeah, you know what? Let's get right into the action. Oras na para iba tong muna dito kay Ramon and Datum. Let's get right into set number 2.
Tama ka dyan, Bipolar tsaka Sneaky Frog. Thank you so much para sa pag-setup lang para sa set number 2 natin. 1-0 na ngayon ang EVOS ARC. And so far, it's been looking good for how their starred players have also been rising to the occasion. Noong una si KSA, no? Pero nung nag-warm up na si Cetra, pare, feeling ko nawala na ng oras ang Execration nung first set natin.
Yeah, for sure. Lalo na dahil napako sila doon sa 4 na scoreline in the first set, no. Granted, they did find 4 more rounds after that in a row, but ultimately naubusan na sila ng room doon, no. Zetra just hitting the shot onto one of the players signaled the end for Execration doon. Now moving over to our set number 2, Ramon, we're going to Eagle Eye, and I'm a little bit scared for Execration because yes, they picked this map. Yes, over the course of the group stage, mas mataas yung percentage ng naipanalo nila dito sa mapang ito. But I don't think that necessarily reflects kung gaano kalakas ang dalawang team na ito sa Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is one of those things na pinapractice dito ng EVOS in hopes of taking it into the international stage, which is why they rarely use it. They rarely pick it in the first rotation of sets dito sa ating group stage. And they actually have a very refined playstyle sa mapang ito, no? So I'm not sure if Execration has enough in the playbook to take them down sa mapang ito, but they have shown some success recently in the Eagle Eye.
I mean, exactly. Talagang, we cannot say it's perfect, pero the amount of times that they have picked it, they're pretty decent when it comes to this map, no? So parang, yung odds na meron tayo dito for Execration, for a 1-1, it's, masabi natin posible. Pero EVOS ARC ang kalaban nila dito. So will it be an absolute number? Malalaman natin yan in this second set. EVOS ARC now on the BL side. Si YK mukhang lakalabanan na naman ang sniper ng EVOS, si Cetra, na pick off na naman in the first opening rounds ng ating Eagle Eye.
Remember, this is exactly what happened in Black Widow as well. First couple of kills for Execration, Zetra going down as well as Kel-R, and immediately a good start para sa Execration, just like Black Widow. And that might be the key to win this set. No one going down yet para sa Execration. At pumapalag-palag dito si KSA sa may hotel. Has to watch out for CBN. Two of the sharpest HK players in the league about to make contact dito sa hotel habang papasok na si KSA. ZYK takes down Yobib, and again EVOS lose one player without any trade. Oh, X with the jumping USP takes down Elvin, at mukhang flawless pa nga ang round na ito para sa Execration. EVOS down to just KSA. At makikita niyo nga ba doon sa likod si D? Yes, he will. ZYK next on the chopping block. Pero ngayon, alam na nila kung saan manggagaling si KSA. Oh, one tap, 2 kills. CBN is down. And KSA makes it doable on the 1v2. That's the bomb still in plain sight. At talapit na nga si X dito. X making contact. KSA has been spotted. And KSA now knows na dalawa yung nandun sa harap niya. X going down. And KSA about to make it happen. The unthinkable in the first round. The turnaround 1 versus 4. And KSA goes down. A7J na isalba ni Angelito. And Execration with round number 1.
Namala Angel nga ba ang galawan ni Angelito? And what could have been a nightmare setup para sa Execration turned around on its head. Grabe, yung 1v5 attempt na meron si KSA. He could have actually ended it kung tama yung one-tap potential niya dito with the angle that he set up. Pero lower HP na nga siya agad because of the pressure, because of the 1v1s na na-take niya from Execration side. Buti na lang tumatama ang mga TRG na lang on the start. As now, D even gets a double. A headshot found for both of the mid players. KSA jumps on in. Mukhang mainit from the first round engagement. Guess the shot papunta kay CBN. They have LB pressure on full lockdown. D gets one shot. Mukhang si Setra pa nga ang tatapos. It was a 5v3 to start with. Pero ang EVOS, ginawa pa nilang tied round so far in the 1 minute mark.
Yup. 1-0 is to score pero 3 versus 3 ang labanan natin dito. Take a look at the health bars of EVOS, KSA and Zetra. Both less than 40 health points. That's Yobib. Looking for space. Hindi ikot-ikutan niya dito yung mapa, holding onto the C4. Sumisilip-silip sa EB as they start and make their way towards that position. 1 minute pa naman ang oras dito ng EVOS. They have a chance to rotate but pwede silang makita ni Folex dito if hindi sila gumalaw, Ramon. 1 minute. There goes the push for Yobib.
So they have a bit of their util in place para makapag-push sila on that B side. But the positions are telling me that they're either gonna deplete yung util na meron ng Execration. Just wait out the time yet again. This is EVOS on their BL side. Putting a lot of pressure papunta doon sa GR ng kalaban nila by just holding the positions, holding the angles. And Execration have been known to be a little bit too over-aggressive. Peeking on moments na hindi nila kailangan. Mukhang papasok na agad ang EVOS first contact. CYK down. Setra with the angle. And with the flick shot, it is not gonna be enough para sa pag-push ng EVOS. A7J. Mix naman for one trade-off. 2v2 tayo. Si Setra. Tumama pa kay A7J. Si Folex na lang. Saan manggagaling ang batang Maynina na mahilig mag-headshot? Spotted from that mid-push. Folex has to be careful about Setra right now when even peeking from the smoke. Setra bumawi with 4 kills in the round. 1-1 tayo.
Ayun na nga, Zetra is a threat that you can never discount. Folex attempted but Zetra hit the shot. 1-1. Laban na natin dito as EVOS make their first round in the BL side. At si Folex lalapit ng konti dito. Lot of noise being made in mid. Papasok na nga dito sa LA mga player ng EVOS Arcilia. Yobib pushing in. Nakita si A7J and A7J's down. Yobib makes his presence known and Folex will be taken down by Elvin as well. Need to exit. ZYK nandoon. Nasalo yung granada ni Yobib. At sa mid naman si KLR yung makakahuli kay D. Execration will be going down and EVOS pick up the round.
And in one fell swoop, hindi na kinailangang i-wait out yung time. Talagang winalis nila ang buong LA push na ginawa nila dito. It was not perfect, but at the end of it, it was the push that worked out. Wala nang takot si Yobib na lumaban lang sa mga taong pumapasok lang from exit. Samaran EVOS, relying upon that LA push kanina. Now mix it up papunta doon sa may LB. Hotel controlled by them. May push pa nga from D, spotted by Setra, and what an adjustment! Galing dito sa sniper ng EVOS, robotic as ever. Elvin with the headshot, pero si CBN nagpakitang gilas na din with his own. Yobib spraying on down, entry on from EB. ZYK gets the angle. Si A7J, maayos ang kanyang naging flank at mukhang mapapatay siya. Agad kay Elvin. 2 versus 1. So left down to Angelito. What can A7J do? Siya yung galing sa flank kanina.
Galing LA. Actually, clearing everything but LB. So ngayon lalapit siya dito from that exact same spot, contemplating going towards bridge, pero papasok na lang from the direct route towards the site. Flash coming in. 20 seconds left on the clock. Plenty to work with. Actually, decent amount of time. Pero may smoke siya dito. Picking up the Ninja Diffuse. Gets Setra. KLR. Medyo malayo position niya dito. Pero lalapit pa rin. Dito si KLR. Going down. And A7J has done it. Picking up the Diffuse.
A7J. From 0 to hero. Papasok ang Execration to a second round win. What a performance from him. From the flank and in towards the rotation. Back onto the 2-2 setup, Angelito just shows himself. What started as the 1-kill wonder becomes a 6-kill A7J so far in the game. At this is off the back of good entrying from Yobib as well. Na maayos sana ang puhunan para lang makapag-convert ng round pero it wasn't enough. Dahil kay A7J, ice cold sa kanyang fake defuse para lang makalapit agad si Yobib. That is one heck of an experienced player talaga.
Nice flash up ng lineup with the flash as well, rather. And A7J making that look very clinical. The mind games as well, no? When you are smoking or diffusing through the smoke, hindi kasi kita nung kalaban eh, no? So, A7J playing with that mindset perfectly. Brings us into another tie game dito, Ramon 2-2. At si A7J, nakaantabay lang dito sa tatalon. KSA nasa garahe na, nakita na agad ni A7J. Headshot pa nga. Zetra with the trade, though somehow finds a counter punch. At si D down in mid. Spots out Elvin, readjusts, going in for the peak, and D is successful with the duel. Okay, EVOS, they're struggling to take control of the site. Dahil nasa taas na dito si Yobib, he will take a couple of kills. ZYK goes down, Folex is taken away, and it's a 2v2. Yung bomba hindi pa rin naitatanim. A minute left on the clock. At si KLR, holding down exits, making sure that there's no one close by before getting the C4 planted. CBN spotted, and KLR with the M4 wins the duel. At dyan, si D na lang matitira from exit. Gets the headshot onto KLR. 1 versus 1 between the young guns, D and Yobib.
Naririnig niya yung pagplant, so pwede siya mag-rotate. Yobib has to work out the timing. Nalaman niya kung saan manggagaling si D, and it will be the Dark Prince. Shrouded in mystery kung saan manggagaling si Yobib. At saka pa nagpakita nung si D na mismong lumapit sa kanya. 3-2 tayo. EVOS ARC giving the biggest bite sa loob ng ating scoreline so far. And this time, it's been the entries for Yobib that has been making the difference.
And I love the mid-rounding from EVOS. Even when they lose key players, they do not stop moving. Dire-diretso pa rin ang EVOS dito. Even when their entry goes down, KSA, okay lang. Diretso pa rin si Zetra. Eto, KSA again, looking for contact si CBN. Nasa harap niya dito. Good nade to find a bit of damage onto CBN. At lalapit pa rin si KSA. Alam niya kasi na potentially malapit yung isang player dito through the box of Execration. Pero tatlo ang kalaban ni CBN dito. Playing with fire. CBN could make some impact. Kailangan mo na lumayo dyan, CBN.
Nako. Flashed on in. Still tries to fight them off. One headshot found pa rin nga lang si Yobib na ulit. Saktong 7th kill niya so far in the game. Kapag gantong kainit pa lang si Yobib, alam mong mainit na ang buong EVOS ARC as they slowly get themselves back sa kung ano yung sinimula na doon sa LB. Ngayon ay pinapalapit na si Folex all the way from that LA setup because of the space given to him. 1 minute. EVOS playing the time yet again. The masters of micro and macro adjustments have been shown on the server right now. And with A7J held on the cross, he will be challenged with possibly 3 players coming onto him right now, Daedom.
Mag-LA dito ata ang EVOS. Zetra positioned to anticipate a peek from LA. Yung bomba nasa mid pa nga. Pwede pa lumipat ang EVOS dito. 44 seconds. Still actually decent amount of time to rotate to B.
Pwede pa. Folex has the presence of mind na baka may mag-rotate all the way from that mid side as well. And with EVOS now yet again a 30-second execute running on towards LB right now, and the only guy who can stop them within their tracks is just gonna be itong si D. How will this work out for Execration? 15 seconds. Yobib, entry onto EB at mukhang hindi nakatiin si D, pero dahil sa pag-rotate niya baka pwede pa para sa kanya until Yobib spotted. Setro with the flick shot. 4 versus 2. Execration have the bomb plant. At dahil dito, isa-isang bumabagsak ang pundasyon ng Execration. And Folex knocked out by Elvin as well. 4-2 tayo. EVOS masterfully playing the time just like that.
Exactly. And what a demonstration from Yobib and Zetra as well. That is how you enter a site. Taking down every duel. Making it look easy. Oh my goodness, EVOS. They pick up the 2-round lead dito, Ramon. At yung Execration medyo bumagal. Medyo nadala. A much slower approach dito sa pagkontrol nila ng hotel habang si D nandito pa rin sa bridge.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of information kung may nakalagpas na nga ba sa ilalim, no? Kaya kailangan pa rin panoorin ni ZYK yung EB. So there's a little bit of a lapse sa depensa dito ng Execration. Bukas ang mid doors.
Galing na i-analyze ng EVOS no? Kung ano yung mga butas na pwede nilang pasukin ngayon.
Yes.
Just the amount of time that they've been using para lang mahanap yung mga butas na yun. Alam nila na since may presence pa nga sila from that mid push kanina, from the peak itself, doon from CBN as well, na madadalian lang sila kasi isa lang yung nakahold lang doon sa may B site itself. Kasi di pa nga yung naging biktima nun. Push ni Yobib. All falling into place for everybody to pop up that time. So ZYK. Yun ang the angle. Need on down as well. Mga magpipick pa nga from that bridge setup. Supported by CBN but ZYK. His own individual mechanics cannot be questioned. Grabe yung flick shot papunta kay KSA. 4 versus 5. At mukhang lalaban pa nga si CBN. Nagpakita sa tall box na headshot pa nga si Yobib. Susunod pa ba si ZYK? Imisa pa nga si Aljonalde. Boom! Pasana. Pero Elvin, sumagot na maayos. 2v4. 45 seconds. Drop pa nga yung C4 dito. So mukhang kailangang mag-push na mabilisan ng EVOS Esports right now. 40 seconds. They're pressured to rotate right now. Baka si Paul X ang prepared dito.
Oh, Paul X!
Oh, grabe!
Wow!
The headshot machine! Just finds himself Elvin and Kel R na strike yung jackpot ni Paul X. 4-3 tayo for Execration.
Execration, what a read. Nabasa nila na baka magkaroon ng B presence dito, hotel presence ang EVOS, and they were absolutely right. Getting all the execute players from EVOS destroyed and dismantled. So Execration, keep this set close. Isa lang ang lamang ng EVOS sa ngayon. And Ramon, I did not expect it to be this close, to be completely honest, but I love it. Execration, sumasagot pa rin sila.
Kaya nga man. I mean, honestly, even despite the round advantage na meron sila dito, the way that Execration also adapts to whatever has been the push for EVOS, they knew that they had so many people palang dun sa may LB. So, there was no threat for Folex to keep pushing dahil dun. Walang nakatao dun sa may garahe. So, parang free real estate na lang yun para sa kanya. So, dahil dun, dahil masyado atang marami ang na-invest ng mga players ng EVOS from that LB, that's just a push na pwedeng makuha lang ni Folex just like that. But you can't also respect the amount of people na na-invest nga ng EVOS para lang makuha nila yung LB dito dahil nakakatakot yung naging double man setup na meron dito sa CBN at saka si ZYK. The moment that they have full info na nasa LB sila, may biglang papasok from the window spot ng si ZYK. May biglang sasabog na CBN na walang takot talaga from that tall box And as long as they have that one flash or that one smoke doon sa right side ng box na yun, safe na safe lang si Clyde pare.
Absolutely. And as we saw in that round, it was a fairly easy hold para dito sa Execration, just to get the read right. And that has been the key difference maker sa dalawang ito. EVOS unable to pinpoint kung saan nga ba yung butas ng depensa dito in this round, which in particular was mid. Kung nag-mid sila doon, they could have taken control of RS, pwede silang lumipat ng A, or even more effectively into that B site kasi nga lahat ng players doon ng Exe in the B defense was in LB and Hotel. So kung nag-RS into B sila, they would have ran into no one, maybe just the sniper from ZYK, which would have been dealt with easily with utility dito. So EVOS, they have to start getting the read right even more para lang makakuha sila ng malaking advantage dito sa BL side. But as of now, Execration are keeping them on their toes, and it is a beauty to behold dito. Execration actually putting up a very good fight dito sa ating first half, and what can I say? We're gonna be. I'm getting comfortable dito, Ramon, because I think we're going the distance. I think we're gonna go into set 4 or maybe even set 5.
Pwede. It's possible. I mean, we all kind of predicted the same way nga din naman, except for syempre si Bipolar kasi XFAM kasi tayo dyan pare, But it's just, parang isa na nga yun, Isa na nga yung parang sign na nagkakaroon na ng belief into the Execration na stock so far. Kasi sobrang layo na narating nila from not even qualifying into the playoffs of the last event from PH Masters. Now just showing a different form dito, And we can kind of note that from the one thing that was missing from this team, it's that discipline, Ang dami mga times from PH Masters na nag-overpush sila just from getting that one-man count advantage. At ngayon, parang from playing off of the info given to them, mas maayos yung kanilang nagiging decision-making dahil sa mga pushes nila ngayon.
Absolutely. I mean, I could definitely see the improvement from Execration. I mean, you could see in the standings alone the amount of teams that they've taken down. They've taken down sets away from STS and EVOS ARC as well back in the group stage. Not to mention, sila na ngayon ang number 3 when it comes to the group standings. No, they've dethroned Pacific and they've actually made it look like they are very consistent performers. No, even making it into the semifinals this time around. So. Yes, I could definitely see the improvement of Execration, but they need to improve even further to make it into that international stage. 3-4 ang labanan natin dito sa Eagle Eye with EVOS leading by 1 and ZYK to take down Keller.
Kala mo, first round ulit no? Hindi si Cetra this time around. KLR never expects the fast scope of ZYK.
Yes.
At least now, may panlaban pa. EVOS have control papunta dun sa may stairs. Pero mukhang nagulat mga si Cloyd. Patayin na agad galing dito kay Cetra. KSA also to get themselves to push on LB. Or V3. Low on HP. KSA has to be the one to entry dahil dito. Pero may time pa sila mag-decide kung hawakan ba ni KSA itong Arctic ni Cetra. Folex, the flank has been cooking. Ang lapit na agad ni Paul. May expect pa ba nito ng EVOS? Mukhang he doesn't hit the shot. Has to go back para lang magkaroon ng depensa pa rin ang Execration.
Yep, ang tanong mo kung may expect ba ng EVOS, ang sagot, oo. They watch out for Paul at hindi nakapasok si Paul doon. Balik muli from RS si Paul trying to crunch the players of EVOS who are now making their way towards this site. At makikita nila si ZYK. He goes down. A7J still trying. To no avail, nahuli din si Paul and EVOS pick up the round 5-3.
And despite the opening that they have dito sa Execration, EVOS will still commit with the double rifle that they have. KSA and Yobib in particular. Mabilis ang pag-entry ng parehong hotel at saka doon sa may LB na counter agad. Yung mismong na-build na sana ni ZYK dahil sa peak ni CBN, dahil sa bridge setup na meron sana ang Execration. Just like that, man, the only setup that they got going for them has been dismantled in seconds because of the aggression. Hindi na kailangan ng util, pare. Full contact lang ang ginawa ng EVOS doon.
Taking a page out of the Execration playbook, but necessarily not finding any kills. A7J, medyo sumala yung flash natin doon, pero okay lang, it still works out in your favor in the end as he takes down KSA. Si Yobi bandito rin. Sabi ni Polex, bawal ka pumasok, boss. That's the bomb. Way out in the open. EVOS have try and retrieve it, pero yung Execration lahat nalapit na. Elvin good for 1, pero makakapasok pa sila mula dito sa LA. Ang sagot mukhang hindi pa, kasi si A7J parang tore mula sa taas ng site. At si Dian dito rin sa ilalim. Polex will be taken down. Elvin good for 2. At si KLR matitira mag-isa as A7J pulls out the pistol. And KLR will be coming from the long angle as well. At hindi alam ni A7J yon. Titingin sa likod. Nakita niya ba, Ramon?
No, I know. I think nakita niya yung barrel. Arctic spotted and A7J is just gonna deliver it. 5-4 sa first half natin. And it will be Execration getting the last laugh so far. And if you think about it then, pare, I mean, that rifling duo was supposed to be the only unit that they needed para lang ma-push nila yung LA, pare. Pero the idea, the factor that they had to consider pa rin was A7J on top of the A-site structure. Di lang naman si ZYK nagsasniper dito, pare. The fact that they get themselves the openings is something that they still need to build upon. And that was one of the only rounds na meron sila na nakapag-convert sila dahil sa mismong response ng Execration.
Precisely. Execration still need to refine a little bit. Now they're going into the second half, no? Baliktad na tayo ng ating mga side, GRBL. And EVOS, sila pa rin naman nangunguna dito in terms of the score. 5-4 ang score natin dito. Just barely taking a lead as we go back into Eagle Eye 2.0. Execration on BL. What can they do? Let's see the setups.
Tingnan natin, Yobib, TRG na para sa kanya. So, Cetra. So it's gonna be somebody that they also have to consider with the TRG as well. So, double sniper setup tayo for EVOS. They have a double LB setup para sa kanila. KSA now holding the position where CBN has been doing nung previous half natin. And with this Execration, now they're playing the passive roles. Ngayon sila naman yung nag-hold na ina-expect nila yung EVOS ang lalapit sa kanila ngayon.
Yep. Which is for the most part true. EVOS does like to get scrappy sometimes, especially kapag si KSA na ang usapan, Zetra nakahawak sa LA. EVOS making a little bit of move, pero si D papasok na dito sa door mid. Will be taken down. KLR diretso sa A side, pero si Zetra andito pa rin, trying to hold it down for dear life. Elvin joins the fray, but Polex ZYK opens up the site for their teammates to plant the bomb. Pero si Yobib, he is just an agent of chaos, coming up from up above, taking down one. ZYK pistol is out, A7J fighting him out, but Yobib rings through with the shot. Mag-isa na lang si Aljon, at TRG yung hawak na dun. Yobib throws the nade, and it's perfect for Yobib, getting all the players in the site. Yobib forces his way for the round conversion.
What started as him using the Arctic just shows kung bakit napaka-init na din on the rifle. The time that he is able to invest because of the smokes put down dun sa site. Hindi siya nakita ng kahit sino sa execution, pre. Ang ingay ng pag-rotate dito ni Yobib. Pero hindi siya napansin dahil lang doon sa mga util. Dahil lang nag-hold siya from that stairs position. So many times that execution. Only needed one more leg in towards a win. Pero EVOS stealing it all because of one star performance, and that is Yobib right now. Balik tayo dito sa 2-4-6. Execration back on holding one entrance. That is LB right now. KSA puts the nade back in. Puts a lot of pressure into Execration. Sobrang low on HP ng ibang mga players dito dahil lang sa setup na meron sila right now.
Exactly. Beautiful nades from EVOS. Half HP yung kalahati ng Execration sa ngayon. And while they do have good positions para mahulihin si KSA dito, ZYK might be the first contact na hindi ina-expect na malapit na si KSA. And ZYK peeks out. Naku po, lalabas si ZYK dito at muntik na nga siyang ma-takedown doon ni KSA. Hits a couple of shots in. But the bomb still far away. So Execration pwede silang lumayo dito.
Nakita din ni KSA yung bomb eh. So he has some info that they're all just playing for the default play for pick strategy. So for Execration, spotted by ZYK, and that's the punish coming through. KSA down means that could be an open hotel na pwedeng i-push ng Execration, but they're still gonna rotate pa dun sa may LA. And because of the position from KLR, he's holding both angles of that mid side as well as yung LA push. But Volex, he has other ideas. Kung kakalabanin niya itong si Yobib, kasama na agad ng rifling duo. That's one. Yobib down an open hotel. Pero KLR, right place, right time. Sprays down D. Si CBN baka sumunod pa? Sumunod na ka si CBN. What is that from KLR? Gameplay on full display at yung game sense tumatama para sa EVOS ARC. 3v3 tayo. Low on HP, push on in from ZYK, spots him up at the USP, takes him down, 2v2, 10 seconds, has to plant the bomb. Pero nasan yung objective? Nasan si Zetra? Patay galing kay Fall X. May time pa ba? Wow! Pinatay ng lahat ng Execration. Trust the process. Inubos ang oras at ubos ang EVOS ARC.
Napakalupit naman nun, ZYK. Nagmala American Sniper, providing the backup as Folex plants the bomb with time ticking down. Perfect coordination from ZYK and Folex to secure that round at the last possible second, Ramon. Execration. What coordination that was between your teammates, keeping it close. 5-6. Isa na lang ang lamang ng EVOS.
Grabe man. At sa laban kung saan usually yung EVOS ang nag-uubos ng time on BL, si Execration na din at muntikan pa nalang sagarin sa time na kung kailan kailangan nila mag-plant ng C4. Buti na lang nakapag-entry pa nga yung ibang mga players ng Execration now. ZYK hits the shot kay KSA. That's the second time back-to-back rounds kung saan napatay pa nga siya ng Arctic player. 5 versus 4. LA now in the possession, and A7J shows kung gaano siya kalinis on the Arctic. Kills Zetra. The robot is deactivated, and this time EVOS have to fight back in a 3v5.
Wow, the two veterans, A7J and ZYK, making this hard for EVOS Arcilia. 2 players down, Zetra being one of them. At si Yobib, naka-sniper na rin. Elvin has picked up the sniper as well. Playing around hotel. Yobib, this is a close corner, but still gets a good shot onto ZYK. Yobib not going down at all. At papasok na nga dito yung execration papunta ng A-site, Ramon.
What a nade, but what a shot for A7J as well. Elvin down means that it could be an open A site para sa kanila. Si KLR, nilalaro yung smoke, pina-play out yung time. Mukhang alam niya na maraming papasok dito, so kailangan niyang bumalik. Pero si CBN, mismo papatalsik sa kanya sa labas ng mapang ito. Si Yobib na lang, waiting on the plant coming down, pero hindi na lilipat ang isa mga players ng execration. Na-plant pa nga yung C4, bumagsak pa nga si Yobib. So with 30 seconds, this guy can cook up a clutch. Kaso napakalayo pa niya.
24. I think Yobib is just gonna buy time, talk to his teammates, make up a plan for the next round. Kasi kulang na to eh. Still 4 players against Yobib. Quick scope pa nga ng isa doon kay A7J, pero this round is now for execration. 6-6. We are tied up once more, Ramon. An execration, they have momentum.
It's like the same strat, pero nagpalit lang sila ng sides where the snipers are the ones to open up. The snipers na mismo yung naging sagot sa mga nag-hold ng mga angulo. Kanina itong si KSA, sumakto pa nga sana from the wide peak to get himself the info. At kanina si Cetra na, usually, duty nga ng isang sniper para hawakan yung LA nga, di ba? Pero, somebody like A7J is somebody na hindi mo na-expect sana na ganito kalinis when it comes on the flex shots. Pero may pampalag pa rin on the mechanics, pare.
Absolutely. Execration taking things slow. Ito nga, I like the way Execration has moved their approach towards the snipers kasi lagi nga nakakakuha dito si ZYK and si A7J. So it's been working out itong BL side nila. And EVOS, have they adjusted? Walang sumisili pa sa EVOS.
Yeah, nga eh. It's full fear, full hesitation. I don't think it's fear, para. I think they just are calculating. So kung saan sila magpipeak, and Yobib just gets one, goes back to safety. Looks like he wants to prime up for another fight. A7J has an opportunity, pero si Alvin pa rin. Full spray down, full adjustment. Hindi na binigyan si Angelito ng time para sumagot pa. 3v5. KSA almost drops down, para si ZYK ang mismong sasabing bumagsak ka bata. Sabi ni ZYK, 50 seconds. Kailangan mag-execute ng execration ngayon. And with full discipline from Cetra, there's an open timing but a flick shot from the robot. Nag-on na yung wall hacks ni Cetra. Christian Go showing that he is still the final boss sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. 1 versus 4 na pagkatapos mapatay ni Yobib. At si KLR pa ang sasakto para sa 7th round ng EVOS. What is this dominating performance?
How did they recover from that, Ramon? Again, it was ZYK finding an early pick, but EVOS somehow answer back, taking down all the players of Execration. Teka lang, Yobib. Godly angle onto ZYK, and EVOS have come online. Ako po, ito na yung kinakatakot natin. EVOS, they have adjusted, they have downloaded the playstyle of Execration ngayon. Sila naman ang papalag, pero ang sabi ng Execration, di pa tapos ang laruang to. Papasok kami sa site, and Zetra will go down through the window, and they will get the bomb planted. And EVOS, kailangan nila mag-retake dito. A7J mula sa garahe. Naku po, Elvin, what an adjustment! A7J is down, and it is 3 versus 3, Ramon.
Elvin showing his true colors on the flank right now. Kailangan kunin yung attention ni Polex dahil dito si D lalaban, si KSA bumagsak. 3v2, Yobib and Elvin, kailangan sakto yung timing sa pag-rotate ng dalawa. One from the flank, one from the mid-rotate. Si Polex ang kuha ng isa. 14 seconds, Yobib. All the kills in the world, pero with just one shot from the TRG, it could be possible to clutch this up, pero wala na siyang oras, wala na siyang panahon. Mabibigay ang 7th round para sa Execration. Tied game tayo ulit sa laban ng Eagle Eye.
Wow, and it started off well for EVOS this time around. No, Yobib nahuli nga si ZYK with that constant LA angle. Kailangan na maghanap ng ibang angle dito ni ZYK kasi ando na si Yobib watching from the EB hotel area. And then, It was the turnaround naman ng Execration dito by taking them all down from the EVOS side. It's just blow for blow dito, Ramon. Nagbabalik-balikan. Akala ko nga si Zetra magpa-pop off dun sa hold niya inside of the site, but he was overwhelmed quite easily by Folex and the Execration fam. So it is back to an even game as you mentioned, and Execration are keeping this very hard for EVOS, man. It is tied up once more. Dikit na dikit ang laban.
Kaya nga eh. And honestly, even if we get this DR right now, it just makes things even more tense, pare. Kasi talagang parang tinagal-tagal na nakita natin yung EVOS na naglalaro sa ating liga eh, no? Parang paulit-ulit yung nakikita natin sa kanilang consistent performances. Even here, kahit kung hindi natin titingnan yung naging laban nila against STS, they could have actually gotten themselves the run that STS would have gotten kung talagang naging kung hindi nangyari yung first week natin dito, you know. So it just builds upon what could be something na para masabi nating dominating thing na meron dito for EVOS right now. It's just something that's a little bit impossible to kind of realize if you think about it from a hater's bubble. Pero kasi for us right now, this is definitely like the best form for EVOS right now because of the way that they're able to approach fights, the way that they're unpredictable when it comes to approaching their strategies lang din dito eh. Kasi pwede naman mag-ibang mga weapons yung ibang mga players natin dito. Si Yobib, nagugulat na lang tayo. Kaya din niyang may pag-handle with an Arctic as well. Nakatulad ng ginagawa din ni Cetra of all people as well. That just puts a lot more layers sa kung anong pwedeng mahatid nitong si EVOS right now. They're feeling the pressure, but Execration is still fighting in this, man.
Oh yes, absolutely. And every round is hard fought for dito sa labanan natin ni Eagle Eye. ZYK, now the challenge becomes how do you keep Zetra guessing? How do you keep Yobib guessing? Ngayon na nahuli ka na dito sa LA and momentum is gone para just sa sniping department ng Execration, how do you find the same impact that it feels like kailangan eh? It feels like needed ng Execration yung early kill dito in ZYK because it's the rounds where they find the most consistent success in is where ZYK and A7J find a kill, an opening kill with these snipers. Ngayon na nakita na ni Yobib na, teka lang, parang paulit-ulit na nandito may namamatay sa hotel ah. Paano kung ako naman yung mag-peek sa'yo? The challenge becomes, ZYK, how do you keep this sniping duo of EVOS on their toes? We go back into Eagle Eye 7-7 ng labanan natin dito. At ano nga ba ang babaguhin ng Execration?
It's like a full push in towards hotel na ngayon. Elvin, so many times that he has been a nuisance. Parang nagugulantang na lang sila kapag pumapasok sila ng hotel. Si Elvin laging may masabi sa mga first bloods from that position. See if he's able to handle both Fall X and D. Flash on in, nade coming out. Will Elvin strike with the double kill, or will Fall X open up with a headshot? Push on in into Elvin. Spray on down with the flash as well. Elvin gets one, pero si Cetra mukhang mapapatay lang nito si ZYK. Elvin gets the double kill. This is an EVOS ARC that is dominating the competition as it is gonna be a flawless round. Triple kill para kay Elvin, and Cetra gets his double as well. EVOS ARC building to an 8-7, and it was so clean, man.
Exactly. Ayun na nga yung tinatanong ko dito, mukhang hindi nasagot ni ZYK. Anong bagong angulo ang sagot? Wala. Still playing, anticipating for Yobib to spot up from the same angle as si Elvin. Nandito pa rin sa bar in hotel. Nades coming out. Elvin at the ready. Binabato siya dito ni Polex to try and flush him out, pero andun pa rin si Elvin. This time with an even more aggressive angle. 4 people waiting on the other side of the wall kung saan nagtatago dito si Elvin. At si Folex nakabang lang. He knows that Elvin likes playing aggressive and he's trying to draw him in.
Meeting all door players, and it's gonna be Folex gets the jumping headshot. Elvin now shut down, and ZYK gets the second frag para sa Execration. Si D nahabol pa, nahanap niya si KLR. The leader goes down, and it's up to KSA and Yobib. The rifling duo. Saan manggagaling si KSA? Mukhang expected pa nga ni Fall. That's gonna be a headshot found yet again. We go back to a tied game if Yobib doesn't clutch. 1v4 tayo. 1 minute and 20. What will the Dark Prince offer to the table? Hindi pa nakapag-plant ng execration. They commence it down but it looks like D just ends it with a head tap. 8-8 para sa scoreline. Execration not going down without a good fight.
And Folex taking the fight to Elvin's hands. Pumasok with the USP jumping up and about. And Elvin couldn't do anything about it. The hotel take working out para dito sa execration. At ngayon nilipat naman sila sa mid. This is the new angle that execration might take. Lineups from mid. Si D is the only one that is holding that B position, that B entrance that they could go to. Si Zetra naman ang papasok sa hotel. Sabi nila, sobra na to. We need to send Zetra to hotel. Problema lang, execration has adjusted as well. No one is moving towards hotel.
Yeah. So many hotel encounters na mukhang alam nila masyadong risky. Magtutuusin, even if may palag pa rin naman ng execration when it comes to the hotel pushes. Ayaw na lang maulit yung nangyari nung nag-hold si Elvin dun sa spot na yun. Pero iba na kasi yung setup ngayon for EVOS. The fact that they're able to or are willing to switch it up makes them an even more unpredictable opponent. D holding down, pushing up towards LB. Elvin with a nade in his hand could possibly be overwhelmed. Daming tao doon sa may LB pa lang. Kailangan maging prepared si Elvin. Flash comes through. In-expect niya yung double kill. Grabe naman si D. Elvin gets the double kill and EVOS ARC. They are fully dominating yung LB push na ginagawa sana. 2v5. Cetra hits another shot and it's just gonna be CBN left. Pero nasa kabilang bansa siya pre. Walang magagawa si CBN. Low on HP siya. At ang daming tao sa EVOS ang nakabantay dun sa may LB pa lang. Si Elvin mukhang iisa pa with another multi-frag for EVOS ARC. 9-8 for their set point. And what could possibly be a 2-0 so far sa best of 5 natin.
Elvin with 3, Zetra with 2 at sakto yung call dito ng EVOS na iposisyon si Zetra doon sa hotel dahil hindi nakapasok ang Exe. Bumalik din sila sa B which was the worst idea they could have had. Elvin with a hold. Si KSA papasok sa mid. Naku po, EVOS, what have you done? 2 players down. This might be the signal of the end for this round. Pero sasagot si KLR trying to save this round from falling apart. Yung bomba nasa mid pa rin and KLR has to hold. 3 versus 3. KLR with a saving play for EVOS to keep this a 3 versus 3.
And look at that. From discipline play after another. Kahit yung effort ni A7J para lang makuha nila yung man-count advantage already dwindling dahil sa overpush nga ng ibang players ng execration, fully realizing that KLR was still holding the same angle. At buti na lang buhay pa nga yung leader ng EVOS ARC. At dahil dito may panlaban pa on that RS spot, Cetra decides na bumalik na lang dun sa may RS para lang ma-hold yung angle na pwedeng kunin dun sa may EB for execration. 3v3. 1 minute. And it looks like execration are gonna pull the trigger. Push on in from D. That's the entry. Gonna be going in. Si KLR magsa-spray pa nga ng dalawa. And with just one fell swoop, tinapos ni KLR at ni Cetra ang laban na to. 2-0 so far for EVOS ARC and Eagle Eye nawala sa mga daliri ng execration.
Ramon, KLR is upset. 4 kills just to end this set. And EVOS, nabuhay na ang dugo ni KLR. He is out for blood and he has taken 4 targets in this last round. EVOS have taken 2 set points away. And it is down to the last one para lang makapunta ng Grand Finals. Para makapunta ng China, isang panalo na lang ang kailangan ng EVOS.
Mukhang it's setting up to be another El Clasico match of Team Stallions versus EVOS pagdating sa finals. Pero dahil BO5 to mga tropa, mukhang may panlaban pa ang execration. Pero what a way to close it out, man. As you mentioned, si KLR mukhang from that mid push, it was almost gonna be OT. Nung nagsimula pa lang with a double tong si A7J. Pero just from his movement, just from his decisive call para lang makuha yung dalawang pwedeng ispray dun sa may mid side, it just puts them at a standstill. Mas lalo pang nahirapan, mas na-pressure ang execration na gumawa ng desisyon. Buti na lang maayos yung naging call ni KLR para lang ipabalik tong si Cetra all the way towards that RS position. It puts them at a safe position at kahit na smoke pa sila, they still have their guns. Pwede pa rin na lang ispray from the entry which gives less than nothing to work with para dito sa Execration. They couldn't even shoot back kasi hindi nila makita yung kalaban nila, pre.
Yes, and I think EVOS have caught on to the way Execration approaches their points of interest. Kanina yung B side, magpupush sila, and then babalik, and then magpupush ulit. They did the same exact thing, but in the last round, dito naman sa doors mid. And by that time, I think KLR has figured it out. That's why hindi siya umalis from doors mid. He was just anticipating that the Execration will come back, and they did. He had the right position and the perfect weapon for it. Spraying them down with an M4 is just, it's perfect. The perfect play mula dito kay KLR, who, by the way, did push up mid as well, no? After that crucial decision-making mistake nila KSA dito na pumasok, not waiting for any info. Paglabas kasi nila KSA, na-takedown agad sila ng Exe, at pumasok naman si KLR to trade them out, and he did, netting him of 2 kills and then 2 kills afterwards. EVOS, the mind games being won to just slightly edge out the competition has taken Eagle Eye away from Execration. Now, this is where it gets scary for Execration. Wala na silang mapa na pwedeng ibigay pa now that it is 2-0.
Yep, and it just becomes an even easier task para sa EVOS right now as they're now coming into their own map pick of Ankara as well. A map that they are very comfortable in. Pero do remember the fact that they also got almost dismantled by Gaon Gaming of all people dito sa mapang ito. So, mali mo, napanood nga ng VOD. Napanood ng mga players ng Execration yung VOD na yun para lang mapag-usapan kung ano yung mga pwede nilang gawin laban dito sa EVOS ARC. But so far, it is just gonna be that 2-0 para dito sa EVOS ARC right now on their way towards the Grand Finals laban sa Team Stallions. Pero bago ang lahat, ihatid muna natin sa paano natin si Bipolar at saka si Sneaky Frog para pag-usapan ang panalo ng EVOS ARC.
What a back and forth against EVOS ARC and as well as Execration. Sneaky, I do not know what to say instead that si D nag-pop off at the right time. Pero itong EVOS ARC, man, you know, iba man, iba. Like, through the smoke kills, multiple rounds of first half natin to a dominating fashion na parang, even though it was a back and forth, nasa kanila pa rin yung sila pa rin nagko-control ng game.
Yeah, I think it goes back to yung experience ng EVOS being on top of competition, especially yung nature ng kanilang mga laruan. I feel like the longer the game goes, the better it is para dito sa EVOS. You give Keller time to kind of read the game para nga dito sa kanilang kalaban. Granted, Fall X, CBN and all the others, pare, great game para dito sa Execration. But then I felt something flip nung 8-8 yung score. And I really feel like EVOS, nangyayari to a lot dito sa mga games nila where it is 8-8. And I really feel like EVOS are so freaking good pagdating sa mga high pressure rounds if they can actually properly execute it. And ayun nga, pag nasimulan na nila yung setup dito, Execration probably also feeling the pressure of playing 8-8 pare, pero feeling ko kasi EVOS, it's kind of like they're just playing any other round pare.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in these situations before kasi, so you know that despite all of the pressure na binibigay dito na Execration, Folex getting those kills, even A7J at the first half nakita natin dito was able to provide some damage. EVOS, man, Keller as well. I just want to give some shoutouts as well para din kay Elvin. These two players were some of the one of the the forefronts of putting up damage tapos so ubusin nilang na ibang nila mga players. I want to highlight EVOS ARC. So 2.25 on Yobib, man. Every round he has a kill.
Yeah, I mean, 2.25, that is definitely expert support work. Galing nga dito kay Yobib KSA, of course, getting the quintessential Eagle Eye entry fragger experience of 0.47 KD. Ganyan talaga, man. I know that time where you really just have to go in first, especially in this map where it's so hard to entry. But the rest of the team really did perform well, especially yun nga dito sa ating later rounds. A7J had a way better game, honestly, dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Pero I feel like the rest of the team kind of, fell short a bit, especially itong si CBN, man. I feel like if CBN maybe played a slightly better game dito, pare, this would have been, this would have been a lot better para dito sa Execration. But I feel like it's not just on him, it's on the rest of the team as well, pare. But of course, yung set MVP natin, it is gonna be Mr. Yobib. The Dark Prince does it again para dito sa ating Eagle Eye map with a 2.25 KD, 1 kill per round. Headshot per kill, he doesn't need that, pare, because he does have those spray weapons and of course, the high smokes per round. You already know damn well gamit na gamit ang utility pagdating sa EVOS.
And there was one time na nakita natin it was a clutch up na I think it was 1 versus 3 tapos nakuha niya pa yun. He was playing around that A side, taas baba, patalon-talon, pero he was still able to provide that chaos nga sinabi dito ni Tatum and ni Chris na siya pa din ang mananaig sa pinakadulo. You're seeing the highlights right now on how the Dark Prince really does prevail in Eagle Eye 2.0 from M4s to HKs, man. Kahit anong ibigay mo dito kay Yobeb, kakaiba siya. And how he plays the game is just so intense. And with the TRG as well, dito sa hold down niya sa B, it's actually crazy. The balls of steel coming in from Yobeb provides them a 2-0 now in a best of 3 and it's just gonna be crazy. I thought we were gonna be having a 1-for-1 pero mukhang tatapusin agad to ng EVOS ARC. They wanna go in for the finals tomorrow on. But let's see if babawi nga dito ang buong execration ng EXECRATION fam in the map number 3. Kaso nga lang, it is the map of EVOS once again. Magbabalik po ang ating CFS PH 2025 Regional Finals. We'll be right back.
Ang gutis pa lang yun! At si KSA, tapos KSA gets the 4K! KNP! Yobeb with that spray down! Oh! KSA!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines battle.
You know what's cooking. It's set number 3. We are inbound for a possible last spot for the finals for EVOS ARC, or possibility of a comeback na umabot tayo ng 2-1 in favor of still ng EVOS ARC. But Execration have been putting up a fight. Palaging 10-8, palaging close rounds, almost overtimes. Sneaky, before we throw it off to the casters, ano mga naisip natin dyan for this map alone?
Oh, that GR side is looking very scary para sa EVOS especially, man. I mean, time and time again, teams have fallen dito sa GR side ng EVOS, and I really feel like no team is as connected as them pagdating sa kanilang depensa, and I really feel like, you know, if you're gonna see KSA, you're immediately gonna see Yobib and etong si Kela right behind him, no? So, it's gonna be a tough puzzle to figure out para dito sa Execration, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, it's not impossible, and it's time to keep the keys or the pieces inbound, or pagdugtugin-tugin na natin para makita natin yung pinakahuli ng storyline natin. It's set number 3. Simulan nyo na yan, Daydom and Ramon.
Maraming salamat nga pala, Bipolar and Sneaky Frog. At ito na nga no, ang puzzle na kailangan hanapin at ibuo ng Execration dito sa Ankara map now na map pick ng EVOS. And if you compare yung mga map win rates ng parehong teams natin, they have both picked it 5 times or played it 5 times, excuse me. And EVOS are the one who have the 18% win rate, man. Grabe talaga ang naging reputation ng EVOS sa mapang ito.
I mean, not to discredit Execration of anything, no. I think they're pretty good in this map as well. But when you have numbers like this from EVOS, you know they love playing this map. This is actually their most played map and one of their most successful. So that really scares me for the prospect of the comeback, as Bipolar said kanina, no. Yeah, that pretty much says my 2 cents about this last potential last set dito sa ating labanan between the last spot in the grand finals and of course the last spot towards that grand finals in China. That is the main event of CFS. So, Chris, I am very scared for Execration in this coming set.
It's scary, especially considering that ilang beses na nga nila nalaro yung Ankara map na ito. It hasn't always been the most perfect game plan so far. The only time that we've seen EVOS be challenged by this is the Gaon Gaming game so far. So tingnan natin kung nakapag-prepare nga ba ang ating Wild Dogs dito palang laban sa mga Tigre ng Maynila of EVOS ARC. This time is a different beast when it comes to the playoffs. Talagang Yobib being alive and furious pagdating sa kanyang naging flex role. We see him on the TRG, we see him on the rifle, and because he is in his playoffs form, almost every duel given to him has always been successful, pare.
Yeah, and you gotta hand it to the IGLs as well, no? The brain machines dito na EVOS are downloading over the course of the game how the tendencies of Execration are like, and then calling it on the spot. Minsan siya na nga yung gumagawa by himself, no? In that last round, siya yung naka 4K, ending things immediately for Eagle Eye in their favor. So kapag tumagal lalo yung mga serye natin at yung mga set natin, lalong lumalakas dito yung EVOS, and as you mentioned, Ramon, it's kind of like a different beast altogether for EVOS. Their playoffs form is different. They feel like a different team that are in full control. So here we go. I believe both teams are ready, and we are ready for set number 3 dito. Ramon, Execration, BL side start, and EVOS defending in Ankara.
The defending champions gonna start on that GR. We already talked about how dominant they are on GR, and any other map, this is gonna be one of the examples. Decisive push from KLR and Yobib, bait and switch setup. An Arctic papunta dito sa Dark Prince ng Crossfire. Magpupush nga ba papunta doon sa may LB mga players natin? For second mid, excuse me. It's gonna be a question if Execration are willing to fight for that, but instead, it's an LA push and CA control given to Execration.
Bypass para sa Exe. So, pwedeng makakuha dito si Yobib ng target. Pero dahan-dahan lang approach ng Exe, only using a singular grenade to give a bit of position. At yung EVOS still trying to play reactively, flashes on to EA. Pero wala dyan yung bomba. It's only a singular player that's Folex in EA. An Execration, they're calculating every possible move. Hindi na nila pinapadala si Folex para maghanap ng space. Instead, reinforced by D, the duo, that is Contact heavy, pero si Zetra ang unang tatama kay A7J. CBN to answer back onto Yobib. At si Zetra babalik pa nga dito sa mid. Nakita niya ba yung bomba doon? The smoke to try and fend them off. Oh my gosh, D almost going down. Pero papasok ng HMCD.
It comes through with some blood, sweat, and tears para lang makakuha sila ng map space. Look at how low the HP players of Execration members are. CBN has to be the first contact dito, pero because they're pushing into the A site, si KSA lang. But is KSA enough? It will be a really good flash coming forward. Execration kills up the soul anchor. At yung A site mukhang kukunin ng mga Wild Dogs dito sa 4 versus 3. KLR gets a spray down, hits the shot papunta kay CBN. Sobrang low lang niya on HP. It's a battle between the snipers ZYK and Cetra right now as he pushes to CA and drops towards ZYK. What a good performance for Aljon Alde, ladies and gentlemen. Basta plant pa nga yung C4 at nalaman pa ako yung flank dito.
Exit. KLR dun magagaling sa exit, pero si Elvin sa LA, naku po, nahuli na nga ni ZYK, and it will be KLR making a little bit of noise from behind, and KLR tries to stick the defuse, but it is D to take him down. Execration, sila na naman ang kukuha ng round number 1.
What is that? Especially from ZYK, full disciplined in his approach right now, fully knowing that since CA is always going to be an entranceway, possibility of a flank coming through from EVOS is something that he has noted. Kaya napatay niya agad. Napaka-importanting si Cetra right now despite the opening. Very well put din. Nung nalaman niya nandun si Elvin, it was just gonna be an open shot book para dito sa Execration after the execute that they've had. Gonna be that 1-0 so far. Na-pick up pa nga tong si CBN. Next to Cetra in that opening. 4 versus 5 tayo, and now they have CA, oo, pero wala silang alam about that hold that position.
KLR actually attempting to be aggressive, holding at CA and HM. Yobib back on the sniper. Parang consistent na yung paggamit ni sniper sa sniper dito ni Yobib. Pero yung angulo niya dito might not be expected. Mali ako. A7J perfectly anticipating Yobib. At papasok na dito ng hotel si A7J. Execration have been successful in taking the first kills. And Zetra from the exact same angle he was in the last round. Hahanap dito ng makukuha D from up above. Kita yung kamay, but CYK an even better trade with the running pistol. At yun na nga, naratol niya doon si Zetra. 3 versus 3 Execration making their way towards B site.
Pwede na lang hindi i-commit to. Since hindi pa nakapasok ng tunnels B si ZYK, they can rotate back onto CA. They've been holding that for the longest time that they know that it's an open entryway. Pero KLR, spotted pa nga itong si A7J. Ang alito, you have to be careful. Low on HP and KLR just re-peeks into it. 2v3, KSA holding down yung bridge position natin. Follex has an opportunity pero dapat manote na yung position ni KSA. Spotted, taken down. ZYK na lang ang natitira. What can Aljon do in this position? Nothing. Held down by Elvin and EVOS ARC. Claims the 1-to-1 setup.
Even through the opening picks dito, no, Execration kulang pa rin. It goes to show you, Ankara definitely a powerhouse of a defense para dito sa EVOS Arcilia. Kahit wala si Zetra ngayon, nakakabawi na ang EVOS, pero si Yobib hindi nakabawi kay CBN. Doon sa akyatan, he will fall down. At si KLR magagaling naman dito sa RS as the players of Execration papasok na ng B site through TB. There's one player here on the defense, si KLR yon with M4. We've seen him make wonders happen before through batteries. At ngayon, wala siya magagawa in the hands of Follex. Flash coming in, Follex challenging the smoke, but it is D to go down. Uy, yung TB, and doon na si KSA. And just like that, EVOS make this doable.
Ganda naman ng mga angles and saktong-sakto lang yung shot ni Cetra. Pulls it off into Follex. KSA gets another one from the flank doon sa may TB. 3v1 si ZYK na lang at paulit-ulit ang sitwasyon ng Execration sa bawat push at sa bawat first blood na nakukuha nila. Ang EVOS ARC ang may malalim na talim. Can ZYK clutch this out? No util. Has the bomb within his hands pero the discipline from EVOS ARC, fully knowing na hindi kailangan bigyan ng 1v1 si Aljon Alde. Pero sa pagplant na C4, nalaman na ni Elvin at sa galawan niya, mamamatay lang si ZYK. That's a 2-1 for EVOS ARC. They even continue to taunt down ang Execration. They are the Wild Dogs, pero the Kings are showing off kung bakit sila ang hari ng Ankara.
EVOS. Look at Elvin with a straight face as he does that. 2 rounds in a row, EVOS with a successful retake. Kahit wala yung isa sa mga superstars nila dito, no? Without Yobib, they still managed to pull it off. With KSA crunching from TB. Naka-double kill pa kasi si KSA dun no? Na-equalize niya yung numbers dito up against Execration. And the defense might not be the best, pero pag retake, nakakuha ng EVOS dito even with a 3 versus 4. 2-1. Lamang ng isa dito ang EVOS, Ramon.
It's surgical para sa EVOS ngayon. And in the setup that they've had, they've always been eager para ibigay ang CA pabalik sa Execration, fully knowing na from the numbers itself, dun pa lang sila babawi. Just from the rotation, the confidence from KSA in one of the previous rounds para lang mas ma-lock out yung pwedeng movement ng Execration sa pag-rotate back and towards mid is already something na iniisip pa lang ni KSA, kaya kino-commit niya yung Tunnels B flank na ginagawa niya kanina. He sets us up. Cetra, what a shot kay Fall X. It's a golden headshot with the sniper, but D maayos yung pagsagot. 1-for-1 laban dito sa EVOS ARC as D fully committing doon sa may CA control natin as Yobe peeks into it yet again. The 2 snipers from EVOS ARC just showing that every player has a bite left in them. C4 down as well, so kailangan lumapit dito kay Yobe.
My God!
Ang robotic na rin ang Dark Prince ng EVOS ARC. Puts it up to CBN. 2 versus 4 tayo, 39 seconds.
These snipers, Ramon, they're making it impossible for Execration to play their game. Yung bomba nakita pa nga dito ni Yobib. At ngayon, hawakan niya lang to, pero sa A7J magaling sa bypass and the A7J will win the fight. Yobib unprepared will retrieve the bomb. And A7J actually has a chance to plant the bomb here dahil walang tao sa B-side. 15 seconds on the clock, Ramon.
Wala. Kailangan nilang pumasok. Kailangan nilang lumaban. Si D humarap na din ng isang headshot. Isang bungo para sa koleksyon ng Execration. Kailangan mag-plant ngayon ng C4. And just like that, the brothers, they have to clutch this up. It was a 2v3. And now, it's up against KSA and Elvin for EVOS. Spotted si A7J at si KSA. Ang uumpos sa dalawang brothers. Wala nang bisa ang ginawa ng Execration. At kahit bangkay na ang dalawang players sa kanila, pinapakita pa nga ng EVOS kung sino ang kontrabida sa kwento ng Crossfire Philippines. 3-1.
No, that's just disrespect at this point, EVOS. Yeah, they already won the round. But they are making this matchup even more spicy. Ito na nga si Kellar lalapit na nades, reinforcing his aggressiveness. Floor smoke coming in, si Flash not available, not using it yet, pero papasok si Kellar getting the 1 and the 2, the double kill for Kellar. Perfect Flash setup as well, and that's 2 kills already for EVOS.
How many times, how many confident pushes are we gonna be seeing? And when will Execration finally punish it down? Si Kellar nakahanap ng double kill at mukhang more than enough damage na yun para sa kanila. Hindi na sila pupush doon sa may second mid. And Cetra punishes A7J. Nagpakita ng katawan. Si Cetra, kinuha niya lahat. Si Yobib, kukuha ba ng isa kay CYK? And it's just gonna be down to CBN in the 1v4. The talent that this player can have para lang ma-flickan si Yobib. Pero, what is that shot from B-Boy? The TRG in his hands, an unlocked weapon para sa EVOS ARC, puts them up to 4-1.
And they have firm control. Ramon, parang walang naipapanalong kahit isang duel dito ang Execration. I know that's not true, but it feels like it. Ito na si Zetra, taking matters into his own hands. Ooh, spots ahead. But Deed stays alive for now. Si Polex nandun sa pillar! But Zetra flicks onto him just like that. Polex is down. Oh my God.
What? Ano kinakain ni Cetra, men? parang iba ata si Cetra, pre. Parang kung dumaan mga alien sa mundo, tapos ang way para ma-save tayo lahat is 1v1 Desert Clash Sniper, si Cetra ang ipapadala ko Si Cetra ang papanalo para sa ating lahat. At pinakita niya yung laban kay Folex, talagang hindi talaga magpapatinag ang sniper ng EVOS ARC. 4 versus 5 CA controlled by KSA. Smoked off pa nga ang EA. Pati na rin ang CA so far. So medyo dadalawang isip ang execration kung itutuloy pa nga ba nila ang split nila towards A site.
Folex down early means that they're gonna have to work without a lurk dito, execration. Maybe they could send ZYK forward, try and get a kill as well. Pero si KSA ang makakakuha ng isa. Makakakuha kay ZYK yung mid nila. Yun na lang ang pundasyon ng execration. Pero merong dalawa sa CA dito, si KSA yung isa doon. CBN has to anticipate. And he will push up CA. May granadang binato si KLR as KLR gets headshotted by CBN. At papasok CBN dito kay KSA. But there's two people waiting for him. The rounds, Ramon, they keep falling apart. At yung execration, isa-isang nalalaglag.
Isa-isang lumalaho. At kahit sa push nila on B, they haven't even noted itong si Yobib dun sa may hotel. He's just waiting for them to get the space. 20 seconds, D. Full confidence in the rookie. Papasok papunta dito sa EVOS. Cetra down. 3 versus 2. May control doon sa RS. And with the plant, it's again the brothers na kailangan lumaban dito sa EVOS ARC. Spotted pa nga si KSA. Low on HP. Kills off itong si Yobib. Na-spray pa nga na A7J. And 1v1. Up against Elvin. Ice cold in the clutch. Si A7J, si Angelito. Mapapatay lang ni Elvin. 5-1. EVOS ARC continue their dominance on Angara.
Oh my goodness. Elvin still wins it at the end of the day. I mean, it's still a bit of a questionable play from A7J, no? Pwede siyang pumunta sa ilalim sana. Doon sa hindi wall bangable na dingding. Kaso umakit pa siya doon sa box eh. And execration, the decision making has been all over the place. EVOS have been taking full advantage. 5-1. Already a statement beginning to this potential last set. And Ramon, yung EVOS, hindi pa sila tapos, hindi pa sila bumabagal.
Kaya nga eh. Bawat round ng pangarap, unti-unting nawawala para sa execration. Dahil talaga sa EVOS ARC where you can see the confidence just keep rising up so far in the rounds that they have been winning. Elvin just with the spray down papunta doon kay A7J just kills all the hope that they've had doon sa round, and so far the hope of this game wala nang paunti-unti. Execration 1-5 still on BLD, has control over CA yet again, and this has been one of the key points so far para sa execration. Mapapadali ang rotate, mapapadali ang execute. As long as they have that control. Pero EVOS on their approach, full confidence on their A setup. KSA, siya naman ang mag-first contact dun sa may Vents position. At least may support from Elvin, but this time the King has to step up big. Kung papasok nga ang execration ngayon as they entry on in, flash on through, pero si KSA alam pa rin niya kung saan magsispray. Si Elvin susunod at mukhang unti-unting bumabagsak ang execration. KSA will get themselves deleted by ZYK. At least with the opening, may pasok ang execration. Bumagsak ang C4 sa pag-entry nila on the site. As now with the double flank, EVOS could just play around it.
They're taking too much time, Ramon. Kailangan nilang magtanim ng bomba ngayon kasi andyan na yung dalawa mula sa likod. Zetra and KLR taking space. CBN, ako po, tumalikod ka pa! At andyan na si Zetra. Okay, CBN, good 180. Meron pa isa sa exit. But Zetra going down means KLR has to hold the flank by himself. This is doable. Dahil si Yobib, malayo din yung paggagalingan, Ramon.
Kaya nga eh, and with this 2v2, CBN could just play for an aggressive push dun sa exit. Walang magte-trade kay Yobib at mapapatay lang siya ni CBN. 1v1 with the great one si KLR pa. It's the leader versus the one-tap legend. And KLR just continues to spray. Winasak ang buo ni CBN. At si EVOS ginawang 6-1 pa ang score. Lalo pa silang naging dominant sa laruan natin.
Oh my goodness, Ramon, this feels hopeless for execration. EVOS, even in the 1v1, even in the 1v2, KLR still wins. EVOS still wins. CBN desperately trying to save this game, and D will help him out. Good opening round para dito kay CBN and D, taking out KLR and Yobib. This is a shot for execration to find a round.
An execute all the way from Execration, pero the shot rings through for Cetra. The android of EVOS ARC. Just showing off his true colors with the flick shot papunta kay ZYK. 4v3 in an instant. The solo flank does not work out. Daming tao doon sa may hotel na naka-check-in lang. Pero gaano katagal silang maghihintay para lang mapatay ang dalawang anchors doon sa may B-site.
3 versus 4 Execration have made this hard for EVOS this particular round. Pero si Elvin, napakaganda ng posisyon niya dito. Elvin, good for 1. And D will minimize the damage. KSA holding from behind the box, anticipating na may akit doon. But KSA, ang ganda ng paghawak niya sa kulong to. KSA, good for the double kill. And Zetra with the lurk. It fell apart again. Ramon, EVOS 6-round lead.
Ang kahit anong potensyal na pwedeng masimula ng EVOS, ang kahit anong pwede na lang simulan na maganda, paulit-ulit na ang naging result para sa kanilang laban against EVOS. Humahanap ng sagot, humahanap lagi ng panalo. Si Folex na, hinanap ang ulo ni Yobe, ba't mukhang nakuha pa nga niya, nabingwit sa loob ng hotel. 5v4 tayo, low on HP si Folex. And with the talent that this guy has, he's always been destined to go into the international leagues. Pero ang laki ng kalaban niya ngayon, ang lakas ng pinapakita ng EVOS sa buong Ankara map natin, sa buong series na ito so far. At least with a miracle push that he got kanina, may sisimulan sila maayos. KSA also feeling a lot of damage dahil doon sa presence ni A7J. 1 minute and 30, EVOS down a man, and Execration just waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Hintay nila na may mag-push dito, pero si Zetra sa kapila magpupush. A7J, nakatingin ka ba? Nakita ni ZYK. Okay, that's a good bit of info. Na si Zetra nakapuslit na sa likod ni A7. Hindi pala niya nakita. Nakupo! A7J will be struck from behind. Hindi alam ni ZYK na may isa pa dun sa kaliwa. And KLR are starting to push. Okay, na-reload. Narinig ni ZYK. He's gonna back off because of that. 4 versus 4 tayo dito. Pero nahuli pa rin si ZYK. How? I don't know. But KSA is gonna do the same hold as he did kanina. Finding Fall X as CBN forces his way towards his B site. Pwede silang magtanim ng bomba.
Pwede silang magtanim, pwede silang maghintay. Alam nilang may posibleng hotel player na pwedeng mag-flank sa kanila ngayon. So the possibility is endless for EVOS as Cetra holds the angle. Even gets the shot kay CBN. CD na lang. The rookie, the newcomer, kalaban si Cetra at ninabas pa nga ang pistol. 8-1 is the scoreline. EVOS ARC, an almost flawless first half sa GR side na sinasabi natin na sobrang lakas on this team.
And you can see KSA hyped up. EVOS, they can taste China. They can taste the grand finals. They can taste their revenge matchup against STS. And ZYK, may palag pa. Si Execration, ZYK sniper hitting the shot. And EVOS starting off without KSA. But they have done this before, Ramon.
Yeah. So many times, calculated aggression. Pero si D mukhang sasagot siya with the burn shot. Papunta dun sa entry. Pero KLR and Elvin, napaka-surgical lang. Palagi na lang ganito ang sitwasyon where EVOS ARC will always dictate the pace. In the Ankara map so far, walang nakuwang kahit anong advantage ang Execration except for 1 round. Plan coming down as well. 3v3 tayo. Si ZYK nakapag-flank na all the way towards LA at ang susunod ba nga si A7J, pero si Cetra hindi na binigyan ng sagot, hindi na binigyan ng kahit anong chance na makapag-contribute to ZYK. 15 seconds, Folex has to peek, Folex has to push, that's the one shot, pero hindi niya alam, ang lapit-lapit lang ni KLR. 1v1 tayo, A7J laban kay KLR. 5 seconds, he has to stick, pero alam niyang ang lapit na Michael. May time pa para makapag-defuse. Ang Hilito saves it 8-2 para sa Execration.
Buhay pa ang Execration. Ang Hilito with a lifeline. Perfectly playing, nakayuko siya habang nagde-defuse doon. Getting the timing right as well. Execration pick up the round on the GR side. Just barely. Buhay pa sila, Ramon. Kailangan ulit nila gawin yon. Just to push us 3-8. Just to push them closer to EVOS. Pero nagmamadali ang EVOS dito, Ramon. 4 people in LA make that 5.
Look at that. Sobrang laki ng trust nitong si CBN kay D. Kailangan i-hold niya yung tatlong magpupush from the entrance. Gets the one shot at mukhang lalaban na din si CBN just from the kill on D. That's a lot of confidence, but Setra shuts it down. Ang ganda na sana ng position ni CBN. Pero predicted na ng EVOS ang mangyayari. On the flank itself, 3v3, push on in, A7J may sagot pa. Napatay si Elvin on the right side at mukhang may habol pa agad si Setra. Nakuha pa nga si A7J. CYK at least will get one. Fall down to Yobib. The 1v2, the Dark Prince of Crossfire shuts down CYK. Si Folex na lang. He's been so quiet all throughout Ankara. Pero the good thing here para sa kanya is wala kay Yobib yung C4. Naghahabulan sila all the way from RS. There is no way that Folex knows about this. He predicts it and gets the shot kay Yobib. Kamuntikan pa nga papanalo ng EVOS. But Execration find a way to get the third round.
And again, it's by the skin of their teeth. Muntik pang malaglag doon si Folex, but a good read nets them off the round. Exe trailing by 5. But the dream is alive. 5 behind is still doable. Hanggat hindi nakakasampo ang EVOS, kaya pang makabawi ng Execration. Dahil dyan, magbabago na ng playstyle ng EVOS. They will play with a lot more patience. 3-1-1 split. And a slow approach towards HM. Folex waiting for a timing on to KLR. Pero lilipat na ng B-site dito ang mga miyembro ng EVOS Arcilia. A7J will be the one holding it down, and he has to have a good hold.
All the trust in them para dito kay A7J as well as Folex. The worst time to possibly get a slow push. A slow start para sa Execration is now with the smoke and with the presence. A7J has to hit. He gets one. He gets two. A7J. All the hope brimming into one round. Ito na ata ang pagbawi ng api. Execration gets himself the 4 versus 1, and just from the push on B, it becomes an open entry para sa Execration as D will lock out the shot para kay Setra. 8-4 tayo. Kahit patapos na ang laban, may pambawi pang Execration.
Slowly crawling back into this set, Ramon. 4-8. From a devastating 1-8 start, eto na. Execration. All hope is not lost yet. Have to stay steadfast, relentless, and tenacious. Nako po, Execration, they have to play with the utmost care. At this point, everything to lose. A whole half a year of preparation for this matchup. And it is leading up to this moment to deny EVOS of their calling in the international stage. Si Zetra napatumba ni ZYK, and Execration off to another good start to this round.
This is just at least something that they're working off of, man. I mean, now they're back into what we've been seeing doon sa first 2 maps natin where na-counter nila doon si Setra from the first blood alone. Pero sometimes it's not enough eh. Parang na-shake na yung confidence so far for the Execration side. They can't get the openings as consistently as they get. At least now, may masisimula sila on the kill on Setra. Folex challenges tong si KLR sa low on HP. Lalo siyang naging confident. Malaki ang kumpiyansa ni Paul para labanan ang IGL. 3v5 tayo. Execration na back on that A site. Kailangan depensa ni CBN at DD. Ang pag-entry ni KSA na sobrang init so far on Ankara. 50 seconds. Boy doesn't need to peek on. He sees one. Pero mukhang sobrang disiplinado ng mga players on Execration. KSA and Yobib, they explode with 2 kills. Pero si Yobib na lang ang natitira. Hinahabol pa ni Folex at saka ang the rest of Execration. 30 seconds. Yobib has no time. He has to kill a Folex, but Folex delivers the kill. 8-5 para sa Execration. Back-to-back rounds para lang makabawi laban sa EVOS.
Careful momentum from Execration. I say careful kasi nakita na natin to sa Eagle Eye, Ramon. Lamang na lamang ang EVOS. at uti-uting nakakabawi ang Execration, but the challenge has been to closing it out. Yobib takes the kill from ZYK this time around. And these are alarm bells ringing para sa EVOS. It is time to strike for the Tigers.
And the best shot para matapos ito into set point para si EVOS ARC as they now focus their way in towards vents, in towards the A site. Kailangang umalis si D at saka yung mga players ng Execration. Give the space up, rely on the retake. Was shot in from the right flank duo and EVOS dominating what could be the space given to them. D, sobrang low on HP. Si KSA, nilabas ba nga ang USP? Pinatay ang mga players ng Exit at si D, mapapatay lang ulit. It's a double for KSA. EVOS ARC on their way to what could be series point para Folex. Ang Batang Maynila lumalaban pero sa isang plap-lock. Sumabog si Folex. Set point, series point para sa EVOS ARC.
Naman, kakasabi ko lang, parang eagle eye lang to. Hindi makabawi ang Execration. Nakakasagot pero hindi nila natatapos. And I think I might have just manifested that. Execration falling apart the moment ZYK falls down, and this time si A7J naman ang nahuli ng sniper ni Yobib. And Execration, papadala din nila CBN dito sa LA pero merong 4 na nakatingin dyan. Naku po, CBN! Oh no! EVOS have taken him down, and Execration, isa-isa na silang paplakak sa kamay ng EVOS. This might be it, Ramon.
This could be it, man. Execration one by one are falling to the hands of the Kings of Crossfire. The defending champions on their way to what could be a back-to-back grand finals against Team Stallions as 11 kills of ZYK. Di nakapag-rotate pero si Setra na markahan na. Si Setra nakadalawa. Mawawala na parang bula ang pangarap ng mga Wild Dogs dahil sa lalim ng talim ang mga tigre ng Crossfire ay may date kasama ang Team Stallions sa Grand Finals ng Regional Finals. 3-0 laban sa Execration.
A powerful statement from EVOS Arcilia with a 3-0 victory in their semifinals, in their qualifier for the Grand Finals in China. And the finals, the destiny against Team Stallions. They meet again, Ramon, and they will dance tomorrow in a best of 5. Man, what a statement to win. EVOS Arcilia, everyone bows down to the Kings so far.
Yeah. And what we always thought that this was gonna be the best chance para lang makita tayo ng ibang representative. Ang EVOS, pinakita, niremind tayo na sila pa rin ng defending champion. Sila pa rin dapat ang tinututukan ng sambayanan. Paulit-ulit ang mga times na may magandang simula ang Execration na unti-unting binabalik lamang ng EVOS ARC dahil lang sa kalidad ng mga players nila. What a way to end it off, pare. All with just a blink of an eye. Again, like I mentioned, pre, ganun lang kabilis lang ulit para sa EVOS ARC na mawala ang pangarap ng isang team na paulit-ulit sana ang chance makaabot sa international.
And just like that, it's over. Ramon, bago natin ihagis sa panel, no, I want to give a massive shout out to my boy getting married tomorrow, Nate. One of my best friends. See you tomorrow.
Hey!
Pero dahil dyan, ipasa na natin to sa ating panelist, Bipolar and Sneaky Frog. Take it away.
Good night.
Well, mukhang mabilis at maaga ang sayawan sa kasal kasi bukas meron ng last day for Stallions and as well as EVOS on the final stage. Pero Sneaky Frog, I know what, it was in favor of Execration in my heart, pero I knew, man, once they were in this, they got the first map pick, it was EVO getting a 3-0. At sinabi ko pa, pinag-usapan natin to, Sneaky, kanina na baka 10-8 to, sabi nila sa about 10-8 pa to, baka umabol pa ulit dito ang Execration, but I knew it. 10-4 pa nga ata, pero umabol pa ng onting rounds Execration, so still a good try for Execration. Welcome your second representative pagdating dito sa Chengdu China, and as well as our last placer in terms of they will be battling out the Stallions, EVOS ARC.
Yeah, EVOS obviously showing na pagdating talaga dito sa ating playoffs, nag-iiba ang kanilang forma dito, pare. It's a lot more assertive pagdating dito sa ating map number 3, especially pagdating nga dito sa GR side natin. I feel like EVOS, they really just know how to pressure the points of the map where Execration really does want to start and execute, pare. But yun nga, unfortunately para dito sa Execration, everybody was online on this GR side. Granted, no, I can still credit them for the attempt of a comeback dito sa second half. Pero nung nakita ko na they kinda failed the 4-man retake dito sa A site and just trying to kill a one guy, feeling ko at that point it was definitely cooked para sa kanila dito. But ayun nga, EVOS, at the end of the day, it is a rematch para sa kanila to one of the greatest rivalries this esport has ever seen. Another Stallions versus EVOS matchup, pare. I am so excited for tomorrow.
I'm looking at the stat line. It was a total of 50 rounds, our lowest so far in terms of this matchup alone. Kung last time 2-1, ngayon 3-0 ngayon ng EVOS ARC ang Execration. The players coming from Execration, guys, good game pa din para sa inyo. CBN actually whopping 1.0 headshot per kill. I think hindi yun napansin ng karamihan dahil sa sobrang ganda ng nalaro dito ng EVOS ARC. So nice try for them, but we have to focus on EVOS ARC. 2.11 on Cetra. Patas ng patas, pagaling Sneaky.
Yeah, and Zetra really is a world of a difference, no, kumpara sa nakita natin sa SCJ run last year where they even dropped the map up against itong MATTJESS before they got into playoffs, but they still won yung tournament na yun. But man, Zetra talaga, he's really rewritten yung identity dito ng EVOS, no, being very, very reliable dito kay KSA at kay Yobib. Well, now they have a third star and an MVP candidate para sa buong tournament natin dito, pare. Zetra, 2.11 KD, 1.27 KR, 12 AP. I cannot believe na I was just casting this kid last year sa CFS PH Impact, and he was even, from what I've heard, fighting his brother for the role of the sniper rifle. But I feel like, eto na nga yun, pare. I feel like this is where Zetra is gonna prove himself. And the fact na, I would just like to remind everyone, pare, no, this kid is a rookie. Rookie to bipolar.
Yeah. Yun na nga eh. Cetra is still a young man, still fresh in Crossfire, and in EVOS he fits right beautifully. They give him so much breathing space, man. Binibigyan siya ng freedom of choice at dahil dyan nakakuha siya ng instant kills. Mga 1v2s niya nakakuha pa din siya. He can clean out the round 1v5. Ganyan ka si Cetra, and palagi niya lang gamit dito TRG. Kahit low na siya, ay kahit dehado na sila sa fights, he's still gonna be using it because you can bank on them getting the kills, and Zetra outperforming everybody in the total of 3 set. Widow ends up with 10-8, 10-8 as well on Eagle Eye, and Ankara 10-5, a total of 8, 16, 21 rounds for Execration at 30 for each. Kakaiba, man. What a series kahit na hindi tayo mabot ang set number 5.
Ayun yun. It's gonna be very interesting, especially coming into tomorrow, no? Iisipin mo na yung mga vetoes. It could actually look the exact same, or actually we can actually see itong Black Widow out of the picture, which I would not be surprised about kasi yun nga, EVOS, they've already had their fair share of wins up against itong Stallions pagdating sa mapa na to. So, EVOS back in the finals, pare. I mean, we kind of saw it coming from a mile away. Bipolar, not gonna lie, but I feel like, especially pagdating sa season na to, no, you really do not know who is gonna get in dito sa ating playoffs. Pero pagdating talaga sa playoffs, man, EVOS, Stallions, both of them stepping up yung kanilang level, and it's very evident dito. Of course, match MVP, kailangan pa bang isipin dito? Bipolar, Zetra with a 1.74 KD, 1 kill per round. Tondo's finest to win again, pare.
Yeah, hindi na kailangan pang isipin pa. It's gonna be Cetra all over the board. Sobrang ganda ng pinakita niya dito. Yes, we were doubting kung paano nga ba siya maglalaro o kung paano nga ba siya naglaro doon sa first set natin. Pero it was crazy on how he adapted and how he changed everything after that first set. In Black Widow doon, nakita pa rin natin he was still the top front. Ginakuha pa rin naman siya ng MVP. Slow start, but an impressive set number 2 and set number 3. He really did just outperform everybody. At tsaka yung mga doubters natin, sabi niya dito, wait lang guys, hindi pa set number 2, hindi pa naman tapos yung laban, kaya ko pa magpakita ng mga plays na tatanungin nyo na naman kung, am I really human?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, I mean, all of the let's just say, EVOS, they are a pretty hateable team, no? Pwede nga natin sabihin dito. But I feel like Zetra, I feel like it's impossible to hate this guy, bro. He is he's just too good. He is really
Yeah.
just too good, mechanically gifted. Di siya kinakabahan sa mga big moments, no? I mean, pati sa usapang international stage, Zetra is literally the best performer on the squad. And I'm so happy na we get to see him on the international stage again.
One more.
Grabe man. One more for the boy.
Yeah, I mean, one more chance to prove themselves, no? And for Cetra to show how Filipino snipers are, and he is the epitome of a great one. Pero ngayon, the epitome of a great IGL muna ang makakausap natin for today or for the last matchup. It's Kellar from EVOS Arcilia, brother.
That's not Kellar.
Si Elvin pala. Si Elvin, nakita ko si Kellar na nakalagay sa broadcast channel. Pero
Sarap manalo.
Elvin, brother,
Dami
kamusta
nag-aantay
tayo
manalo.
dyan?
Okay naman. Binigyan namin sila ng magandang laban.
Nakikitang-kita naman, Elvin.
Ayun nga, Boss Elvin, yun nga, congratulations sa 3-0 na panalo up against itong Execration. Obviously, isa na namang rematch dito sa ating Grand Finals, Boss Elvin. Ano yung pakiramdam na nakabalik kayo dito sa finals, na lilipad na naman tayo papuntang China? Ano yung overall feeling dyan sa EVOS ka?
Parang normal lang sa amin kasi pride of champion. Na meron.
I mean, yun na nga, champion mindset talaga na nandyan pa din naman sa angas ni Elvin. Feeling ko, napapatunayan mo habang tumatagal at habang palapit na tayo sa pinakadulo yung sinabi mo last time na yung pinaghandaan ng mga players, wala yan kasi 3-0 man ang ginawa niya dito sa Execration. I just wanna ask Elvin, eto na ulit, rematch of the ages. Kung paano tayo nagsimula sa regional finals, ganun yung tatapusin tomorrow on the finals versus Stallions. Any message?
Babaragi namin yung confidence na sinasabi nila kasi false confidence ko yun.
That is hard. I think we have one more question, Sneak. I think we can sneak one more in.
Kaya pa isang question, pare. I mean, eto naman,
Tanong lang,
Elvin,
tanong
bigger
lang.
picture naman tayo. Tanong lang. Bigger picture naman, pare, para sa inyo. Especially going into yung Chengdu, pare. Ano sa tingin mo? Ang magiging, gaano kalayo sa tingin nyo makakarating kayo dun sa Chengdu, pare, with the roster right now, pare?
Popodium kami next.
We love that. Love that confidence, pare. I mean, Polar, we love to see it, no?
Yeah, you can see it din. Tuwang-tuwa si Coach Sin sa sinabi niya. And we want that as well. No? One of our representatives here. And EVOS ARC with the great mindset. Elvin, it's time for you. Magpasalamat ka na sa lahat ng nagsusuporta sa inyo. Lahat ng buong mundo, Elvin. I just wanna say, nanonood right now sa laban niyo against Execration.
Thank you pala sa nakasuporta sa amin sa EVOS tsaka sa Arcilia fam. Lalo na sa coach namin, si Ruto. Tapos sa mga girlfriend nila.
Ay, ang girlfriend mo! Girlfriend mo lang!
Saka sa girlfriend ko. Lagi.
KD.
Kay Ma'am Randy.
Pwede ba sumikay bipolar? Pwede ba sumikay bipolar?
Saka shoutout pala sa kay Aljon, hindi pwedeng makta lang yung mag-retire kasama ka dapat.
Ako po, papalakpak si Salvatore niyan. Dahil dyan, pare. Pero yun nga.
Hindi, pinili nila kami. Kaka Paul, bumalik ka na ng Valorant, di ka bagay dito.
Oh my God! Okay.
Kailangan
Dyan, pwede na kayo bumalik ng Cebu.
Ayan!
Oh my God, not the friendly fire, pare!
Last na. Congratulations, Elvin. Buong EVOS ARC. Good luck sa laban nyo tomorrow, brother. Maraming salamat.
Thank you.
Ay. Not the
like
friendly
that.
fire, pare.
I
Not the
like
friendly fire galing kay Elvin. Ayan, once again, congratulations nga dito sa EVOS. And yun nga pala, no, shout out to Boss Arc in the back. Nicest homie that I've met alive. And ayun nga, I can't wait to see you in China, brother. Pahingi naman ng EVO sweatshirt na yan. Pero, eto nga, man, another yin and yang matchup dito sa ating finals, pare. The story does write itself. Grabe. I mean, we talk about generational storylines dito, pare. And this is gonna be probably one of them.
Yeah, I mean, kung sinabi mo last time, no, na parang this is the best Filipino crossfire ever, feeling ko this is one of the best rivalries ever to set foot into Crossfire Philippines, just because of the may contrast kasi talaga within these two teams. Sabi mo nga, yin and yang, there's a good side and a bad side, pero parang both will be winning every time, so you never really know what will happen. Will the tables turn pagdating dito sa finals? Yung first matchup ba natin dito sa regional finals will take a turn? We never know, pero bukas malaman natin yan. But before that, oras na para magbigay dito ng pasasalamat sa Stove PC client launcher natin, kasi di nyo guys alam, meron po tayong season 2 ng ating check-in event. Oras na para mag-log in with the Stove PC client launcher at kumuha ng 4 na permanent guns. Ano nga bang pwedeng gawin nila dito, Sneaky?
Of course, you just gotta keep playing, brother. You gotta make sure na you do fulfill yung daily missions and claim the points para makuha nyo yung mga napakagandang permanent. You could get a Barrett, an AK, and an M4O Beast and Opulent Beast. And not sila Beast, actually. I just did realize. Pero, ayun nga, all 3 VIP weapons, man. Who doesn't want 3 VIPs at this point?
Yeah, if you wanna be a beast as well, no, just visit the event webpage at cfph.onstove.com/stove-client-official. So why not go and get those beautiful guns? Last time nakuha ko yung Zilong, no, so sobrang saya ko with that gun. Sneaky, it's a matchup of the ages. Siguro hindi lang naman dapat ang pag-usapan natin dito yung finals. Execration versus Matches. I wanna hear your thoughts muna with that matchup, kasi yun yung maunang labanan bukas.
I'm just saying, Matches has a 77% win rate pagdating sa third place matches when it comes to regionals and or masters, no? So it's gonna be very exciting, actually. I feel like magiging underrated na undercard yan para dito sa natin, for everyone that is watching. And I feel like it is gonna be, I wouldn't say a clash of styles, actually. Halos just like what Zero2 said, it is a very fight-heavy style para dito sa Execration. So it would be an interesting joust, especially considering walang takot yung dalawang teams na to, pare.
Yeah, very much so. It's gonna be interesting tomorrow. Looking at the playoffs bracket now, it's the semifinals. Puro tayo 3-0. Hopefully bukas hindi naman, para sulit na sulit yung panonood natin on a Sunday. Battle for the third, which will be, I think, the first matchup of the day. MATTJESS versus Execration. Put your prayers in, kasi isa na namang Visayas versus Tagalog ang pinag-usapan natin dito. But for finals, Team STALLIONS versus EVOS ARC. Our next matchup, makikita nyo na ngayon, just to officially announce it, it's the last day of regional finals tomorrow at October 12, 2025. Day number 12, 4 p.m. magsa-start yan. It's MATTJESS versus Execration and STALLIONS versus EVOS. Sana bukas na. Wala ba tayong time machine dyan? Sneaky Frog, na magpa-fast forward for tomorrow?
I'm gonna go straight to sleep right after this, pare. So para I can time skip my way into tomorrow, pare. Kasi yun nga, I really can't wait for these series to get started. I mean, both series, no? I feel like it's been a long time since we've had like an interesting third and fourth. Kasi yun nga, matches, I feel like they can compete against itong Execration, and we have that El Clasico in that final, pare.
Yeah, everybody get your shoes ready and your eyes locked on. Pagdating sa labanan natin dito, it's time to wrap up the day. Maraming salamat po, Stove. Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa event natin ng Stove PC Client Launcher, for Smilegate, for Crossfire Philippines, sa lahat ng nanonood from YouTube to Facebook to China to the EU region. Maraming salamat po here on the caster's deck, Ramon, Mochi, Daydom, Salvatore, Sneaky Frog, and me, Bipolar. Maraming salamat po for supporting everyone sa TNC events and TNC production. Maraming salamat po, and sa inyo, maraming salamat sa lahat. Pero a big shoutout muna sa aking girlfriend, kay Miles, for mansari namin yan. So maraming salamat.
Uy, ako rin, man.
Diba?
Shout out to my girl, Shai.
Ayun.
Nakahabol pa.
May pahabol pa. But everybody, that's it. Bukas, Sneaky, mas marami tayong oras para magsalita, kasi kami ang may kita nyo for the casting desk. At makakasama nyo naman si Mochi and Salvatore. See you all tomorrow. This has been CFS PHM Regional Finals. Day number 11. Bukas, finals day na.
Ang gutin sa Lion! At si KSC, tapos KSC gets the 4K! KNP! Yo, babe, with that spray down! Oh! For KSC!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.